Welcome on in, wanderers. The world beneath your feet has been under construction for about 4.5 billion years, and not once did it pause to ask your opinion. Today you will learn what actually shaped the places that stop people mid-step when they first see them, from the ridgelines of the Himalayas to the coral architecture of the Great Barrier Reef, from the layered walls of the Grand Canyon to the geometric columns of a volcanic coastline in Northern Ireland. Settle wherever you're most comfortable and let the planet do the explaining while you rest. I think you guys will really love this, or pass out snoring away in your comfy bed. Now dim the lights, let us know how your day was, and if you are new here, leave a positive review only if this content cures your insomnia. The ground has been deceiving you your entire life. It feels permanent. It feels settled. You walk on it every morning, build things on it, plant things in it, and trust it completely without giving the matter a second thought. Nothing about its surface behaviour suggests that it is, in fact, moving. Not slowly, not metaphorically. Actually moving, right now, in the direction it has been moving for hundreds of millions of years. The outer shell of the Earth is not one continuous piece of rock. It is divided into enormous slabs called tectonic plates, somewhere around 15 major ones and a collection of smaller fragments, all sitting on a layer of partially molten rock called the asthenosphere. Heat rising from the planet's interior drives slow circulation patterns in that molten layer, and those circulation patterns drag the plates along with them. The movement is roughly as fast as a fingernail grows, a few millimeters to a few centimeters per year. At that speed, the whole business sounds irrelevant, until you multiply it by 50 million years. 50 million years of slow, steady motion is enough to carry a landmass across an ocean and ram it into a continent. That is precisely what happened with India, and the resulting wreckage became the tallest mountain range on Earth. Around 80 million years ago, the Indian subcontinent was not attached to Asia. It was part of the ancient supercontinent called Gondwana, sitting far to the south, near what is now Antarctica in Australia. When Gondwana began breaking apart, India separated and started drifting northward across a wide, warm body of water called the Tethys Sea. It moved steadily, crossing thousands of kilometres over tens of millions of years, heading toward a collision that nothing in the physics of the situation could prevent. When the leading edge of the Indian plate finally met the Eurasian plate, somewhere between 50 and 55 million years ago, something unusual happened. Continental crust, unlike the denser oceanic crust found at the bottom of the sea, is too buoyant to sink into the mantle below. Neither plate could dive beneath the other, so instead of a clean subduction, the two landmasses crumpled. Rock buckled and folded, layers of crust compressed against each other, and material that had been sitting quietly on the floor of the Tethys Sea was pushed upward into the sky. The Himalayas are built from that ancient sea floor. Mount Everest stands at 8,849 metres above sea level, the highest point on the planet's surface. Near the summit there are marine fossils, shells and fragments of sea creatures that once lived at the bottom of an ocean that no longer exists, are now among the closest things to space that land on Earth can offer. That particular detail tends to produce a quiet moment in whoever hears it for the first time, and for good reason. The collision between India and Asia has not finished. India is still pressing northward at roughly 5 centimeters per year. The Himalayas are still being pushed upward, even as glaciers and rivers erode them from above. The range exists in a slow-motion contest between the force lifting it and the forces tearing it back down. Neither side is winning decisively. Both sides will continue indefinitely by any human measure of time. The consequences of the Himalayan collision reach far beyond the mountains themselves. The wall of elevation the range creates interrupts the movement of warm, moisture-laden air flowing northward from the Indian Ocean. That air cannot cross the mountains. Instead, it rises along the southern slopes, cools rapidly as it ascends, and releases its moisture as the monsoon rainfall that sweeps across South Asia every year with deep seasonal regularity. The Himalayas did not simply raise a mountain range. They rewired the climate of an entire subcontinent. The rivers fed by Himalayan snowmelt, including the Ganges, the Indus and the Brahmaputra, carry fresh water to hundreds of millions of people across the lowland plains below. They also carry the mineral wealth eroded from the mountain interior, depositing it as rich silt across floodplains that have supported agriculture for several thousand years. Every grain of that silt was once part of the mountain itself, worn loose by ice and rain, and the persistent pull of gravity, now beginning a journey toward a distant coastline, and eventually a seafloor where it may rest until some future tectonic event finds it again. Now travel west and south, to the African continent where the opposite process is underway. Plates do not only collide, they also separate. When two sections of a plate pull apart from each other, the land between them drops, forming a long, sunken feature called a rift valley. The Great Rift Valley is the most dramatic visible example of this process currently active on Earth. It stretches from the Afar Triangle in northern Ethiopia all the way through Eritrea, Kenya, Tanzania, Malawi, and into Mozambique, covering roughly 6,000 kilometers of slow-motion continental splitting. The land between the separating sections has dropped, forming a trench flanked by raised escarpments. Lakes fill portions of the valley floor, some of them ancient and astonishingly deep. Lake Tanganyika, which sits within the rift, reaches depths of over 1,400 meters, making it the second deepest freshwater lake in the world after Lake Baikal. Its lower water layers have been isolated from the surface long enough to become almost entirely oxygen-free. The biological communities that evolved within the lake over millions of years in that sealed, unusual environment include hundreds of species found nowhere else on Earth. A tectonic process that sank the land also, entirely by accident, created a sealed evolutionary laboratory. The rifting will continue. Given enough time, the eastern section of Africa could separate from the western section completely. The valley could fill with ocean water and become a new narrow sea, in the same way the Red Sea formed from similar rifting activity beginning around 30 million years ago. What is today East African savanna might, in tens of millions of years, be a seabed. The continent is not finished deciding what shape it wants to be. Far to the north, in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean, a place exists where you can observe the work of plate tectonics directly, without any specialized equipment, simply by standing in a particular field and looking at the ground on either side of you. Iceland sits on the mid-Atlantic ridge, the underwater mountain chain marking where the North American and Eurasian plates are spreading apart. Almost the entire ridge sits hidden under the ocean. Iceland is the exception, because it also happens to sit above a mantle hotspot, a plume of unusually hot rock rising from deep within the earth. The combination of spreading ridge and hotspot pushes enough volcanic material to the surface to form an island above what would otherwise be open water. The island is being pulled apart at its centre. The eastern half is moving toward Europe. The western half is moving toward North America. In the rift zones crossing the interior of the country, you can see the ground cracking along the line of separation. New volcanic material rises continuously from below to fill the gap as the plates spread, which means Iceland is simultaneously being torn apart and being repaired from underneath. Some of the lava fields in Iceland were erupted within the last decade. Some formed a few hundred years ago, others are a few thousand years old at most. The island, by geological standards, is practically brand new across most of its visible surface. New land is being added all the time, which is something you cannot say about very many places on Earth, and which makes Icelanders fairly philosophical about the concept of permanent real estate. The volcanic character of the island gives it a landscape unlike almost anywhere else. Geysers shoot boiling water into the cold air. Hot springs sit within sight of glaciers. Volcanic deserts of black sand stretch between lava fields carpeted in green moss. The whole country is essentially a working geological experiment, running in real time, with the results visible from the road on a clear day. What connects the Himalayas, the Great Rift Valley and Iceland is the same planetary engine. Heat from the interior of the Earth drives the movement of the plates. Where plates collide, land rises. Where plates separate, land drops or new material fills the gap. Every other force that shapes the world's landscapes, rivers and glaciers and wind and living organisms works on the raw material that plate tectonics provides. Tectonics writes the first sentence of every landscape story. Everything else follows from that. The ground beneath you is moving, just slowly enough that you will never notice. Water does not. Look ambitious. It flows around rocks rather than through them. It finds the lowest available point in any landscape and settles into it without ceremony. It yields to obstacles, redirects without complaint, and generally behaves as though inconvenience is something to accept gracefully rather than fight. These qualities make water seem like the most passive force in the natural world. They are also what make water so extraordinarily good at what it does over time. Water carries material. Sand grains, rock fragments, dissolved minerals loosened by chemical reactions at the surface. All of this travels with moving water, suspended in the current or rolling along the stream bed. As those particles move, they scrape against the bedrock beneath them. Each individual pass removes almost nothing measurable. But water keeps moving, and it has been doing so for a very long time, and the accumulated result of continuous gentle abrasion across millions of years is the ability to cut through almost anything. The Colorado River has been cutting through the Colorado Plateau for somewhere between 5 and 6 million years. The plateau itself is far older, built from rock layers deposited over nearly 2 billion years of geological time. What the river did was cut downward through all of those layers, exposing them in cross-section, giving the world a view of deep time that would otherwise remain completely buried. The Grand Canyon is 446 kilometers long. At its broadest point, it stretches about 16 kilometers from one rim to the other. It drops more than 1.5 kilometers from the rim to the river at the bottom. Standing at the edge and looking across, the far side seems impossibly distant. Looking down, the Colorado River is a thin, pale thread at the base of a chasm, so deep that the temperature at the river is significantly warmer than the temperature at the rim. The walls of the canyon are not uniform. They are layered in distinct bands of colour, each band representing a different rock type from a different geological period. The pale Kaibab limestone at the top was deposited on the floor of a tropical sea about 270 million years ago. Below that are ancient sandstones from desert environments, shales from coastal settings, and more limestones from other vanished seas. At the very bottom, the dark Vishnu basement rocks are close to 1 7/10 of a billion years old. Standing at the rim, you're looking at nearly half the age of the planet laid out in horizontal stripes. The river did not carve the canyon alone. Rain washing down the canyon walls contributed enormously to widening it. Freeze-thaw cycles, in which water seeps into cracks in the rock, freezes, expands, and forces those cracks apart, have broken away enormous quantities of wall material over cold winters. Smaller tributary streams have carved hundreds of side canyons branching off from the main gorge. The Grand Canyon is a collaborative effort, with the river providing the primary downward cut, and every other erosional process widening and elaborating the result over millions of years. Across the Atlantic and deep into South America, water tells a different story, not of cutting down, but of spreading across a continent and building something rather than taking it away. The Amazon River carries more fresh water to the ocean than any other river on Earth. Its discharge represents roughly 20% of all the fresh water entering the world's oceans, a figure that becomes more striking when you consider it is coming from a single river system on a single continent. The basin it drains covers roughly 40% of South America. The tributaries it gathers along its length include rivers that would individually be among the world's largest, if they existed anywhere else. The Amazon's current direction of flow is geologically young, in the sense that it was not always flowing east toward the Atlantic. When the Andes Mountains began rising through tectonic activity over the last 10 to 25 million years, they gradually blocked the rivers that had previously drained the interior westward toward the Pacific. The drainage reversed over a very long period. Water that had nowhere to go west began flowing east instead, finding a path across the low, flat heart of the continent toward the Atlantic. The basin the river drains is flat because it has been filling with sediment eroded from the Andes for millions of years. Material worn from those mountains by rivers and glaciers has been carried eastward and deposited in the lowlands, building up layer after layer of river-carried material beneath the forest floor. The Amazon basin is not a dramatically carved landscape. It is a depositional one, defined by what water brought and left behind rather than by what water removed. If the Grand Canyon shows you what rivers take away, the Amazon basin shows you what rivers deliver. The biodiversity of the Amazon is not simply a feature of its rainfall or its warmth. It is built on geological foundations arranged over tens of millions of years. The Andean sediment that rivers have been depositing in the basin continuously has created an extraordinarily deep soil profile, far richer than the thin, quickly leached soils that tropical rainfall alone would produce on bare rock. The variety of river chemistry across the basin is equally significant. The dark, acidic water of the Rio Negro, stained by dissolved organic material leaching from the forest floor, supports fish populations entirely different from those found in the pale, sediment-rich currents of the main Amazon flow. Over millions of years, those chemically distinct environments have driven the independent evolution of thousands of fish species found nowhere else in the world. The basin's biological richness does not float above its geological history. It grows directly out of it, fed by the same river systems that have been building the basin since the Andes began to rise. Now travel to southern Africa, where the Zambezi River arrives at one of the most audibly spectacular features in the landscape story. The Zambezi flows across a relatively flat plateau until it reaches a zone where ancient fault lines cross its path at roughly right angles to the river's direction of travel. These fractures were created by tectonic forces long before the river arrived. The river found them and began exploiting them, eroding the rock where it crosses each fracture, retreating upstream over time as the erosion eats away the lip of the falls. Victoria Falls is currently about 108 metres high and nearly 2 kilometres wide during high flow. The spray it generates rises high enough to be visible from great distances, and the sound carries even further. The local Tonga name for the falls is Mosioatunya, which is generally understood to mean the smoke that thunders. When the British explorer David Livingstone arrived at the falls in 1855 and gave them a different name, the queen he honoured was approximately 9,000 kilometres from the nearest point of the African continent and had no particular connection to the falls beyond being alive at the time. Both names remain in use today. The gorges immediately downstream of the falls are the record of where the falls used to be. The river has retreated through a series of fault lines over hundreds of thousands of years, leaving behind a zigzag pattern of narrow gorges, each one representing a previous position of the falls. Victoria Falls is a moving feature. It is currently somewhere in the middle of its journey upstream across those ancient fractures, and its present position is no more final than any of the ones that came before it. Far to the north, in the Great Lakes region of North America, Niagara Falls tells a shorter but equally instructive version of the same story. Niagara sits on a ridge of hard dolostone, a rock type related to limestone but more resistant to erosion. Beneath that resistant cap are layers of softer shale and limestone. As water pours over the edge and crashes into the plunge pool below, the turbulence and spray erode those softer lower layers, undercutting the harder rock above. Eventually the unsupported dolostone collapses, and the lip of the falls retreats a short distance upstream. The process repeats. over 12,000 years of this cycle, since the retreating ice sheets of the last glaciation allowed the falls to form, they have migrated approximately 11 kilometers from their original position. 20th century engineering diverted a portion of the Niagara River's flow for hydroelectric generation, reducing the erosive force considerably and slowing the retreat to a fraction of its natural rate. Human infrastructure has, in effect, paused a geological process that had been running without interruption for 12,000 years. That is a genuinely peculiar thing for a dam to accomplish when you step back and think about it. What Niagara also illustrates, in contrast to the Grand Canyon's nearly 2 billion years of visible rock, is how little time is sometimes required to produce a genuinely dramatic feature. The falls did not exist at all until approximately 12,000 years ago, when retreating ice sheets from the last glaciation opened the drainage route between the upper Great Lakes and Lake Ontario. Before that moment, the ridge of resistant dolostone now forming the falls was buried beneath glacial ice, and therefore quietly irrelevant. The entire Great Lakes system, which holds roughly 20% of the world's surface freshwater, is itself a consequence of glacial erosion and the redistribution of enormous meltwater volumes across a landscape that ice scraped down and rearranged on its way out. Niagara is among the youngest significant landscape features you will encounter tonight. It arrived, by geological standards, only recently, and it is already moving steadily upstream in the direction it has always been heading. Water in all its forms and velocities remains one of the most consequential forces on Earth's surface. It does not need to hurry to be effective, it just needs to keep moving. And it has been doing that continuously, since long before anything alive was watching. Ice in the quantities that geology involves is nothing like the ice in your freezer. Ice piled hundreds of meters thick and flowing under its own enormous weight is among the most powerful erosive agents the planet has ever produced. A glacier moves slowly, anywhere from a few centimeters to several meters per day depending on conditions, but what it does as it moves is thorough. It freezes onto rock surfaces and plucks chunks free as it advances. It carries boulders and gravel embedded in its base, using them as tools to grind the rock below. It reduces bedrock to a fine powder called glacial flour, which is why rivers draining glaciers often run milky and pale. And it reshapes valleys from the narrow V-shape that rivers produce into the broad, flat-bottomed U-shape. That is one of the clearest geological signatures a glacier leaves behind. During the last major glaciation, which reached its maximum extent around 26,000 years ago, ice sheets covered vast portions of the northern hemisphere. Scandinavia sat beneath ice several kilometers thick in places. The weight of that ice pressed the land down. The crust beneath it deformed under the load, and when the ice finally retreated as the climate warmed, the land slowly began rising back up, a process called isostatic rebound that is still measurable in parts of Norway and Sweden today. As the Scandinavian ice sheets advanced toward the coast, they moved through valleys that rivers had already shaped over millions of years. Those valleys were the path of least resistance. The glaciers followed them, but at a scale and with a force that rivers cannot approach. The ice deepened those valleys far beyond what any river could manage, cutting in some places well below what would eventually become sea level. The rock it removed was ground to silt, carried away by meltwater rivers, or deposited at the valley mouths as ridges of debris. When the ice retreated and the global sea level rose from the enormous volume of meltwater returning to the oceans, seawater flooded into those deeply carved valleys. The fjords of Norway were created by this sequence. The Sognefjord stretches about 204 kilometers inland from the Norwegian coast. It reaches depths of over 1,200 meters. Its walls are bare rock rising in near vertical faces from the water, scraped clean by glacial action, and too steep in most places for soil to accumulate. Narrow terraces of flatter ground above the waterline hold small farms and villages that look from the water below, as though they were placed there by someone with strong opinions about dramatic scenery, and no concerns whatsoever about practicality. What makes the fjords particularly striking is what they reveal about the power of ice relative to hard rock. The granite and gneiss of the Norwegian bedrock is not soft material. It resisted the glaciers for a long time, but over tens of thousands of years of persistent grinding, the ice prevailed, and the depth and precision of the carving is the record of that victory. The fjords are both an absence and a document. They record where ice was, how deep it cut, and what it left behind when it finally withdrew. All the material those glaciers quarried from the fjord walls had to go somewhere. Boulders torn from the bedrock were carried forward in the ice as it advanced toward the coast, then dropped when the glacier melted and retreated. These transported rocks are called glacial erratics, and they appear across northern Europe as conspicuous geological strangers. They sit in farm fields and on hillsides made of entirely different rock types, having travelled hundreds of kilometres from wherever the ice originally picked them up. A boulder resting quietly in a Danish field may have come from a Norwegian valley wall, relocated over thousands of years inside moving ice with no ceremony whatsoever. The ridges of mixed debris deposited at a glacier's farthest point of advance are called moraines. They mark the maximum extent of the ice the way a bathtub ring marks the waterline. The plains of northern Germany, much of southern Scandinavia, and the lowlands of eastern Britain are still reading the forwarding addresses left behind by glaciers that finished their work 12,000 years ago. On the other side of the Atlantic, in California's Sierra Nevada, the same glacial process appears in entirely different rock, producing a landscape with a completely different character. Yosemite Valley began as a river valley. The Merced River had been cutting through the Sierra Nevada's granitic bedrock for millions of years, carving a modest V-shaped canyon through exceptionally hard stone. Then the Ice Ages arrived. Glaciers moved through the valley repeatedly. The granite resisted cutting more stubbornly than softer rock would have, but the glaciers still managed to widen and deepen the valley and, crucially, steepen its walls dramatically. What the glaciers left behind was a valley with walls that rise almost vertically for hundreds of metres. El Capitan's sheer granite face, ascending roughly 900 metres from the valley floor, is exposed because the ice removed the material that once flanked it on the sides, leaving the harder central mass standing unsupported and bare. Half Dome's distinctive shape, rounded across its upper surface and nearly vertical on its face, exists because the glaciers scoured away the rock on the downslope side while the dome itself remained above the ice level. The floor of Yosemite Valley is flat, which is not obvious until you think about it. River valleys are rarely flat at the bottom. Glacial valleys often are because when the last glacier retreated it left a terminal moraine, a ridge of deposited rock and debris that dammed the valley at its lower end. A lake formed behind that natural dam. Over several thousand years the lake filled with sediment carried in by streams and became the flat, grassy meadow that visitors walk across today. The lake that once made the valley floor reflective is now entirely underground, preserved only in the flatness of the ground above it. The waterfalls of Yosemite are an indirect consequence of the same glacial action. The main valley glacier carved far deeper than the smaller tributary glaciers feeding into it from the sides. When the ice retreated, those side valleys were left hanging high above the main valley floor. The streams running through them reach the edge of their elevated valley and find no gradual slope to follow. They simply fall. Yosemite Falls drops in 2 stages for a combined height of 739 metres. Bridal Veil Fall drops 189 metres. Neither waterfall was designed or planned. Both exist entirely because a main glacier was more powerful than its tributaries. Now travel to the Alps, where a particular mountain has become perhaps the most immediately recognisable peak on Earth. The Matterhorn rises to 4,478 metres and has 4 nearly vertical faces, each one pointing toward a cardinal direction, meeting at a sharp angular point. The shape is so distinctive and so seemingly deliberate that it looks as though someone built it to a specification. No one did. It was carved. When glaciers erode a mountain from multiple directions simultaneously, each one quarrying a bowl-shaped depression called a cirque into the mountain's flank. The walls of those cirques from different directions eventually approach each other. The central rock between them becomes progressively sharper as the surrounding material is removed. When this happens from 3 or more sides at once, the peak that remains is called a glacial horn, and the Matterhorn is among the most famous examples of that landform on Earth. The rock at the Matterhorn summit is ancient seafloor material, pushed upward by the collision of the African and Eurasian plates through the same fundamental tectonic process that built the Himalayas. The collision provided the elevated mass of rock. The glaciers then arrived and spent millions of years of ice ages carving it into the angular pyramid visible today. Tectonics wrote the draft. Ice edited it into the final form. The glaciers that shaped the Matterhorn are almost entirely gone now, reduced to small remnants tucked into high cirques. What remains is the geometry they left behind, a permanent record of cold that no longer visits the valleys below. Wind does not announce itself the way rivers and glaciers do. It leaves no obvious path. It does not carve a valley or deposit a moraine you can measure later with a tape. But wind moves material, and moving material against rock surfaces is exactly what erosion requires. Wind works where other forces struggle, and produces landscapes that nothing else quite replicates. Wind works best where vegetation is absent. Plant roots bind soil together and prevent material from becoming airborne. Where plant cover is thick, wind passes over the surface and carries almost nothing. But where the ground is bare, where soil is dry and exposed, and there is nothing anchoring it in place, wind picks up what it can lift and carries it, until the current slows enough to drop the load. The Sahara is the largest hot desert on Earth, covering roughly 9 million square kilometres across northern Africa. Most people, when they picture it, picture endless rolling sand dunes of the kind that appear in adventure films. The dunes are real and genuinely spectacular, but they cover only about 25% of the Sahara's total area. The rest is rocky plateau, gravel plains, dry mountain ranges, and ancient riverbeds called wadis that carry water only during the infrequent occasions when rain actually reaches the interior. The word Sahara derives from an Arabic root meaning desert or great desert, which is either admirably direct or a slight failure of imagination depending on your perspective. The Sahara has not always been a desert. Around 11,000 years ago, during a period sometimes called the Green Sahara, the region was considerably wetter. Lakes sat in basins that are now cracked and empty. Rivers crossed landscapes now bare and wind-scoured. People lived there, and they left behind rock paintings showing hippos, crocodiles, cattle, and scenes of everyday life in a landscape that bears no resemblance to what exists today. The shift to desert conditions was driven by changes in Earth's orbital cycles, specifically the slow, long-period wobble and tilt of the Earth's axis over tens of thousands of years. These cycles altered how solar energy was distributed across the planet and gradually weakened the monsoon rainfall that had kept the region habitable. As the rain diminished, vegetation died back. Without roots holding it in place, the soil dried and became mobile. The wind could finally do its work. The dunes of the Sahara are not static forms. A dune is a wave of sand travelling slowly in the direction of the prevailing wind. Material erodes from the windward face and is deposited on the leeward side, advancing the dune forward. The dune moves, crossing the landscape over years and decades, occasionally engulfing roads or the edges of settlements at the desert's margins. The star dunes, crescent dunes, and long linear dunes of different regions represent different shapes, produced by different wind patterns and sand supply conditions. Each form is a balance between the direction of the wind, the quantity of sand available, and the shape of the underlying terrain. Saharan dust, when atmospheric conditions are right, crosses the Atlantic Ocean entirely. Significant quantities settle in the Amazon basin in South America. That dust carries phosphorus and other minerals from what was once the bed of an enormous lake, Mega Chad, which occupied much of the Central Sahara during the Green Sahara period. The minerals arriving in the Amazon from this windblown African source are a meaningful part of the nutrient budget of the rainforest, which grows on soils that rainfall alone would long since have leached bare. The Sahara and the Amazon are chemically connected across an ocean by wind. That is one of the stranger supply chains in the natural world, and it is entirely real. Move now to the American Southwest, to a plateau landscape so heavily featured in Western films that seeing it fresh requires some effort. That effort is worth making, because the actual story of Monument Valley is more interesting than anything a film set could suggest. Monument Valley sits on the Colorado Plateau, Navajo land stretching across the Utah-Arizona border. The iconic formations, the buttes and mesas that rise from the flat red plain, are made of sandstone deposited in ancient environments and compressed over hundreds of millions of years into solid rock. The Colorado Plateau was lifted by tectonic forces to its current elevation above the surrounding terrain. Erosion then went to work. Water moved material during wet periods. Wind moved it during dry ones. Frost cracked surfaces in winter. Over a very long time, the softer rock surrounding the harder formations was progressively stripped away. What remains are the survivors. The buttes and mesas of Monument Valley are the formations too resistant to be removed at the same rate as the material around them. They did not grow. Everything else shrank. Wind plays a particular role in giving the formations their distinctive character. Sand carried at low levels by the windblast rock faces at the height at which it travels. Over a very long time, this concentrated abrasion undercuts cliff faces at a consistent level, producing the slightly top-heavy appearance that many of the formations have. The bases can be narrower than the sections above, the result of millions of years of wind-carried particles concentrating their work close to the ground. The formations are still eroding. Their current shape is not their final one. The mittens, which are the most recognizable formations in the valley, will be shorter and more rounded in a few million years. Whatever harder rock sits below the current surface may be the next landmark. Monument Valley is a snapshot of an ongoing process, not a finished picture. The Grand Canyon and Monument Valley look nothing alike, but they share the same geological instruction at their foundation. Both rest on the Colorado Plateau, the vast geological province that was pushed upward through tectonic forces over the last 60 to 80 million years. That uplift steepened the gradient of every river draining the plateau, giving them additional cutting energy they would not otherwise have had. It exposed the ancient rock layers of the plateau to weathering at elevations and in climates that accelerated the stripping of material from the surface. Without the uplift, the Colorado River would not have had the elevation needed to carve the canyon to anywhere near its current depth. Without the uplift, the softer rock surrounding the Monument Valley formations would not have been exposed to the full intensity of erosional forces that gradually stripped it away over millions of years. Both landscapes were written by the same broad original event. Erosion then read those instructions and produced something entirely different in each place, because the rock beneath each location told a different story. Now travel to Central Australia, where a red rock rises from a flat plain in a way that feels completely improbable until you understand what produced it. Uluru stands 348 metres above the surrounding desert. It is about 3.5 kilometres long and nearly 2 kilometres wide. The visible portion is only what extends above the surface. The full formation continues deep underground, and what you can see and touch is the exposed upper portion of a structure far larger than it appears from any angle. The sandstone of Uluru was deposited as sediment in an ancient basin, compressed over millions of years into solid rock, and then tilted nearly 90 degrees from its original horizontal position by tectonic forces acting over hundreds of millions of years. The rock layers visible in the surface, clearly apparent when you look at the stone closely, run nearly vertical. The rock was not always standing this way. It was rotated slowly by the same pressures that move continents. The surrounding plain once held similar rock. That material was less resistant than the sandstone of Uluru, and was progressively removed over an enormous span of time through the combined action of water, wind, and chemical weathering. Uluru remained because its particular variety of sandstone is denser and more cohesive than what surrounded it. The flat, red plain that makes Uluru look so dramatically isolated is the ghost of everything that used to be there. The red colour of the surface is not the true colour of the stone, it is the result of oxidation. The iron in the outer layers of the sandstone has rusted over millions of years of exposure to the atmosphere. The interior of the rock, where air has not penetrated, is grey. The famous red of Uluru is a geological tan, the result of prolonged exposure to open air by a rock that has been sitting in it for a very long time. Rain, when it arrives in the central Australian interior, falls in brief, intense events. Water runs over the surface of Uluru in sheets, following channels worn into the rock over an enormous period. Dark streaks running vertically down the sides mark where water habitually flows, carrying dissolved minerals with it and staining the surface along those paths. Wind works at the surface continuously, loosening particles from the more weathered zones and carrying them out onto the surrounding plain. The desert around Uluru contains material from the rock itself, distributed in all directions over many millions of years. Everything you have encountered tonight, every mountain and canyon, every fjord and sand dune, has been shaped by forces working upon rock that already existed. Plates arranged it. Rivers and glaciers and wind wore it down. But there is a prior question worth asking. Where did the rock come from in the first place? The answer, for an extraordinary proportion of Earth's crust, is volcanic activity. Every ocean floor on the planet is made of basaltic volcanic rock, erupted from mid-ocean ridges over hundreds of millions of years. Many of Earth's islands, from Hawaii to Iceland to the Azores and the Canary Islands, were built from the seafloor upward by volcanic activity alone, entirely from material that rose from inside the planet. Much of the rock that tectonic forces later push around and that rivers later carve was at some earlier point in Earth's history molten material rising from the mantle and cooling at the surface. Volcanic activity does not merely reshape landscapes, it creates the raw material from which every other landscape-forming process then works. Iceland has around 130 volcanoes, roughly 30 of which are considered active. In the last 500 years, roughly a third of all the lava that erupted anywhere on Earth's surface came from Iceland. That concentration follows directly from the island's position on both a spreading mid-ocean ridge and a deep mantle hotspot. Either factor alone would make Iceland volcanically significant. Together, they make it extraordinary. The lava fields of Iceland vary enormously in age and appearance. Fresh basalt from recent eruptions is black and jagged, its surface frozen in mid-motion, sharp enough to damage inadequate footwear. Older fields, those formed centuries or millennia ago, have accumulated enough soil and moisture to support dense moss, which softens their appearance considerably without improving their walkability in the least. The contrast between jet-black fresh lava and the bright green of ancient flows is one of Iceland's most distinctive features, and one that photographs consistently fail to convey fully. When Icelandic volcanoes erupt beneath glaciers, which happens with some regularity given that several of the island's most active volcanic systems sit under ice caps, the results are unlike ordinary eruptions. The heat melts enormous quantities of ice almost instantly. Meltwater builds up under the glacier under increasing pressure until it escapes in a catastrophic outburst, flood that Icelanders call a jökulhlaup. These floods carry vast quantities of water, ice, rock, and volcanic ash across the surrounding lowlands at speeds and volumes that reshape river channels in hours. Iceland has response protocols specifically designed for these events. Certain sections of road are considered sacrificial and are not built to resist the force of a glacial flood, because building them to the necessary standard would cost more than replacing them after each event. This has become a fairly routine administrative matter for the relevant authorities, which says something interesting about what counts as ordinary when you live on an island that is actively being torn apart and rebuilt simultaneously. The volcanic character of Iceland also includes geysers, hot springs, fumaroles, volcanic lakes, geothermal rivers, and patches of ground warm enough to cook an egg without any additional heat source. The Icelanders heat a large proportion of their buildings from geothermal energy, rising directly from the ground beneath the country. It is a practical, efficient arrangement that emerges naturally from living on top of an exceptionally active section of the planet's interior. Volcanic rock, given time and the right conditions, weathers into some of the most productive agricultural soil on Earth. Basalt is rich in iron, magnesium, calcium, and other minerals that plants require. As it breaks down through prolonged contact with rainfall and the organic acids produced by plant roots, it releases those nutrients gradually into the soil over centuries and millennia. This explains why the flanks of volcanoes worldwide have been farmed as intensively as any land on Earth. The slopes of Mount Vesuvius in Italy have been cultivated almost continuously for 2,000 years, despite the well-documented risk. The same pattern repeats around Mount Etna, around the volcanoes of Guatemala and Nicaragua, around the terraced hillsides of Java and Bali. In every case, the people who settled there made a long calculation that the richness of the soil outweighed the periodic danger. That calculation has been made consistently across cultures and continents, which suggests it has usually, though not always, been correct. Now leave Iceland's living volcanic landscape and travel to a headland on the northeastern coast of Northern Ireland. The Giant's Causeway extends from the base of a cliff into the sea along the Antrim coast. Roughly 40,000 basalt columns rise from the water in close-packed formation. The majority of the columns are hexagonal. They fit together with a precision that looks architectural. They range in height from a few dozen centimetres to nearly 13 metres, creating a stepped, irregular surface at the water's edge that you can walk across from column to column. The legend of the causeway involves a giant named Finn McCool, who supposedly built it as a path to Scotland to challenge a rival giant on the other side of the water. The Scottish island of Stafford has a similar formation of basalt columns at a sea cave called Fingal's Cave, which the legend accounts for as the Scottish end of Finn's construction project. The giant reportedly assessed the size of his opponent from a distance, found the view unconvincing, and dismantled much of the path on his way home, which is how most of the causeway ended up underwater. This is a perfectly satisfying explanation for the landform, and requires no knowledge of geology whatsoever. What actually produced the columns was a series of enormous basalt lava flows around 60 to 63 million years ago, during the early stages of the opening of the North Atlantic Ocean. These flows, part of what geologists call the North Atlantic Igneous Province, covered vast areas of what are now Northern Ireland, Scotland, Greenland and the Faroe Islands, with thick layers of basalt. One of those flows settled into an even layer over the landscape and began to cool. Cooling basalt contracts. Contracting rock develops cracks. Because the lava was compositionally uniform and cooled at a relatively even rate, the cracks organised themselves into regular geometric patterns. Hexagonal cracking is the natural consequence of how a uniform material distributes the stress of contraction across its surface. The same pattern appears in drying mud. It appears in cornstarch mixed with water and slowly dried on a warm surface. The geometry of the Giant's Causeway is not a coincidence and not a miracle. It is the predictable outcome of physics applied to a specific material under specific conditions. The cracks propagated downward from the surface through the cooling lava flow, producing the columns. Individual segments within each column have curved upper surfaces where they contact the next segment above, giving the columns a slightly articulated quality and allowing very small amounts of movement without the whole structure falling apart. Walking across the causeway, stepping from one hexagonal surface to the next at the water's edge, you are standing on the solidified record of a volcanic province so large it helped open an ocean. The same volcanic episode that produced the Giant's Causeway also built the columns visible at Fingal's Cave on the Scottish island of Stafford, roughly 100 kilometers to the northeast across open water. Both formations are expressions of the same volcanic event, separated now by sea, but connected by their shared origin in one of the largest outpourings of volcanic material in the last 100 million years, the broader province of which both are apart once covered an area estimated at roughly the size of Europe, extending across what are now the Faroe Islands, much of Iceland's early crust, and portions of Greenland. The rifting that generated all of that volcanic output eventually widened into the North Atlantic Ocean. The sea lying between Britain and North America is, in some part, a consequence of the same forces that arrange the columns beneath your feet on the Antrim coast. The cliffs above the causeway are made of the same basalt, but in a far more weathered state. 60 million years of rain, frost and salt spray have broken the original columnar structure into irregular blocky masses that bear little resemblance to the precision below. Time degrades geometry. The columns at water level remain relatively intact because the sea polishes them continuously, removing the most weathered surface material and keeping the rock relatively fresh. The cliffs above have received no such maintenance. Everything volcanic is, in the end, just rock. The fire is brief. What remains is the material. Among all the forces that shape landscapes, life is the most easily overlooked. A coral polyp is smaller than your thumbnail. A coccolithophore is entirely invisible to the naked eye. These are not the tools you would reach for if you were planning to build something visible from an aircraft at cruising altitude. And yet, given enough time and enough individuals working simultaneously, organisms this small have produced some of the largest and most recognizable geological features on Earth. Living things have been depositing calcium carbonate for hundreds of millions of years. Marine animals with shells and skeletons have been dying and sinking to the seafloor since before the age of the dinosaurs, their hard parts accumulating in the sediment below. That accumulated biological material compresses under its own weight, lithifies over geological time, and becomes limestone, which is one of the most widespread rock types on the planet. Much of the limestone that forms cliffs, caves, and mountain slopes worldwide began as the remains of creatures that lived in ancient seas. But the most dramatic ongoing example of biology building landscape is not fossilized. It is alive and actively building right now, in warm, shallow water off the northeast coast of Australia. The Great Barrier Reef extends approximately 2,300 kilometres along the Queensland coast. It covers roughly 344,000 square kilometres of ocean floor and is large enough to be seen in satellite imagery as a distinct pale feature along the coast. The claim that it is visible from the moon is not accurate and does not hold up to the arithmetic of distance and visual resolution. The moon is about 385,000 kilometres away, and the reef does not meet the minimum threshold for visibility at that distance. This is precisely the kind of correction that earns you very mixed reactions at social gatherings, but it is true. The reef is built by coral polyps, small soft-bodied animals related to jellyfish, which extract calcium carbonate from seawater and construct hard external skeletons around themselves. The polyp lives within and on top of that skeleton. When it dies, the skeleton persists. The next generation of polyps settles on the accumulated structures and builds upward. Over thousands of years, as generation after generation lives and dies and contributes its skeleton to the pile, the accumulated calcium carbonate builds into the reef. The Great Barrier Reef is not a single unbroken structure. It is a system of roughly 2,900 individual reefs and about 900 coral cays and islands. Different sections of the reef are different ages, with older structures providing the foundation and more recent growth extending upward and outward from them. The reef has existed in the region for around 20 million years in various configurations, though its current extent dates largely from the period following the last ice age, approximately 10,000 years ago, when rising sea levels and stabilising water temperatures created favourable conditions across the continental shelf. During the last ice age, when sea levels were lower because of the vast volumes of water locked in polar ice sheets, Portions of the continental shelf where the reef now sits were dry land. The coral retreated to whatever shallow water remained available and survived in reduced form. As the ice melted and sea levels rose, the reef expanded outward across the newly submerged shelf, growing upward to remain within the sunlit upper layers of water where coral can survive. The current extent of the reef is partly a map of where the rising sea reached over the last 10,000 years and what the seafloor looked like when it got there. The biological diversity within the reef follows from its structural complexity. A reef is not a flat surface. It is a three-dimensional structure of extraordinary intricacy, providing shelter, feeding grounds, nursery habitat and attachment surfaces for an enormous range of organisms. Roughly 9% of the world's fish species use the reef at some stage of their lives. Hundreds of species of coral contribute to the structure itself. Thousands of mollusks, crustaceans, echinoderms and other invertebrates live among the coral formations. The reef is simultaneously a landscape and an ecosystem, the structure and the biology so intertwined that separating one from the other is not really possible. Coral reefs also alter the water chemistry of the surrounding ocean in ways that extend well beyond the reef structure itself. As coral polyps extract calcium carbonate from seawater to build their skeletons, they shift the local carbonate balance of the water, affecting which other calcifying organisms can grow nearby. The white sand found on tropical beaches adjacent to reef systems is largely biological in origin. Wave action breaks down coral skeletons over time, and boring invertebrates work through the reef continuously, contributing fragments to the surrounding sediment. Most strikingly, parrotfish grind coral rock with their fused beak-shaped teeth to access the algae living within it. They digest the organic portion and excrete the calcium carbonate as extremely fine white sand. A single large parrotfish can produce several hundred kilograms of sand in a year. The powdery white beach you picture when someone says the words tropical island is, in meaningful proportion, the processed output of a cheerfully coloured fish going about its unremarkable daily routine. Now travel north and west, across the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, up to the southeast coast of England, where a very different example of biological construction has been slowly dissolving into the sea for millions of years. The white cliffs of Dover rise to about 100 metres above the English Channel, along a stretch of the Kent coast. They are white enough to be visible from the French coast on a clear day, roughly 32 kilometres across the water at the narrowest point of the channel. They have served as a coastal landmark for ships crossing from Europe for as long as ships have been doing the crossing. The rock they are made of is chalk, and chalk is one of the most purely biological rock types in existence. Between roughly 68 and 100 million years ago, during the late Cretaceous period, the area now occupied by southeastern England sat beneath a warm, shallow tropical sea. Global temperatures were higher than today. Sea levels were significantly higher. The warm, clear water was inhabited by extraordinary concentrations of single-celled photosynthetic organisms called coccolithophores, each one producing around itself tiny plates of calcium carbonate only a few micrometers across. Individually, each coccolithophore was invisible. Collectively, over tens of millions of years, they produced the biological equivalent of a snowfall that never stopped. Their remains sank continuously to the seafloor below them, accumulating in a fine white sediment of almost pure calcium carbonate. Under the weight of new sediment arriving from above, the older layers compressed. Over tens of millions of years, the accumulated material lithified into chalk. The chalk beds forming the white cliffs are around 100 meters thick at their highest visible points. They're exceptionally pure calcium carbonate because coccolithophores produce very little mineral contamination alongside their carbonate plates. The flint nodules embedded within the chalk are the silica remains of sponges that lived in the same Cretaceous sea. The silica replaced the original organic tissue during the long process of lithification, converting soft sponge material into hard grey stone that survives in the chalk long after everything around it has dissolved. The cliffs are not a fixed feature. Wave action at their base undercuts the chalk continuously, removing material from the lower cliff face and eventually causing sections to collapse. The cliffs are retreating inland at a rate that varies with storm activity but is clearly measurable over decades. The land they are made of was once a seabed. It was buried, compressed, and slowly lithified over tens of millions of years. Tectonic uplift then raised it above sea level. The sea it faces now is in the process of taking it back. The coccolithophores that built the chalk had no awareness of what they were doing. They were living, reproducing, and dying in a warm Cretaceous sea in exactly the way their biology required. The cliffs came later as an entirely unintended consequence of an enormous number of extremely small organisms doing what they had always done. Life builds without meaning to. What it leaves behind in the rock can last far longer than anything that built it. You have travelled far tonight, wanderer. Through colliding plates and separating continents, through river canyons and glacial fjords, through desert dunes and volcanic columns, and the calcium carbonate remains of ancient microscopic life. Each of those chapters described one category of force, because that is how explanation works. One thread at a time, pulled free from the tangle so you can see it clearly. But landscapes do not organise themselves by category. Every famous place on Earth is the product of multiple processes running simultaneously or in sequence across timescales that overlap and intersect in ways that make clean attribution nearly impossible. The chapters were for your benefit. The planet uses all the forces at once. The Matterhorn is the most compact illustration of this principle. Its rock was once marine sediment on the floor of an ancient ocean. The collision of the African and Eurasian plates pushed that seafloor material upward into the Alps. Glaciers then arrived and worked the elevated rock from multiple directions simultaneously, each one carving its own bowl-shaped depression into the mountain's flank, removing the softer surrounding material and leaving the angular horn of harder rock at the centre. The material those glaciers removed was carried downhill by meltwater rivers and deposited in valleys below. Those river-built deposits over thousands of years became the fertile soils of farming villages at the base of the mountains. Wind continues to erode the exposed summit rock. Frost still cracks the cliff faces in every winter. The Matterhorn is an ocean, a continental collision, a glaciation, a river system, and a weathering process, all happening in sequence and then simultaneously, all visible as a single mountain above a Swiss valley. The Amazon basin follows a similarly layered biography. The basin exists at all because the Andes rose through plate tectonics and redirected the drainage of an entire continent. The Andes, as they continue to erode, contribute sediment that rivers carry across the continent and deposit in the lowlands, building the basin's soil profile year by year. Wind-blown dust from the Sahara crosses the Atlantic and adds minerals to that same soil. The forest that grows on the combined input of Andean sediment and African dust produces enormous quantities of organic material which cycles back into the soil and the water chemistry of the entire basin. Tectonic forces, river systems, atmospheric transport, and biological productivity all participate in what appears from the outside to be simply a very large forest. Victoria Falls demonstrates how geological inheritance from the deep past shapes present-day processes. The behaviour of the Zambezi River at the falls is determined by ancient fault lines in the rock, fractures created by tectonic forces hundreds of millions of years before the river arrived. The river exploits those fractures, retreating upstream across them over hundreds of thousands of years, leaving a record of its previous positions in the gorges immediately downstream. The falls are a river process guided entirely by tectonic structure. You cannot fully understand one without knowing something about the other. There is a pattern running through all of these landscapes, and it is worth naming clearly before the evening closes. No famous place on Earth became what it is through a single force working alone. What the chapters of tonight's journey describe separately, plate tectonics in one, rivers in another, ice and wind and volcanoes and living organisms in the chapters that followed, those forces did not operate separately in the real world. They worked on each other. Each one prepared conditions that the next required. The next altered what the previous one had already built. They overlapped and intersected across timescales so vast that clean attribution becomes nearly impossible once you trace any single landscape far enough back. The Grand Canyon required a river, but the river required an uplifted plateau. The plateau required a prior history of sediment deposited in ancient seas over many millions of years, and those seas required a continental arrangement that no longer exists. Remove any one step, and the canyon never forms. Monument Valley required the same Colorado Plateau uplift, followed by erosion working differentially on rocks of varying resistance. The buttes exist because their particular sandstone was harder than what surrounded them. That hardness was a property of the specific conditions under which they were deposited, which was determined by ancient climate patterns, which were themselves set by the position of continents that plate tectonics arranged long before the buttes existed as solid rock. Uluru required a sedimentary basin, tectonic compression, and rotation across hundreds of millions of years, and then a longer erosional sequence stripping away everything that once stood alongside it. The red surface requires free oxygen in the atmosphere, which required photosynthetic life to build up the oxygen over billions of years. Uluru's colour depends on the history of life on Earth, not just on the history of the rock itself. The White Cliffs required warm seas, billions of invisible organisms, millions of years of compression under new sediment, and tectonic uplift to position the chalk above the waterline before erosion could reveal it. The organisms that built the chalk had no knowledge of what they were constructing. The chalk became cliffs only when the sea it had once rested beneath was replaced by a different sea, attacking from the other direction. What this pattern offers, if you have been travelling quietly through these chapters, is a different way of reading any landscape you encounter. The canyon wall is not merely rock. It is the compressed record of an ocean, a desert, a river delta, and a forest, each one buried by the next over 2 billion years, and then exposed by a river that had no opinion about any of it. The fjord cliff is not merely stone. It is the former interior of a continent, scraped bare by ice, and then flooded by a rising sea. Every surface is a sentence in a longer story, and the story began before the planet had anything living on it to notice. The Norwegian fjords carry the signatures of several distinct forces in clear sequence. Billions of years of volcanic and tectonic processes built the Scandinavian rock and arranged it into its current configuration. Rivers then carved valley systems into that rock over millions of years. Glaciers arrived during the ice ages and deepened those valleys enormously, cutting far below what would eventually become sea level. Rising seas flooded the glacial valleys when the ice retreated. Each process left a distinct mark in the same piece of landscape. The fjords are a stack of geological chapters, all visible at once from the deck of a boat. Yosemite's hanging waterfalls exist because of the difference in erosive power between the main valley glacier and the smaller tributary glaciers feeding into it from the sides. That difference in erosive power was a function of ice volume and flow rate. The ice volume depended on the climate conditions during the Ice Age. The climate conditions depended on Earth's orbital cycles. The orbital cycles are governed by the gravitational interactions of the Earth, Moon, and Sun. A waterfall in California is, at sufficient depth of causation, a consequence of planetary mechanics. Everything connects to everything else if you follow the thread far enough back. Uluru carries within its red stone hundreds of millions of years of layered history. Sediment deposited in an ancient basin was compressed into sandstone, tilted nearly vertical by tectonic forces, and then exposed as the surrounding rock eroded away through water, wind, and the slow, chemical conversation between stone and atmosphere. The red surface is iron oxidation, the result of a prolonged interaction between the rock's mineral content and the air. The channels worn into the surface are the record of an irregular rainfall pattern accumulating its effects across a continent's interior. The surrounding plain is the record of everything that used to stand alongside Uluru and is now gone. The Great Barrier Reef demonstrates the interplay between biology and geological context with particular clarity. The reef grows in shallow, warm, sunlit water. The availability of shallow, warm, sunlit water depends on sea level. Sea level depends on how much water is locked in polar ice. The amount of polar ice depends on global climate. Global climate is influenced by the distribution of continents across the planet's surface. The distribution of continents is determined by plate tectonics. The biological construction of the reef sits at the end of a chain of enabling conditions set by geological processes operating on completely different scales and timescales. The coral polyps building their tiny skeletons in the water off Queensland are, in a sense, the surface expression of forces that began their work billions of years before any coral existed. Iceland compresses the most forces into the smallest accessible space. A spreading plate boundary brings new volcanic material to the surface continuously. A mantle hotspot adds extra heat and volcanic output above what the ridge alone would produce. Glaciers sit on top of active volcanic systems. Eruptions beneath those glaciers produce catastrophic floods that reshape river channels in hours. The volcanic ash from those eruptions alters ocean chemistry hundreds of kilometers away, affecting fisheries far out into the North Atlantic. The new lava weathers over centuries and millennia into productive soil. Everything in Iceland is connected to everything else in Iceland, and everything in Iceland is connected, through the atmosphere and the ocean, to the broader planetary system around it. What all of this suggests, if you have been travelling through quietly for the last several hours, is that the famous landscapes of the world are famous because they are the visible, accessible expressions of processes operating at scales that humans cannot otherwise perceive. When you stand at the rim of the Grand Canyon, you're standing at the edge of 2 billion years of Earth's history, compressed into stripes of colour in a canyon wall. When you walk across the Giant's Causeway, you're stepping on the solidified record of a volcanic province so large it helped open an ocean. When you look at the white cliffs from a boat in the channel, you're looking at the compressed remains of countless billions of organisms that lived in a world so different from the present one that the comparison barely holds. The scale of these stories is part of what makes them beautiful. The human mind, built by evolution to think in terms of seasons and lifetimes and a handful of generations, encounters something it cannot contain when it stands in front of deep time made visible. The canyon walls, the forward cliffs, the reef structure, the red rock standing alone in a flat desert, all of them produce a particular quality of quiet. Not the quiet of emptiness. The quiet that arrives when something is simply too old and too large to argue with. The quiet that belongs to this time of night. And now you have arrived at the end of that particular journey. You have travelled through 4.5 billion years without leaving wherever you are comfortable tonight. The Himalayas are still rising. The Great Rift Valley is still widening. The Colorado River is still cutting downward through the canyon floor. The coral polyps of the Great Barrier Reef are still building, adding their invisible contributions to a structure 2,300 kilometers long. The Sahara is still sending its dust across the Atlantic. The basalt of Iceland is still cooling. The planet has no particular interest in your schedule. It will carry on the same way whether you're watching or not, which means you can close your eyes without missing anything important. Good night, wanderer. The Earth has more stories than any of us will live to hear, and you know exactly where to find the next one. You're about to step into the complicated world of 15th century Eastern Europe, where 3 empires collided and a small principality fought desperately to maintain its independence. Tonight, we'll explore how a medieval prince became history's most famous vampire, not through supernatural transformation, but through something far more mundane: political propaganda, cultural misunderstanding, and a Victorian novelist's wild imagination. Close your eyes and imagine standing on a hillside in Wallachia, that wedge of territory squeezed between the Carpathian Mountains and the Danube River. The year is 1431, and you're looking out over a landscape that exists in a permanent state of geographical anxiety. To your south, across the wide brown ribbon of the Danube, lies the Ottoman Empire, expanding like bread dough left too long in a warm kitchen. To your north, beyond the sharp teeth of the Carpathians, Hungarian kings plot and scheme. And to your east, your cousins in Moldavia face similar pressures, caught in the same impossible position. You might think of Wallachia as a medieval buffer state, though that phrase doesn't quite capture the exhausting reality of daily political life here. Imagine trying to sleep in a bed positioned between two people who keep yanking the blankets in opposite directions, and you'll start to understand what it meant to rule this particular piece of earth. The Wallachian throne wasn't so much a seat of power as it was a very uncomfortable hot potato that nobody could hold for long without getting burned. The landscape itself seems designed for defence and paranoia in equal measure. Rivers carve through dense forests of oak and beech. Mountain passes offer just enough access to be useful and just enough isolation to be dangerous. Small towns cluster around Orthodox churches, their wooden walls a hopeful gesture against the various armies that regularly march through. You can smell the wood smoke from cooking fires, hear the distant sound of church bells marking the hours, and feel the autumn mud that turns every road into a wrestling match between your boots and the earth. Now, into this precarious world, a child is born in the winter of 1431. His father, Vlad II, has just been inducted into something called the Order of the Dragon, a Christian military society dedicated to fighting the Ottoman advance. The Order's symbol, a dragon with its tail wrapped around its neck, will give the family its nickname Dracula, meaning dragon. In Romanian, adding an A at the end creates a diminutive or possessive form, so the son becomes Dracula, son of the dragon. It's a name that means absolutely nothing sinister at the time, though centuries later it will send delicious shivers down the spines of readers worldwide. Young Vlad grows up in a fortress at Sighișoara in Transylvania, where his father serves as a military governor. Picture a childhood spent learning to read political situations before you learn to read books. Every visitor who arrives at the fortress represents some calculation, some alliance, some potential betrayal. The Ottoman ambassadors bring gifts and implied threats. The Hungarian nobles arrive with promises they may or may not keep, and young Vlad watches, absorbing lessons in survival that have nothing to do with swordplay and everything to do with reading faces, weighing words, and understanding that today's ally might be tomorrow's enemy, depending on which way the political wind blows. The education of a Wallachian prince involves more practical treachery than you might expect. You learn Hungarian because the Hungarian king considers Wallachia his vassal state and expects tribute. You learn Turkish because the Ottoman Sultan also considers Wallachia his vassal state and expects different tribute. You learn to calculate exactly how much loyalty you can afford to show either side without fatally offending the other. It's like learning to juggle while riding a unicycle across a tightrope, except the consequences of dropping a ball involve losing your throne, or possibly your head. In 1442, when Vlad is about 11 years old, his father makes a decision that will shape his son's entire worldview. He sends young Vlad and his younger brother Radu to the Ottoman court as hostages, a guarantee of Wallachia's good behaviour. Imagine being a child and suddenly finding yourself living in Edirne, the Ottoman capital, surrounded by a culture completely foreign to your own. The food tastes different. Rich lamb dishes flavoured with spices you've never encountered, sweet pastries soaked in honey, and strong coffee that adults drink from tiny cups. The language sounds different, with all those flowing syllables you're now expected to master. Even the architecture seems designed to remind you that you're very far from home. But here's where the story gets interesting in a quiet character-building sort of way. Young Vlad doesn't simply endure his captivity, he studies it. The Ottoman court in the 15th century is one of the most sophisticated political machines in the world, and Vlad has a front row seat to its operations. You watch how the Sultan manages his vast empire, how he plays various factions against each other, and how he rewards loyalty and punishes betrayal with a consistency that Christian Europe notably lacks. You see a system where competence matters more than birth, where a slave can rise to become a grand vizier if he demonstrates sufficient talent. The Ottomans teach you military tactics, not out of kindness, but because they assume you'll eventually rule Wallachia as their loyal client. You learn the proper deployment of cavalry, the logistics of moving armies across difficult terrain, and the importance of reliable supply lines. You also learn something the Ottomans probably don't intend to teach. You learn exactly how they think, how they plan, and how they make decisions. This knowledge will prove remarkably useful later, though not in the way your captors imagine. Meanwhile, your younger brother Adu is having a very different experience. He's charming, adaptable, and genuinely comfortable in Ottoman culture. He converts to Islam, becomes a favourite at court, and will eventually lead Ottoman cavalry against Christian forces. This creates a delightfully awkward family dynamic that will haunt Vlad throughout his reign. Nothing quite says complicated family relationships like having your brother fight for the empire you're resisting, though at least it makes holiday gatherings straightforward. You simply don't have them. 6 years pass in this peculiar exile. You're 17 now, fluent in Turkish, familiar with Ottoman methods, and nursing a profound resentment that you've learned to hide behind a carefully neutral expression. Then news arrives from Wallachia. Your father and older brother have been killed. The details are murky, something involving the Hungarian regent and local boyars, the noble class that treats the Wallachian throne like a game of musical chairs played with real stakes. Suddenly, you're the rightful heir to a throne you're not sitting on, in a country you haven't seen in 6 years, while being held by an empire that now has plans for you. The Ottomans release you in 1448 with a clear mission. Take the Wallachian throne and rule as their loyal client. You're 17 years old, you command a small Ottoman force, and you're about to learn your first major lesson in Wallachian politics. Enthusiasm doesn't trump preparation. You managed to seize the throne for approximately 2 months before being chased out by opponents backed by Hungary. It's embarrassing in the way that most teenage attempts at anything tend to be embarrassing, but you learn from it. For the next 8 years you live in exile, mostly in Moldavia with your uncle and later in Transylvania under Hungarian protection. Imagine this period as a very long, very frustrating internship in the art of political survival. You're close enough to Wallachia to smell the possibility of power, but far enough away to require patience you don't naturally possess. The Hungarian regent, János Hunyadi, keeps you like a spare part in case the current Wallachian ruler stops being useful. You're a prince without a principality, an heir without an inheritance, and a military commander without an army. But these years teach you something valuable. You learn to wait. You watch other claimants grab for the throne too early and fail. You observe how power actually works in this corner of Europe, where official positions matter less than actual force, where written treaties are worth less than the parchment they're written on, unless backed by swords. You also develop what we might politely call a realistic view of human nature, or what we might less politely call deep cynicism about everyone's motives, including your own. The political landscape of 15th century Eastern Europe operates on principles that would make a modern diplomat weep. Alliances shift based on immediate tactical advantage. Christian states regularly cooperate with the Ottoman Empire against other Christian states. The concept of national interest is still evolving, so personal ambition, family rivalry, and good old-fashioned greed drive most decisions. Imagine trying to play chess when your opponent can change the rules mid-game and occasionally moves your pieces when you're not looking. In 1456, János Hunyadi dies, and his son Matthias Corvinus eventually becomes king of Hungary. This creates an opening because the existing Wallachian ruler, Vladislav II, had been Hunyadi's man. You've been patient, you've built relationships with Transylvanian nobles, and you've convinced enough people that you'll be a useful ally. In 1456 you march into Wallachia with Hungarian backing, kill Vladislav in single combat, which is the sort of dramatically straightforward conflict resolution that actually happens sometimes in medieval politics, and take the throne. Now you're ruling Wallachia, and you immediately face the same impossible problem that destroyed your father. How do you maintain independence while being crushed between two empires? The Ottoman Empire expects tribute, obedience and military support when requested. The Hungarian kingdom expects loyalty, tribute of a different sort and military support when they request it. If you fully commit to either side, you become a puppet. If you try to balance both, you risk satisfying neither and being destroyed by whichever empire gets annoyed first. Your solution is characteristically bold and probably insane. You decide to play both sides while actually serving neither, building up Wallachia's independent strength in the narrow spaces between their competing demands. It's like trying to build a house in the gap between two grinding millstones, but you're committed to the attempt. Here's something they don't often mention in vampire stories. Vlad was genuinely concerned with economic development. Before he could resist empires, he needed money, which meant he needed trade, which meant dealing with the merchants who actually made the medieval economy function. This is where things get interesting in a history of taxation policy kind of way, which admittedly sounds less exciting than hunting vampires, but actually matters more to understanding who Vlad was. Wallachia sits on important trade routes connecting Constantinople to Central Europe. Saxon merchants from Transylvania control much of this trade, operating from fortified towns like Brasov and Sibiu. These merchants have royal privileges from the Hungarian crown, pay minimal taxes, and generally treat Wallachian territory as their personal marketplace. They're wealthy, well-connected, and accustomed to Wallachian princes who let them do whatever they want because those princes need Hungarian support. You are not that kind of prince. Picture yourself reviewing the trade records and discovering that foreign merchants are making fortunes while your treasury remains empty. The Saxon merchants don't just avoid taxes, they undercut Wallachian traders, monopolise the most profitable routes, and generally act like economic colonisers. You can smell the leather from their counting houses, see the gleam of silver in their strongboxes, and feel your temper rising at the sheer audacity of their assumption that this will continue. So you issue new trade regulations. Wallachian merchants get preferential treatment. Foreign merchants must pay proper duties. Trade monopolies are broken up. The Saxon merchants respond with outrage and complaints to the Hungarian king, because nothing offends established privilege quite like being asked to follow the same rules as everyone else. You've just made your first set of powerful enemies, though they're enemies who will eventually have their revenge in a way you can't yet imagine. Meanwhile, you're working on internal reforms that might charitably be called aggressive centralisation, or less charitably be called eliminating everyone who might challenge your authority. The Boyars, those noble families who've been playing throne musical chairs for generations, find themselves facing a ruler who doesn't accept their traditional privileges. You reduce their power, execute the ones who openly oppose you, and promote new men based on loyalty and competence rather than ancient bloodlines. This makes you very unpopular with exactly the people who write chronicles and hire artists to create pamphlets. Remember this detail. It becomes important later when we discuss how your reputation develops. The people you're offending are precisely the people with access to the medieval equivalent of publishing houses, and they will absolutely use that access to settle scores. But you're also doing things that actually help ordinary Wallachians, though ordinary Wallachians rarely get to write the history books. You strengthen local defences, crack down on banditry, establish a legal code that applies more or less equally to everyone, and create a system where merchants can travel without constantly being robbed. Imagine the relief of a farmer who can now bring goods to market without paying protection money to 3 different boyars along the way, or a tradesman who knows that contract disputes will be settled by law rather than by whoever has the most armed men. The problem with effective governance is that it often requires stepping on very powerful toes, and those toes belong to people with long memories and access to printing presses. By 1459, The Ottoman Sultan is Mehmed II, the same man who conquered Constantinople 6 years earlier. He's ambitious, brilliant, and views Wallachia as a minor irritation that should be brought to heel. You've been paying tribute irregularly, which is diplomatic code for I'm paying when I feel like it and skipping payments when I don't. This works about as well as you might expect, which is to say it doesn't work at all. Mehmed sends an envoy demanding your presence at the Ottoman court. You know this game. Your father played it, and it destroyed him. Once you cross into Ottoman territory, you're in their power. They can imprison you, replace you with a more compliant ruler, possibly your brother Radu, who's been waiting in the wings for exactly this opportunity, or simply kill you and be done with the whole annoying situation. So you do something characteristically bold and possibly unhinged. You invite the Ottoman envoys into Wallachia, then capture them. The historical sources differ on exactly what happens next, but the basic story involves you accusing them of disrespecting local customs by not removing their turbans in your presence. They claim religious obligation. You solve this cultural impasse by having their turbans nailed to their heads, which is certainly one way to win an argument about headwear etiquette, though perhaps not the most diplomatic approach. This incident tells you something important about how you approach conflict. You prefer to act first and consider diplomatic consequences later. It's a strategy that works brilliantly in the short term and catastrophically in the long term, like most strategies based on bold gestures and intimidation. The Ottomans are now officially annoyed. Mehmed sends an army to teach you a lesson about proper tributary behaviour. But here's where your years of Ottoman captivity pay off. You know exactly how Ottoman armies think and move. You implement a strategy that later military historians will study. You retreat before the advancing Ottoman force, destroying everything as you go. Wells are poisoned, crops burned, livestock driven into the hills, and villages evacuated. The Ottoman army advances into a wasteland where they can't resupply. Imagine being an Ottoman soldier marching through this deliberately created desert. You expected to forage off the land, but there's nothing to forage. Every village is empty, every field burned, every well fouled. The locals have vanished into the forests and mountains where your heavy cavalry can't effectively pursue. At night, small groups of Wallachian fighters attack your supply lines, then disappear before you can organise a response. It's exhausting, frustrating, and completely at odds with how warfare usually works in this era. You also employ night raids, which become part of your legend. The most famous happens in 1462, when you lead a force in a surprise attack on Mehmed's camp. You don't have enough men to win a conventional battle, but you have enough to create chaos in the darkness. Picture the scene. It's the deepest part of night. Most soldiers are asleep, and suddenly, Wallachian cavalry is among the tents, attacking in multiple directions, creating confusion and panic. You're reportedly hunting for the Sultan's tent, planning to kill Mehmed himself and end the war in one bold stroke. You don't succeed in killing the Sultan. He survives, though apparently in a state of considerable alarm. But you do succeed in demonstrating that this is going to be a much more difficult campaign than the Ottomans anticipated. The raid becomes famous, talked about in European courts as an example of Christian resistance to Ottoman expansion. This is where your reputation as a fierce defender of Christendom begins, built on actual military competence rather than propaganda or exaggeration. But military competence only takes you so far when you're outnumbered and out-resourced. The Ottomans eventually install your brother Radu on the throne. You flee to Hungary, expecting support from King Matthias Corvinus, who should logically back you as a proven enemy of the Ottomans. Instead, Matthias has you arrested. This is where the vampire story really begins, though nobody's talking about vampires yet. You're imprisoned in Hungary for somewhere between 4 and 12 years. The sources disagree, as medieval sources love to do, and during this time something fascinating happens. A propaganda campaign begins that will eventually transform you into history's most famous monster. The Saxon merchants you offended years ago haven't forgotten their grievances. They have money, connections, and access to something relatively new and powerful, the printing press. Johannes Gutenberg's invention, is revolutionizing how information spreads across Europe, and the Saxon merchants used this technology to settle scores. They commissioned pamphlets, illustrated broadsheets, and stories about Vlad the Impaler. Yes, that's when the nickname becomes standard, depicting you as a monster of unprecedented cruelty. Now, here's the delicate part of this story. You definitely did order executions, and some of them were certainly brutal by any era's standards. Medieval justice was harsh everywhere, and frontier regions like Wallachia often employed particularly severe punishments to maintain order. But the pamphlets go far beyond documenting actual events. They create an image of a ruler who kills for pleasure, who invents elaborate tortures for entertainment, and who represents everything civilized Europeans fear about the barbarous East. The pamphlets are remarkably effective marketing. They combine just enough truth to be believable, with enough exaggeration to be entertaining. They're illustrated with woodcuts showing various scenes of horror, and they sell remarkably well across German-speaking Europe. Picture these pamphlets in the same category as modern tabloid newspapers. They're not exactly lying, but they're not exactly constrained by strict factual accuracy either, and they're designed to provoke strong emotional reactions rather than nuanced understanding. One pamphlet shows you dining among a forest of impaled victims, calmly eating bread while surrounded by dying men. Another describes you forcing a woman to eat her own cooked infant. These stories probably aren't true. They follow patterns common in medieval atrocity propaganda, the same types of stories told about Jews, Muslims, and any group the author wants to demonize. But they're memorable and shareable, and they cement an image of Vlad as uniquely cruel even by medieval standards. The irony is rich enough to spread on toast. You're in prison and unable to defend yourself while your reputation is being systematically destroyed by people with printing presses. The Saxon merchants get their revenge for those trade regulations, and they do it so effectively that their propaganda will outlive everyone involved by centuries. King Matthias Corvinus also benefits from this campaign. He's supposed to be supporting crusades against the Ottoman Empire, and various European rulers have sent him money for this purpose. Instead, he's imprisoned his most effective anti-Ottoman ally and pocketed the money. The propaganda pamphlets help justify this by suggesting you're too cruel and unstable to be a reliable ally. It's a masterclass in political spin. Turn your betrayal of an ally into a service to Christendom by portraying that ally as worse than the enemy. You eventually get out of prison. The details are murky, involving a conversion to Catholicism, a marriage to a member of the Hungarian royal family, and general political manoeuvring. But by then, your reputation has been established. You're Vlad the Impaler, the cruel tyrant, the monster from Wallachia. The actual complexity of your rule, your genuine military achievements and your economic reforms, all of that gets buried under a pile of gruesome pamphlets. In 1476, you get one more chance at the throne. Moldavia and Wallachia are in chaos. The Ottomans are overstretched, and various factions decide that maybe having you back in power isn't the worst option. You march into Wallachia with support from Moldavia and some Hungarian backing, and you reclaim your throne for the third and final time. Imagine being 45 years old, having spent much of your adult life either fighting for or being imprisoned because of this throne, and finally getting another chance. You've learned some lessons, or maybe you haven't. It's sometimes hard to tell, and you're trying to stabilize a country that's been ravaged by decades of conflict. The Boyars are still untrustworthy, the Ottomans still want tribute, the Hungarians still want influence, and you're still trying to find some path toward independence that doesn't end with your head on a spike. But you've been away too long, and the political landscape has shifted. The Boyars you suppressed haven't forgotten, and they haven't forgiven. The Ottoman Empire is still the dominant power in the region, and your brother Radu, though he dies around this time, has established pro-Ottoman factions that continue to resist your rule. You're fighting not just external enemies, but also internal opposition from people who prefer a different system, a different ruler, or simply the chance to increase their own power in the chaos. In December 1476, you die. The circumstances are unclear. You might be killed in battle against the Ottomans, you might be assassinated by your own boyars, or you might fall victim to some combination of both. A body is supposedly buried at Snagov Monastery, though later excavations fail to find any remains, which adds a deliciously mysterious note to your story and will eventually fuel all sorts of speculation about whether you actually died at all. Your actual reign as Wallachian prince totals maybe 6 or 7 years spread across 3 separate periods. In terms of measurable political achievement, you failed. Wallachia doesn't gain lasting independence. It remains caught between empires and will continue to be caught between empires for centuries. Your economic reforms don't survive you. Your military resistance, while impressive, doesn't fundamentally alter the balance of power in the region, but your reputation, that's a different story entirely. After your death, the pamphlets continue circulating. If anything, they become more popular, more elaborate, and more divorced from whatever historical reality might have existed. You become a cautionary tale about tyranny, a stock character representing Eastern barbarism, and a useful example whenever someone wants to make a point about the dangers of unchecked power or the moral degradation of non-Western peoples. The pamphlets migrate westward. German territories produce the most, but French versions appear, then Italian, then eventually English translations. Each retelling adds new details, new atrocities, and new elaborations on the basic theme of Vlad the Terrible. It's like a very slow, very elaborate game of telephone played across centuries, except instead of garbling a simple message, each iteration makes the message more extreme. Picture a printer in Nuremberg around 1500, selecting which books and pamphlets to produce. The Vlad pamphlets sell well. People enjoy being horrified, especially when the horror is safely distant in both time and geography. So he prints another run, maybe adding a new illustration or embellishing a story slightly. A reader in France encounters the pamphlet, is appropriately shocked, and tells friends about this Wallachian monster. The story spreads through the mechanism of fascinating horror, the same psychological quirk that makes people slow down to look at accidents. But here's what's interesting. Alongside the horror stories, there are also accounts that portray you more sympathetically. Some Romanian chronicles describe you as a strict but just ruler who defended Christendom against impossible odds. Some accounts emphasize your resistance to the Ottoman Empire, your refusal to submit even when submission would have been easier and probably safer. These more balanced views exist, but they don't spread as effectively as the horror stories because they're less entertaining and less useful for propaganda purposes. The image of Vlad splits along cultural and political lines. In German-speaking territories and areas influenced by the Saxon merchant perspective, you're an unambiguous monster. In Romanian tradition, you're a complicated figure. Harsh, yes, but also a defender of the nation. A ruler who stood up to external pressures when it would have been easier to submit. In Hungarian sources, you vary between a useful anti-Ottoman fighter and a dangerous independent actor depending on who's writing and why. None of these versions fully capture the historical reality, because historical reality is messy and contradictory. You were probably harsh even by medieval standards. That part seems well documented enough to accept. You also face genuinely impossible political circumstances that might drive anyone to extreme measures. You were fighting a sophisticated propaganda war without fully understanding how that war worked, and you lost it comprehensively even while sometimes winning actual military conflicts. While Western Europe is telling horror stories about you, something different is happening in Romanian oral tradition. Folk songs and stories preserve a memory of Vlad as Vlad the Just, a ruler who punished the corrupt, protected the poor, and stood up for Romanian interests against foreign oppression. These stories are passed down through generations in villages and small towns, kept alive by people who have no access to printed pamphlets and wouldn't care what Saxon merchants think anyway. In these folk tales, you're stern but fair. You punish thieves and corrupt officials with extreme severity, but ordinary people who follow the law have nothing to fear. You're remembered for stories like leaving a golden cup at a public well. It remains there for years because everyone knows stealing it would result in terrible punishment, so nobody steals it. Or the tale of burning down a hall full of beggars which in the folk version is reframed as eliminating people who could work but choose not to, a harsh interpretation of social welfare policy that says more about village values than historical accuracy. These folk tales reveal how rural communities thought about justice and power. They wanted rulers who would protect them from bandits and corrupt nobles, even if that protection came through methods that might make modern observers uncomfortable. The stories emphasize order, stability, and the importance of rulers who actually enforce laws, rather than allowing the powerful to do whatever they want. Picture an evening in a Romanian village around 1600. The day's work is done, people are gathered around a fire, and someone starts telling stories about Vlad the Impaler. But it's not a horror story. It's a story about a time when the roads were safe, when thieves were punished, and when a poor man could get justice against a corrupt boyar. The tone is nostalgic, tinged with the knowledge that such order and justice are temporary, that strong rulers who defend common people are rare and usually come to bad ends. This creates a fascinating split in how you're remembered. Western Europe has pamphlets and books describing you as a monster. Romanian oral tradition has songs and stories describing you as a harsh but effective ruler. Neither version is wholly accurate, but both tell you something true about the people doing the remembering and what they valued or feared. For a few centuries, your fame fades somewhat in Western Europe. The pamphlets continue circulating, but you become one atrocity story among many rather than a particularly notable figure. The Ottoman Empire continues expanding, then eventually begins its long decline. Wallachia passes through various hands, eventually becoming part of Romania. The political circumstances that shaped your life become historical footnotes. But the pamphlets never completely disappear. They're reprinted periodically, referenced in discussions of tyranny, and used as examples in moral discussions about the nature of power. You're like a stock character actor who keeps getting small parts in different productions. You're not the main story, but you're available whenever someone needs an example of medieval cruelty. Meanwhile, vampire folklore is developing completely independently of you. Across Eastern Europe, people tell stories about the undead who rise from graves to drink blood or drain life force. These stories have deep roots in Slavic paganism, are influenced by the frequent plagues that made dead bodies seem threateningly animate, and are shaped by orthodox Christian ideas about the fate of souls who die improperly or sinfully. The word vampire itself comes from Slavic languages. It's not Romanian originally, which is interesting given where this story ends up. Different regions have different variations. The Russian upir, the Serbian vampir, and various local names for what's basically the same concept. These creatures are typically depicted as bloated, ruddy-faced corpses, nothing like the elegant, aristocratic vampires of later fiction. They're peasant fears made manifest, dangerous but not particularly sophisticated. Occasionally there are vampire panics in isolated communities. Someone dies, usually from disease. Other people get sick. Bodies are exhumed and appear not to have decayed normally, which is actually a common feature of certain burial conditions and has nothing supernatural about it. The corpse is treated with various preventative measures: stakes through the heart, decapitation, and burning. These events are documented. They occasionally attract attention from educated observers who write skeptical accounts, but they remain local phenomena. You, lying in your grave at Snagov, or not, depending on whether the burial actually happened there, have nothing to do with any of this. You're not a vampire in anyone's story yet. You're just a dead medieval prince with a terrible reputation, and vampires are just folklore creatures that occasionally trouble villages. These two storylines are running parallel, decades apart, with no connection. In the 1800s, something interesting happens. Romania starts developing a national consciousness, and you become part of that conversation. Romanian intellectuals trying to build a sense of national identity distinct from Hungarian, Russian or Ottoman influence look back through history for heroes and symbols. They find you, and you're complicated but useful. You're obviously Romanian, which helps. You fought against the Ottomans, which aligns with contemporary anti-Ottoman sentiment. You attempted to strengthen Wallachia's independence, which resonates with 19th century nationalist goals. Yes, you were harsh, but 19th century nationalism isn't particularly concerned with nuance. It wants heroes, and it's willing to work with the material history provides. Romanian writers begin producing works that rehabilitate your reputation, emphasizing resistance and patriotism while downplaying or contextualizing the cruelty. You become a symbol of Romanian resistance to foreign domination, a figure who can be invoked when discussing contemporary political struggles. The folk memory of Vlad the Just merges with nationalist historiography to create a version of you that serves political purposes in the present. Meanwhile, Western Europeans are developing their own interest in Eastern Europe, but for different reasons. Gothic literature is flourishing, and writers are hungry for exotic settings and dark histories. The Orient Express is making Eastern Europe more accessible to travellers, who return with tales of wild landscapes, orthodox monasteries, and a culture that seems romantically backward compared to industrialised Western Europe. The old Vlad pamphlets get rediscovered by antiquarians and historians interested in early printing. Some of these accounts get translated into English for the first time. Scholars debate whether the stories are true, exaggerated, or complete fabrications, but the debate itself keeps your name circulating in educated circles. You're becoming academically interesting, a case study in how reputation develops and spreads. The stage is being set, though nobody realises it yet. You've got name recognition in historical circles. Romania has geographic appeal for Gothic writers seeking exotic settings. Vampire folklore is well established in the popular imagination. All the pieces are floating around, waiting for someone to assemble them in a new way. In the 1890s, an Irish theatre manager named Bram Stoker is researching a novel about vampires. He's been thinking about this project for years, making notes and gathering information. He reads travel accounts about Transylvania and Wallachia. He consults with experts about Eastern European geography and folklore. He's creating an elaborate structure for his novel, complete with multiple narrators and an epistolary format. Originally, his vampire count was going to be named Count Wampir, which is admirably straightforward but not particularly evocative. Then Stoker encounters your name in his research, probably through William Wilkinson's account of the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia, which includes some historical information about Wallachian princes. He learns that Dracula means son of the dragon, or possibly son of the devil depending on how you translate it, and he finds this too perfect to pass up. Here's the beautiful part. Stoker knows almost nothing about you specifically. He's not drawing on the German pamphlets or Romanian folk tales or any detailed historical research. He simply takes your name, your association with Wallachia and Transylvania, and the vague knowledge that you had a reputation for cruelty, and he builds an entirely fictional character on that minimal foundation. The Count Dracula of the novel has almost nothing to do with you beyond geography and name. Stoker's Dracula is sophisticated, cultured, speaks excellent English, lives in a remote castle, turns into a bat, fears crosses and garlic, and sparkles in sunlight like he's been rolled in diamonds. None of this has anything to do with you. The historical Vlad didn't live in a remote Transylvanian castle. You spent time in various fortresses, and your main stronghold was Curtea de Argeș in Wallachia. You didn't speak English because English wasn't a language any Eastern European prince needed to know in the 15th century. You were Orthodox Christian, so religious symbols would theoretically represent your faith, not threaten you. But facts are flexible when you're writing a Gothic novel. Stoker is building an amalgamation of vampire folklore, his own invention, and just enough historical detail to create verisimilitude. He describes the Carpathian landscape in loving detail, all those dark forests and mountain passes and isolated villages, and he places his count in a region that seems mysterious and threatening to English readers. You provide the name and the thin veneer of historical legitimacy. Everything else is Stoker's creation. Dracula is published in 1897 to modest success. It sells reasonably well, gets decent reviews, and joins the shelf of Gothic novels that the Victorian era produced in abundance. Nobody realises they're witnessing the birth of a legend. Stoker dies in 1912 with no particular indication that his vampire novel will outlive all his other work and become one of the most influential books of the century. The early 20th century doesn't immediately make Dracula a household name, but the novel keeps selling steadily. Then in 1922, a German filmmaker named F.W. Murnau creates Nosferatu, an unauthorized adaptation that changes the names but keeps the basic story. The film is visually stunning and genuinely eerie, and introduces Count Orlok, who looks nothing like any literary description, but creates an indelible image of what a vampire should be. Stoker's widow sues over the copyright violation, and the court orders all prints of Nosferatu destroyed. This fails completely, because you can't unshow something to people who've already seen it, and pirated copies circulate for decades. The film cements the idea of the vampire as a cinematic monster, something that's more effectively scary when you can see it rather than just reading about it. In 1931, Universal Studios releases Dracula, starring Bela Lugosi, and this is when your name becomes truly famous worldwide. Lugosi's performance creates the template for every vampire movie that follows: the foreign accent, the formal evening wear, the hypnotic stare, and the mixture of menace and charm. The film is a massive success, spawning sequels, knockoffs, and an entire genre of horror films. Here's where your transformation becomes complete. Count Dracula is now so divorced from historical Vlad that there are essentially different entities who happen to share a name and a vague geographic association. Most people who watch the Lugosi film have no idea there was ever a historical prince. Those who do know generally assume the historical Vlad was a vampire, or at least acted like one, which is wrong but understandable given how thoroughly the fiction has colonised the facts. The vampire mythology keeps evolving through the 20th century. Each decade adds new layers: psychological depth in the 1960s, gothic romance in the 1970s, punk aesthetics in the 1980s, and existential angst in the 1990s. The literary Dracula appears in countless adaptations, reinterpretations, and spin-offs. Other vampire characters eclipse him in popularity. Think Anne Rice's Lestat or the various brooding vampires of television and film. But your name remains the touchstone, the original from which everything else derives. Meanwhile, actual historians and Romanian scholars are still trying to understand the historical Vlad, to separate the propaganda from the reality, and to figure out who you actually were and what you actually did. This scholarship produces interesting work, but it's swimming upstream against a cultural current that has already decided who Dracula is, and that version is much more compelling than a complicated medieval prince. In the late 20th century, Romania discovers it can monetize the Dracula connection. Never mind that the association is mostly fictional, never mind that you barely spent any time in Transylvania compared to Wallachia, never mind that the whole vampire thing is invented. Tourists want to visit Dracula's castle, so Romania will give them Dracula's castle. Bran Castle becomes the main attraction. It's a beautiful medieval fortress in Transylvania, dramatically positioned on a hillside, genuinely atmospheric even without any vampire associations. You might have spent a few days there once, or you might not have. The historical record is unclear, but that doesn't matter. The castle looks like where Dracula should have lived, so it becomes Dracula's castle in the tourist literature. Imagine being a tour guide in Transylvania in the 1990s. You know the historical reality. Vlad III Dracula was a medieval prince with a complicated reputation who had nothing to do with vampires. But your tourists want vampire stories. They want to hear about blood drinking and undead nobles. They want to feel a thrill of transgressive fear in a context that's completely safe. So you give them what they want, though maybe you also slip in some actual history for anyone paying close enough attention. The town of Sighișoara, where you were born, embraces the connection with somewhat more historical legitimacy. The house where you were supposedly born is now a restaurant with medieval decor and themed menu items. Every year there's a medieval festival with people in period costume, reenactments of battles, and just enough vampire kitsch to satisfy tourist expectations. It's a delicate balance between honouring actual history and acknowledging the fictional association that brings visitors. Romania as a whole performs an interesting dance with the Dracula legacy. The country wants foreign tourists and their money, which means embracing the vampire association that actually drives international interest. But Romanian cultural institutions also want to educate people about the historical Vlad, to complicate the simple monster narrative and to present a more nuanced picture of their medieval past. These goals don't always align comfortably. Starting seriously in the 1970s and 1980s, historians begin doing more careful work on your actual reign. They analyse contemporary documents, compare different chronicle accounts, look at economic records and diplomatic correspondence, and try to understand the political context you were operating in. This scholarship produces a more complicated picture than either the monster narrative or the nationalist hero narrative. The consensus that emerges is something like this. You were a medieval ruler operating in extremely difficult circumstances, caught between two empires and dealing with unreliable domestic allies. You employed harsh methods that were not uncommon for the era and region, but you probably employed them more consistently and systematically than most contemporaries. The worst atrocity stories are likely exaggerations or inventions, but enough contemporary accounts mention brutal punishments that the core of the reputation seems accurate. You tried to strengthen Wallachia's independence through a combination of military resistance, economic reform, and aggressive centralisation of power. These efforts ultimately failed, but the failure was probably inevitable given the resource disparity between Wallachia and its neighbouring empires. Your main achievements were temporary. You held off Ottoman domination for a while, you strengthened internal order for a few years, and you demonstrated that resistance was possible even if ultimate success wasn't. This scholarly reassessment produces detailed biographies, careful analyses of the political context, and nuanced discussions of how to evaluate medieval rulers by appropriate standards rather than modern ones. It's good work, important work, but it reaches a relatively small audience of people already interested in medieval Romanian history. The popular image of Dracula remains completely unaffected. Some scholars get frustrated by this disconnect between historical research and popular culture. Others find it fascinating as an example of how myths develop and persist despite factual correction. A few make their peace with it and write for both audiences, producing academic work for specialists and popular histories for general readers, carefully navigating between accuracy and accessibility. Romanian scholars in particular wrestle with how to present you to both domestic and international audiences. For Romanians, you're part of national history, a figure who needs to be understood in context. For international audiences, you're forever associated with vampires, and maybe that association can be used to draw attention to actual Romanian history and culture. The tension never fully resolves. The internet age brings new life to your fictional alter ego. Fan fiction communities produce thousands of stories exploring every possible variation on the Dracula character. Video games feature you as everything from a boss character to a playable protagonist. Online forums debate the finer points of vampire lore with the seriousness that medieval theologians once brought to debates about angel hierarchies. Meanwhile, tourism websites promise authentic Dracula experiences. You can take a Dracula tour, sleep in a Dracula-themed hotel, eat at a Dracula restaurant, and buy Dracula merchandise of every conceivable variety. The commercialization reaches levels that would impress even the most ambitious medieval merchant. The Saxon traders who helped destroy your reputation through their pamphlets would appreciate the irony. You're now a brand, and Romania is monetizing that brand enthusiastically, if somewhat ambivalently. Academic papers continue being written about the historical Vlad. Historians refine their understanding of 15th century Wallachian politics, discover new documents in archives, and correct previous interpretations. This scholarship is valuable and important, but it exists in a parallel universe to the popular culture understanding of Dracula. The two rarely intersect except in occasional documentaries that try to explain the real story behind the legend. You've become a case study in how historical figures can be completely transformed by later cultural processes. The historical Vlad III Dracula of Wallachia has less cultural impact than Count Dracula the vampire, even though the vampire is fictional and the prince was real. The fictional version has displaced the historical version so thoroughly that most people don't even know there is a historical version to displace. This raises interesting questions about how history works and what we preserve from the past. We remember you not for what you actually did, defending Wallachia, implementing economic reforms, fighting the Ottomans, navigating impossible political circumstances, but for something you never did, drinking blood and turning into a bat. The propaganda pamphlet started this process of transformation. Stoker accelerated it, and 20th century media completed it. If we strip away the vampire mythology, the propaganda exaggerations, the nationalist rehabilitation, and the tourist kitsch, what actually remains? What can we know with reasonable confidence about who you were and what you did? You were born around 1431 into a family of Wallachian nobles. You spent formative years as an Ottoman hostage, which gave you excellent training in how empires function, and probably contributed to a worldview that emphasized power, survival, and the unreliability of alliances. You claimed the Wallachian throne 3 times and ruled for a total of maybe 6 or 7 years across these periods. During your reigns, you centralized power more aggressively than previous Wallachian rulers, reducing the influence of boyar families and increasing princely authority. You implemented economic reforms aimed at increasing state revenue and supporting Wallachian merchants against foreign competition, particularly Saxon traders. You strengthened defensive infrastructure and enforced laws with severe punishments. You fought against Ottoman expansion using a combination of conventional warfare and scorched earth tactics. You achieved some notable successes, particularly the night raid on Mehmed's camp in 1462, but ultimately couldn't prevent Ottoman domination of the region. You tried to balance between Ottoman and Hungarian pressures while maintaining Wallachian independence, a strategy that worked temporarily but failed in the long run. You made enemies, Saxon merchants who resented economic regulations, boyars who resented centralized authority, Ottoman officials who resented your irregular tribute payments and outright resistance, and various local rivals who preferred different rulers or different policies. These enemies had access to printing presses and used them effectively, creating propaganda that outlived you and eventually became the foundation for your vampire legend. You died in 1476 in circumstances that remain unclear. Your actual achievements as a ruler were modest and temporary. Your symbolic importance to Romanian nationalism is significant but contested. Your transformation into Count Dracula is complete and probably irreversible. You started as a medieval prince dealing with impossible political circumstances. The Saxon pamphlets turned you into a monster of unprecedented cruelty, a process driven by commercial resentment and enabled by new printing technology. Romanian folk memory kept alive a competing image of the harsh but just ruler. 19th century nationalism tried to rehabilitate your reputation for political purposes, and then Bram Stoker borrowed your name for a vampire novel, completing a transformation that had been building for centuries. The result is one of the most complete cases of historical identity displacement in Western culture. The vampire count is more real to most people than the medieval prince ever could be. The Transylvanian castle that you barely visited is more famous than the Wallachian fortresses where you actually lived. The image of a caped figure turning into a bat has more cultural resonance than anything you actually did during your life. Perhaps there's something appropriate about this. You lived in a world where image and reputation mattered as much as actual deeds, where propaganda could destroy a ruler as effectively as armies, and where the stories people told about you shaped your political viability. The pamphlets that destroyed your reputation in your lifetime ultimately made you immortal, though not in any way you would have recognized or appreciated. So here you are, Vlad III Dracula, Prince of Wallachia, defender against the Ottomans, economic reformer, centralizing autocrat, victim of propaganda warfare, and ultimately the inspiration for the most famous vampire in Western literature. You're sleeping now in history's complicated embrace, remembered, but not for what you actually did, famous, but under someone else's mythology, immortal, but only as a fiction. And maybe, in the quiet darkness of a winter night, that's its own kind of justice for a prince who understood better than most that reality matters less than reputation, and reputation is just another story we tell ourselves until we believe it's true. The candle flickers low, the shadows lengthen, and somewhere between the historical prince and the fictional count, your story finally comes to rest. Sleep well. You settle into your favourite spot tonight as we explore a story about understanding ourselves. Picture the early 20th century when a Swiss psychiatrist began noticing patterns that would later explain why you sometimes feel like you have met a stranger before, or why certain symbols appear in dreams across every culture. Carl Jung spent decades mapping the invisible architecture of the human mind, and his discoveries might explain more about your daily life than you ever imagined. The year is 1907, and you find yourself standing outside a substantial stone building in Zurich. The morning air carries the crisp bite of Swiss winter. You can almost feel the cold seeping through your coat as you imagine walking through those heavy wooden doors. The brass handle feels icy beneath your palm. The weight of the door requires effort to open, as if the building itself wants to ensure only serious visitors enter. Inside, a young psychiatrist sits across from patients in a consulting room. The room smells faintly of pipe tobacco and old books. Sunlight filters through tall windows, creating pools of warmth on the worn Persian rug. The floorboards creak softly with each subtle movement. You notice the way dust motes drift through the light beams like tiny wandering thoughts made visible. Carl Jung leans forward in his chair, listening with an intensity that makes people feel truly heard for perhaps the first time in their lives. His hands rest loosely in his lap. No nervous fidgeting, no glancing at the clock, just complete presence. The kind of attention that makes the rest of the world fade away. Jung does not look like someone about to revolutionize how we understand the mind. He wears a simple dark suit that has seen better days. His eyes hold a curious mix of scientific precision and something else. Something that suggests he sees beyond the surface of things. There is kindness in his face, but also seriousness. He takes the human mind as seriously as an architect takes load-bearing walls. You watch as he takes notes in his careful handwriting. He records not just what patients say, but how they say it. He notices when they pause. He pays attention to the words they choose when describing their dreams. He marks down the gestures they make unconsciously. Every detail matters because every detail reveals something about the hidden landscape of the psyche. Most doctors of his era would dismiss dreams as meaningless static from a sleeping brain. Random electrical activity. Nonsense that evaporates with the morning light. Jung suspects they might be messages written in a language we have forgotten how to read. He approaches each dream with the attention a translator brings to ancient texts. The consulting room becomes your refuge tonight. Picture yourself settling into one of those old leather chairs, the kind that holds the shape of everyone who has sat there before you. The leather is cracked in places but still comfortable. You can hear the scratch of Jung's pen on paper. Each stroke was deliberate and purposeful. Outside the window, snow begins to fall in soft, unhurried flakes. The city grows quieter under its white blanket. Jung had started his career following traditional psychiatric approaches. He measured reaction times with a stopwatch. He studied word associations with scientific precision. He created tests that revealed what people tried to hide even from themselves. The tests worked brilliantly. A person would pause for just a fraction too long at certain words. That pause revealed unconscious conflicts more reliably than any amount of direct questioning. But something kept nagging at him. Patients from completely different backgrounds would describe remarkably similar dream images. A woman from a farming village who had never travelled beyond her valley would dream of descending into dark waters. A wealthy banker from Geneva would have nearly identical dreams. Neither had read mythology or ancient texts, yet their dreams echoed stories thousands of years old. This pattern appeared too often to dismiss as coincidence. The farmer's daughter dreamed of a great tree connecting earth and sky. The banker saw himself climbing a cosmic mountain. Ancient Norse legends spoke of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Countless cultures had sacred mountains where earth touched heaven. How did these uneducated patients access symbolic vocabularies from traditions they had never encountered? You might recognise this feeling yourself. That moment when you encounter something supposedly new, but it feels strangely familiar. Like walking into a building you have never visited but somehow knowing where the stairs will be. That sense of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Jung started collecting these moments like a botanist collecting rare specimens. He filled notebooks with dreams, page after page of vivid imagery that patients brought to him. Visions that erupted during therapy sessions, symbolic patterns that appeared across cultures and centuries. He would sit late into the evening reading these accounts by lamplight, looking for connections that others might miss. The city of Zurich hums outside the consulting room windows. Streetcars clatter along cobblestone roads, making their endless circuits. Merchants set up their stalls in the morning markets, calling out their wares in Swiss German. The smell of fresh bread drifts from bakeries. Children play in the streets between errands. The modern world was accelerating rapidly during those years. Electric lights were replacing gas lamps street by street. Automobiles were beginning to outnumber horses, though both still competed for road space. Telephones connected distant cities. The pace of change felt breathtaking to people who remembered quieter times. Yet Jung sensed that beneath all this progress, something ancient and unchanging was still operating in the human psyche. He noticed that his patients were not just individuals struggling with personal problems. They were also connected to something larger. Their dreams contained images they could not have learned from their own experiences. A city clerk who had never left Switzerland dreamed of ancient Egyptian burial rites with startling accuracy. He described boats carrying the dead across water, scales weighing the heart against a feather. These were not vague approximations. The details matched temple reliefs Jung had studied in archaeological journals. A young mother who worked in a textile mill dreamed of symbols that appeared in Tibetan mandalas she had never seen. Perfect circles containing intricate geometric patterns, 4 gates opening to cardinal directions, the same sacred geometry that monks spent lifetimes perfecting in remote monasteries halfway around the world. How did her sleeping mind access this knowledge? Picture yourself in that consulting room as Jung begins to wonder whether the human mind might be like an old house. The rooms you live in daily represent your conscious awareness. You know these spaces well. The furniture is familiar. You can walk through them in the dark without stumbling. But beneath those everyday rooms lie cellars and sub-basements, spaces you rarely visit or have forgotten entirely. These deeper spaces connect to something much older. Foundations that link your house to vast underground networks stretching beneath every house, in every city. The bedrock on which all dwellings rest. Jung began to suspect that human minds shared similar foundations, that beneath individual consciousness lay something collective and universal. This idea would have seemed absurd to most of his colleagues. The mind was supposed to be a blank slate at birth. Everything you knew came from your personal experiences. Your memories belonged to you alone. You built your mental world from the ground up through learning and conditioning. The idea of inherited mental patterns made no sense in the dominant theories of the time, but Jung kept finding evidence that challenged this assumption. Too many dreams that drew on knowledge the dreamer could not possess. Too many symbols that crossed cultural boundaries. Too many myths that told essentially the same stories in radically different settings. The specifics changed, but the underlying patterns remained remarkably constant. You rest deeper in your chair. The leather creaks softly as you shift your weight. The snow continues falling outside. Each flake is unique in its crystalline structure, yet all follow the same basic form. Jung lights his pipe and the smoke curls upward in lazy spirals. The tobacco smell mingles with old books and furniture polish. The consulting room feels like a sanctuary from the rushing modern world. He is on the edge of a discovery that will reshape how we understand ourselves. But tonight, in 1907, he is simply a curious doctor who listens very carefully to what people tell him, when they stop trying to make sense of their experiences, when they just describe exactly what they saw in dreams or visions. That is when the real communication begins. The leather chair supports you perfectly now. Your breathing slows to match the gentle rhythm of snowfall. One flake at a time is drifting down. No hurry, no destination except Earth. Jung makes another note in his journal. The page fills with observations about recurring symbols, about images that appear in dreams from Munich to Moscow, about patterns that suggest the human mind might share a common foundation, like how all trees draw from the same earth, even while growing in different forests. An oak in Switzerland and a maple in Canada look nothing alike, but both send roots into soil. Both draw water and nutrients through similar cellular processes. Both reach towards sunlight with leaves designed to capture energy. The specifics differ, but the fundamental patterns remain constant. Jung wondered if human minds worked the same way. Individual experiences varied wildly. Your life looked nothing like someone living in Beijing or Buenos Aires, but perhaps the deep structures of the psyche followed universal patterns. Perhaps certain symbols and stories resonated across cultures because they emerged from shared psychological bedrock. The idea both excited and unsettled him. It suggested humans were less isolated than they appeared, less unique in their psychological makeup. But it also meant that help and wisdom might be available from unexpected sources, that ancient texts might speak to modern problems, that dreams might carry ancestral wisdom along with personal messages. You can feel yourself drifting now. The boundary between Jung's consulting room and your own current location grows permeable. Time collapses a little. That young doctor in 1907 is trying to understand the same questions you grapple with today. Who am I really? What do my struggles mean? How do I make sense of experiences that seem to come from somewhere beyond my own history? The snow falls steadily outside. The city settles into evening routines. Lights appear in windows as families gather for dinner. Jung will work late tonight, as he often does, reviewing his notes, looking for patterns, trusting that if he pays close enough attention, the psyche will reveal its secrets, not all at once, but gradually. The way dawn reveals a landscape that was there all along waiting for light. You find yourself in a library unlike any you have visited before. This is not a building made of brick and mortar. No librarian staffs the desk. No fluorescent lights hum overhead. Instead, imagine a vast repository that exists beneath conscious thought. An archive of patterns and possibilities built into the very structure of your mind. Jung called this space the collective unconscious, and you carry it with you every moment of your life. It is not something you need to access through effort or meditation. You are always in it. The way a fish is always in water, even when it is not thinking about water. This invisible library shapes your perceptions and reactions more than you realize. Picture walking through endless corridors lined with shelves. These shelves do not hold books exactly. They contain something more fundamental, templates for experience, patterns that have proven useful for humans across millennia, the hero's journey, the nurturing mother, the wise guide, the trickster who upends expectations. All these patterns exist as possibilities waiting for the right circumstances to activate. The air in this library feels dense with meaning, not the musty smell of old paper exactly. Something older and more organic. Imagine the scent of rain on ancient stone, the feeling of recognition when you see a face in the clouds, the strange comfort of hearing a lullaby in a language you do not speak, but somehow understand at a level deeper than words. Jung discovered this hidden library by accident, or perhaps by paying attention to accidents. He noticed that certain themes appeared in every culture's stories despite no possible contact between those cultures. Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories shared structural elements with Norse myths. African folk tales echoed themes from ancient Sumeria. The surface details differed wildly, but the underlying patterns repeated with uncanny consistency. The hero who must descend into darkness before finding wisdom. This story appears everywhere. In Greek myths about Persephone descending to the underworld. In Christian theology with the harrowing of hell. In shamanic traditions where the initiate must journey to the land of the dead. The specific imagery changes, but the pattern remains. Descent brings transformation. Death leads to rebirth. Loss creates the space for new understanding. The trickster who breaks rules and creates chaos also appears universally. Loki in Norse mythology, Coyote in Native American tales, Anansi in West African stories. Each one disrupts order and causes trouble. But their chaos often serves a larger purpose. They reveal hypocrisies. They teach through negative examples. They remind settled societies that order always needs questioning. The Great Mother who nurtures and destroys appears in countless forms, Isis and Demeter, Kali and Coatlicue. The earth itself becomes the great mother in most traditions. She provides food and shelter. She receives the dead back into her embrace. Life and death flow from the same source. This pattern reflects the fundamental human experience of depending on forces beyond our control. You carry these same blueprints. When you watch a movie and instantly recognize who will betray the hero, you are reading from this ancient library. Your brain pattern matches the situation against templates refined over thousands of generations. When a song makes you cry even though the lyrics describe an experience you have never had, you are touching these deeper patterns. The specific content might be new, but it activates old recognition circuits. Think about your own life for a moment. How many times have you met someone and felt an immediate sense of knowing them? Not because they reminded you of someone specific, not because they shared obvious characteristics with anyone from your past, but because they fit a pattern you recognized without being able to name it. Jung would say you were perceiving an archetype expressing itself through this particular person. The collective unconscious operates like a common language spoken beneath all the different languages we speak aloud. You might think your dreams are purely personal creations, random assemblages of the day's leftover thoughts and images. But Jung found that the same symbolic vocabulary appears in dreams around the world, regardless of culture or personal history. Water represents the unconscious itself in dreams across every tradition. The ocean depths mirror the depths of the psyche. Drowning suggests being overwhelmed by unconscious contents. Crossing water signifies a transition between psychological states. These associations were not invented by any individual. They emerged naturally from the structure of human experience. Forests signify the unknown in countless stories and dreams. The dark woods where the path disappears, where familiar landmarks vanish and anything might happen. This reflects the actual human experience of forest for most of our history. Places beyond settlement where danger lurked but also where transformation occurred. The hero always enters the forest alone and emerges changed. Circles and mandalas point toward wholeness and completion. The eternal return, the cycle of seasons, the shape that has no beginning or end. You find circular patterns in Celtic knotwork and Tibetan sand paintings, in African shields and Native American medicine wheels, in rose windows of Gothic cathedrals. The circle speaks a universal language about unity and completion. You settle deeper into this invisible library. The shelves extend infinitely in all directions, up and down, forward and back. Each one holds knowledge that predates written history. This is where fairy tales come from, not from individual imagination but from the collective unconscious, expressing its patterns through whoever is receptive enough to listen and transcribe. This is why certain stories grab you immediately, while others leave you cold. The ones that resonate are speaking a language your deeper self remembers perfectly. They activate patterns already present in your psyche. The surface story might be new, but the underlying structure feels like coming home. Jung spent years exploring this territory. He did not just read about mythology and religion as interesting historical artifacts. He studied them as active maps to the psychological landscape, living documents that described actual territories of the mind. When medieval alchemists wrote about transforming lead into gold, they were not really talking about chemistry in the modern sense. They were describing the process of psychological transformation that you might recognize from your own life. The dark, heavy parts of yourself being refined into something precious through patient work. The alchemical stages mirrored stages of individuation, dissolution, separation, conjunction. Each phase had psychological correlates. The work happened in the vessel of the psyche, not in laboratory glassware. Picture yourself as a child hearing a fairy tale for the first time. You did not need anyone to explain why the youngest child succeeds where the older siblings fail. You did not question why the hero must complete 3 impossible tasks. You did not wonder why talking animals could dispense wisdom. These patterns made immediate sense because they were already written into your psychological DNA. The youngest child represents potential not yet corrupted by worldly success. The 3 tasks reflect the threefold nature of transformation. The talking animals embody instinctual wisdom that the rational mind overlooks. None of this required explanation because it matched templates already present in the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious is not mystical or supernatural. It is simply the inherited structure of the human brain shaped by millions of years of evolution. Just as you were born knowing how to recognize faces and feel fear when you sense danger, You are also born with these deeper patterns. They help you navigate the fundamental situations that humans have faced since consciousness emerged: birth and death, love and loss, danger and safety, transformation and renewal. These experiences have remained constant even as cultures and technologies changed. The human brain evolved structures for processing these universal situations. Those structures create the templates Jung called archetypes. Modern life tries to convince you that you are entirely unique, that your experiences are unprecedented, that no one has ever felt exactly what you feel. Social media encourages this illusion of uniqueness. Your carefully curated feed, your personal brand, your distinctive perspective on every issue. But Jung would gently suggest otherwise. The specific details of your life are yours alone. The apartment you rent, the career path you chose, the relationship problems you face. These particulars belong to you and no one else. But the underlying patterns connect you to everyone who has ever lived. The struggle to find meaning, the fear of death, the longing for connection, the search for purpose. These are not new problems, they are the oldest problems. You rest in this understanding. The library shelves glow softly with accumulated wisdom. Somewhere in these infinite corridors lies the pattern for every human experience you will ever have. The first day of school that felt like entering a forbidden forest. The job interview that echoed ancient trials of worthiness. The relationship that followed the oldest story of all, two people trying to become whole together. The temperature in this library feels perfect. Not too warm, not too cool. Just right for drifting between waking and sleeping. Between your individual consciousness and this deeper collective awareness. Jung knew that you never actually leave this library. You just forget you are in it. Your conscious mind gets absorbed in daily details and loses track of the larger patterns. Tonight, as you settle into rest, you remember. You're both a unique individual and a universal human. Your dreams tonight will draw from this vast repository. Ancient symbols will combine with today's experiences. The collective unconscious will work through your particular life circumstances. Processing, integrating, offering wisdom in the symbolic language that your deeper self speaks fluently, even when consciousness struggles to translate. The shelves continue into darkness in every direction. More wisdom than any individual could access in a lifetime. More patterns than the conscious mind could catalogue. But you do not need to know every book in this library. You just need to remember it exists, that you are connected to this vast inheritance, that the struggles and joys of your individual life echo across human history. Jung found this oddly comforting. Your problems are not strange or unprecedented. They follow patterns that humans have been navigating for thousands of years. The particular circumstances change, but the underlying challenges remain remarkably constant. How to live with integrity, how to love despite fear, how to create meaning in an indifferent universe, how to face death without despair. The library holds all of this, not as abstract philosophy, but as lived experience condensed into symbolic patterns. You can access this wisdom through dreams, through myths and stories, through art and ritual, through any practice that bypasses the rational mind and speaks directly to the depths. Jung devoted his life to creating maps of this territory. Tonight you walk through it yourself. Picture yourself at a movie theatre. The lights dim and the story begins. Within minutes you can identify certain characters without anyone explaining them. There is the mentor who guides the protagonist through unfamiliar territory, the trickster who disrupts plans with unexpected humour, the shadow figure who embodies everything the hero fears about themselves. You recognise these faces immediately because they are archetypes, and Jung spent years mapping their territory. Archetypes are not types of people exactly. They are more like roles that people step into, functions that need to be performed in the economy of the psyche. You have probably played several of these roles yourself without realising it. The same person who is the hero at work might be the caregiver at home. The friend who plays the jester in social situations might embody the sage when offering advice late at night. Think about a time when you gave someone advice that surprised even you with its wisdom. Words flowed out that seemed to come from somewhere beyond your usual understanding. In that moment you were channeling what Jung called the wise old man, or the wise old woman. The accumulated knowledge that exists in the collective unconscious was speaking through you. You became a vessel for archetypal wisdom. The room around you feels warm and safe as we explore these eternal characters. They appear in every story because they represent fundamental aspects of being human. The hero archetype drives you forward when you need to accomplish something difficult. It provides courage when you feel afraid. It offers determination when obstacles appear. You activate the hero whenever you face a challenge that requires your best effort. The caregiver archetype activates when someone you love needs help. Suddenly, your own needs become secondary. You find energy you did not know you had. You make sacrifices that would have seemed impossible yesterday. This is not weakness or codependency when the archetype functions properly. It is a natural human capacity to nurture and protect. The mother is staying up all night with a sick child. The friend who drops everything to help you move. The archetypal caregiver in action. The explorer pushes you to try new experiences and discover unknown territories. This archetype appears when you feel restless with routine, when the familiar stops satisfying, when you need to break out of established patterns and see what lies beyond the horizon. Every person who ever left their village to see what existed in the next valley was following the explorer archetype. Jung noticed these patterns everywhere, not just in myths and movies, but in everyday life. Your boss, who seems to embody the ruler archetype, makes perfect sense from this perspective. Rulers control resources and make decisions. They establish order and maintain hierarchies. This is not personal tyranny necessarily. It is an archetypal function being performed. Someone needs to organize collective effort and distribute resources. The ruler does this work. Your friend, who always plays the jester, serves an equally important function. Jesters use humor to ease tension and reveal uncomfortable truths. They can say things that would get others punished because they do it through laughter. The court jester could mock the king when direct criticism would mean death. The function persists today. The friend who makes jokes at serious moments is not being disrespectful. They are performing the ancient role of using humor to make unbearable situations bearable. These are not choices people make consciously most of the time. They are ancient patterns expressing themselves through modern personalities. You step into different archetypal roles depending on what the situation requires. At work, you might need to be the warrior, fighting for your project or defending your position. At home, you shift into the caregiver, nurturing your family. With friends, you might become the sage, offering perspective on their problems. You might recognize the innocent archetype in yourself or others, the part that wants to trust and believe the best about people. This is not childishness or naivety exactly. It is a fundamental human pattern that allows us to form connections and maintain hope. Without the innocent archetype, we would all become cynical and isolated. We would never take the risk of loving because love requires vulnerability. When life batters this innocent part of you, something important gets damaged. The person who can no longer trust, who sees betrayal in every gesture, who assumes the worst about every situation. They have lost contact with the necessary archetype. Jung understood that each archetype serves a purpose in the economy of the soul. Losing access to any of them creates imbalance. The mother archetype appears in countless forms throughout human culture. Not just in biological mothers, but in anyone who nurtures and protects. Teachers who care about their students. Doctors who tend to the sick. Gardeners who cultivate plants. Anyone who creates conditions for growth and development embodies aspects of the mother archetype. The earth itself becomes the great mother in many traditions. She provides food and shelter. She receives waste and transforms it into nutrients. She maintains the cycles that allow life to continue. You might feel this archetype activate when you care for a pet or tend a garden. That deep satisfaction of feeding something and watching it thrive comes from a very old place in human experience. Picture walking through a gallery where each painting represents a different archetype. Here is the warrior, ready to fight for what matters. Strong back, clear eyes, weapons at hand. This archetype has kept humans alive for millennia. The willingness to fight when fighting becomes necessary. Not violence for its own sake, but the capacity to defend what must be protected. There is the lover seeking union and beauty. This archetype drives not just romantic relationships, but all forms of connection and appreciation. The lover archetype activates when you see a sunset and feel your heart swell, when music moves you to tears, when you want to merge with an experience rather than analyze it. The lover says yes to life, to beauty, to connection. Over there stands the magician, transforming reality through knowledge and skill. Every scientist and artist embodies this archetype. Anyone who takes raw materials and creates something new. Anyone who changes situations through insight and technique. The programmer writing code that did not exist before. The chef combines ingredients into flavors that surprise. The therapist is helping someone transform their relationship with trauma. All magicians at work. You have met every one of these figures. They appear in your dreams in various guises. They show up in the people you admire or fear. They live inside you, waiting for the right moment to emerge. No single archetype defines you completely. You contain multitudes. The key is learning which archetype the situation calls for and being able to access it. Modern advertising understands archetypes very well, though they rarely use Jung's terminology. Companies spend millions to associate their products with these powerful patterns. The car commercial showing rugged landscapes taps into the explorer and the hero. Buy this vehicle, and you become the person who conquers challenges and discovers new territories. The jewellery ad showing a wedding connects to the lover and the innocent. The belief that perfect love exists, that commitment creates lasting happiness, that beauty can be captured and preserved. These are archetypal themes that bypass rational thought and speak directly to the collective unconscious. The ad works not through logic but through symbol. The credit card commercial featuring a celebrity associates the product with whatever archetype that celebrity embodies. The rebel who breaks rules, the sage who knows what matters, the creator who builds new things. Buy our product and you acquire a piece of that archetypal energy. This is magical thinking, but it works because archetypes are real psychological forces. You might wonder why certain celebrities seem to captivate millions, while others with equal talent fade away. Often the difference is how clearly they embody an archetype. Some actors consistently play the outlaw, rebelling against social constraints. Audiences never tire of this because the outlaw archetype serves a necessary function. It questions authority. It challenges corrupt systems. It reminds us that rules are human creations, not natural laws. Other actors always portray the sage, offering wisdom and clarity. Think of the characters who serve as moral centers in stories, the ones who see through deception and speak uncomfortable truths. Audiences respond because these performances activate ancient recognition patterns. We know this figure. We have met them before in different forms across cultures and centuries. The interesting part is that no one is just one archetype. You contain them all in various combinations and proportions. The particular mix creates your unique personality. But the ingredients are universal. Jung found this oddly comforting. Your struggles are not strange or unprecedented. They follow patterns that humans have been navigating for thousands of years. Think about the last time you felt drawn to someone instantly. Often what you sensed was an archetype they were expressing that matched something you needed in that moment. The mentor who appeared just when you were lost. The trickster friend who brought playfulness when life felt too serious. The sage who offered perspective when you could not see beyond your problems. These encounters feel magical, but they are actually the collective unconscious, orchestrating connections through archetypal patterns. You rest deeper into your seat in the gallery. The paintings of archetypes surround you with familiar faces, wearing different masks across time and culture. Jung taught that recognizing these patterns helps you understand yourself and others with more compassion. When someone irritates you, they might be expressing an archetype that conflicts with the one you are currently inhabiting. The rebel clashes with the ruler because rebellion challenges order. The sage has little patience for the innocent, because wisdom comes from experience while innocence resists knowing. The creator feels confined by the caregiver, because creation requires self-focus, while caregiving demands attention to others. These conflicts are not personal failures. They are archetypal tensions built into the structure of human psychology. Modern life tries to convince you that you should be consistent, that you should have one identity and stick to it, your personal brand, your authentic self. But Jung knew better. You're a symphony of archetypal energies. Some days the creator takes the lead and you make beautiful things. Other days the shadow emerges and you grapple with your darker impulses. This is not inconsistency. This is completeness. The temperature in the room adjusts perfectly to your comfort. You have never been warmer or more at ease. Outside somewhere a city continues its evening routines. But here in this archetypal space you can simply rest in the recognition that you are both utterly unique and completely connected to every human who has ever lived. The The same faces appear in different mirrors across time. The gallery extends further than you can see. More archetypes than we have named tonight. The orphan, the merchant, the destroyer, the creator. Each one serves a function in the economy of the psyche, each one appearing when circumstances require their particular gifts. You do not need to know them all intellectually, you just need to trust that you contain this full range of human possibility. Tonight you're remembering how to recognize them, in yourself, in others, in the stories that move you. This recognition brings compassion because you see that everyone is playing out archetypal patterns. The difficult person at work is not just annoying, they are embodying an archetype that challenges your preferred role. The friend who disappoints you is not simply flawed. They are working through archetypal tensions between conflicting aspects of personality. Jung believed that archetypal awareness could reduce conflict and increase understanding. When you see the patterns playing out, you take things less personally. You recognize the timeless drama unfolding through particular people and circumstances. This does not excuse harmful behavior, but it provides context that makes navigation easier. You can work with archetypal energies once you see them operating. You find yourself in that drowsy state between waking and sleeping. This is the threshold where Jung believed the unconscious mind speaks most clearly. Dreams rise from the depths like bubbles in water, carrying messages written in a language older than words. The logic of dreams follows different rules than waking thought. Images combine in impossible ways. Time moves strangely. People from different periods of your life appear together in places that never existed. Jung approached dreams differently than his mentor Sigmund Freud. Where Freud saw hidden wishes and repressed desires, Jung found something more expansive. He believed dreams were not trying to hide the truth but to reveal it. The problem was that the unconscious speaks in symbols, while your conscious mind prefers straightforward explanations. Learning to read dreams meant learning a new language. Picture your last vivid dream. Maybe you were flying or falling. Perhaps you returned to a childhood home that looked different, familiar but wrong in subtle ways. The furniture rearranged, rooms where no rooms should be. You might have encountered people who were somehow both familiar and strange. Your mother, but also not your mother. A friend who had different features, but you still knew who they were. These images were not random misfires of a sleeping brain. They were attempts by your deeper self to communicate something your waking mind needed to know. But the message came wrapped in symbol and metaphor, because that is the native language of the unconscious. Direct communication gets filtered by conscious defenses. Symbolic communication slips past those defenses and plants seeds that grow in their own time. The room around you grows softer and quieter as we explore this territory. The boundaries between inner and outer begin to blur. Jung would spend hours with patients exploring their dreams. He never imposed interpretations from above. Instead, he would ask what the symbols meant to the dreamer. A snake might represent danger to one person and transformation to another, healing to a third, sexuality to a fourth. The collective unconscious provides the symbolic vocabulary, but each individual speaks their own dialect. The snake carries ancient meanings that appear across cultures. Transformation because snakes shed their skin. Healing because of the medical caduceus. Danger because of venom. Wisdom because of their association with earth and hidden knowledge. But which meaning matters depends on the dreamer's personal context and current life situation. You have probably had dreams that felt significant even though you could not explain why. That feeling is your unconscious trying to get your attention. The dream stays with you all day. Images from it pop into your mind during meetings or meals. This persistence signals importance. Your psyche is working hard to communicate something. Jung found that dreams often compensate for imbalances in waking life. If you are too rational and controlled during the day, your dreams might flood you with emotional or chaotic images. The psyche seeks equilibrium like the body seeks homeostasis. Too much order in waking life gets balanced by disorder in dreams. Too much chaos gets balanced by organizing dreams of structure and pattern. Think about recurring dreams you have had. The same situation repeating with slight variations. You're back in school taking a test you did not study for. You're trying to run, but your legs will not move properly. You're in a house with endless rooms that keep appearing. Jung would say that is the unconscious being remarkably patient. It keeps sending the same message in different forms until you finally understand. Like a friend who calls and leaves voicemails when you do not pick up. The message grows more urgent. but the underlying concern remains constant. If you ignore recurring dreams long enough, they often manifest as symptoms in waking life. The anxiety you refuse to acknowledge in dreams becomes panic attacks. The rage you will not face becomes depression. The creativity you suppress becomes restless dissatisfaction. Some dreams feel prophetic. You dream of an old friend and then they call the next day. You dream about a car accident and then hear about one on the news. Jung did not dismiss these experiences as mere coincidence. He developed the concept of synchronicity to explain meaningful coincidences that bypass normal causality. The unconscious mind might detect patterns that consciousness misses, subtle cues about situations developing, early warning signs of coming events. The unconscious processes this information and expresses it through symbolic dreams, or perhaps in some cases the psyche extends beyond individual boundaries and touches a larger field of meaning. Jung remained open to both possibilities. The air grows thick with possibility as you drift deeper. You are floating now between different layers of awareness. Jung taught that you dream every night even when you do not remember. Your unconscious never stops processing experience and trying to communicate insights. Dreams are like letters from a wise correspondent who knows you better than you know yourself. This correspondent has access to everything you have ever experienced, every conversation you have forgotten, every image you barely noticed, every feeling you suppressed. The unconscious remembers it all and uses this vast database to construct nightly messages tailored specifically to your current needs and situations. Modern sleep science has discovered that dreams perform important psychological functions. They help consolidate memories, moving experiences from short-term to long-term storage. They process emotions, allowing you to work through feelings in a safe environment. They allow the brain to practice responding to threats without real danger. Jung anticipated all this decades before EEG machines could measure sleep stages. He knew instinctively that dreams were essential for psychological health. People deprived of REM sleep become unstable. They're waking life fragments. Reality starts feeling unreal. The boundary between inner and outer weakens. Dreams are not frivolous entertainment. They are necessary maintenance for psychological integrity. Picture yourself keeping a dream journal by your bed. Jung recommended writing dreams down immediately upon waking. The conscious mind forgets dreams rapidly because it finds their symbolic language uncomfortable. Dreams challenge rational order. They combine impossible elements. They break the rules of physics and logic. The waking mind dismisses them quickly to restore normal functioning, but capturing even fragments preserves something valuable. Over time, patterns emerge, recurring symbols, themes that weave through months or years. A personal symbolic vocabulary develops. You learn that certain images carry specific meanings in your dreams. Water might always represent emotions. Houses might represent your sense of self. Cars might symbolize how you navigate life. You might dream of water when facing emotional situations. Calm water suggests emotions under control. Stormy seas indicate turbulence. Drowning might mean overwhelm. Swimming could represent confidence in handling feelings. The specific imagery matters less than the pattern of association that develops through attention and recording. Houses often represent the self in dreams. Different rooms hold different aspects of personality. The basement might contain repressed material or instinctual drives. The attic could represent spiritual aspirations or neglected memories. The kitchen might relate to nourishment and sustenance. Bedrooms to intimacy and rest. These are not fixed rules, but common patterns Jung observed across thousands of dreams. The interesting part is that dreams do not just reflect your personal history. They also connect you to the collective unconscious. People who have never studied mythology dream of symbols that appear in ancient texts. A person with no religious background might dream of mandalas or sacred geometry. The deeper layers of the psyche speak a universal language that transcends individual learning. Think about nightmares for a moment. Jung did not see them as problems to eliminate. They were unconsciously using intensity to ensure you paid attention. What you fear in dreams often represents aspects of yourself that you have rejected or denied. The monster chasing you might be your own creativity that seems dangerous because it threatens your carefully constructed identity. The angry figure pursuing you could be your own unexpressed rage looking for acknowledgement. The catastrophe you witness might reflect the inner collapse of old structures to make room for new growth. Nightmares feel terrible, but they serve important functions. They force you to face what you would rather avoid. They create the urgency that gets conscious attention. You rest in the twilight between sleep and waking. This is a productive space where insights arrive uninvited. Jung called it active imagination, deliberately maintaining this threshold state to dialogue with the unconscious. Not analysing dreams from outside, but stepping into them and engaging with the images directly. You can practice this technique. Take a dream image that stays with you. Close your eyes and visualise it again. Then instead of analysing what it means, engage with it. If you dreamed of an old woman, imagine speaking to her. Ask what she wants. Listen for what emerges. If you dreamed of a dark forest, imagine walking into it. See what happens next. This is not making things up. It is allowing the unconscious to continue the communication it started in sleep. The images that emerge through active imagination often surprise you. They say things you would never consciously think. They take actions you would not plan. This surprise indicates that something authentic is happening. The unconscious is speaking in its own voice. Modern therapy has embraced many of Jung's dream techniques, though often without crediting him. Gestalt therapists ask clients to speak as different elements from their dreams. Take the perspective of the chasing monster. What do you want? What are you pursuing? This often reveals that the threatening figure carries a message rather than pure menace. Art therapists have people draw or paint dream images. The act of creating visual representation deepens engagement with the symbolic material. Things emerge through the drawing process that were not apparent in the original dream. Colours become important. Spatial relationships reveal hierarchies. The creative process itself becomes another form of active imagination. These approaches all honour Jung's insight that dreams are not puzzles to solve, but living symbols to engage with respectfully. You do not crack a dream like a code and then discard it. You develop a relationship with dream images over time. They become companions and teachers. Recurring figures gain depth and nuance through repeated encounters. The room around you has become permeable now. The boundary between inner and outer softens like watercolour edges bleeding together. You might notice your own dreams tonight feel more vivid. That is because paying attention to the unconscious invites it to communicate more clearly. The psyche responds to genuine interest like plants respond to light. When you study your dreams, they get richer and more instructive. More details emerge. More layers of meaning reveal themselves. Jung found this consistently in his practice. Patients who worked seriously with dreams received increasingly sophisticated communications from the unconscious. The psyche seemed pleased to be taken seriously and rewarded attention with clarity. You settle into the comfortable darkness. Not the darkness of ignorance or fear, but the fertile darkness of potential. The darkness before dawn. The darkness of the womb before birth. Somewhere in the depths of your mind, the dream factory is already beginning tonight's production. Ancient symbols are being combined with today's experiences. The collective unconscious is preparing messages tailored specifically for you. Messages about what you need to know, what you need to face, what you need to integrate, what you need to release. All you need to do is sleep and listen. Trust that the communication will come in exactly the form you can currently receive it. Jung believed dreams were genuinely helpful. Not tricks or traps, but guidance from the wisest part of yourself. The part that sees your whole life arc, that knows your potential, that understands your struggles from a perspective wider than ego's narrow focus. This helpful unconscious companion works through the night while consciousness rests. Picture yourself standing in front of a mirror in dim light. The reflection shows your familiar face, but Jung would ask you to look more carefully, to see not just what is visible but what lurks at the edges. Behind your reflected eyes lives someone you prefer not to acknowledge. This is your shadow, and it contains everything you believe you're not. The shadow is not evil exactly. It is simply the repository of qualities that do not fit your self-image, the dumping ground for aspects of yourself that you learned to reject. As a child, you received countless messages about what was acceptable and what was not. Good children do not get angry. Smart people do not make mistakes. Strong people do not cry. Successful people do not fail. Each message created a choice. Accept this part of yourself or reject it. Express this quality or hide it. Most of us learned to hide aspects that brought criticism or punishment. We created an acceptable self for public presentation. Everything that did not fit got stuffed into the shadow. If you think of yourself as kind, your shadow holds your capacity for cruelty. not because you have lost that capacity, but because you refuse to acknowledge it. If you pride yourself on rationality, your shadow contains wild irrationality. If you identify as independent, your shadow houses your neediness. The rejected qualities do not disappear. They accumulate in darkness, growing stronger through neglect. You might recognize your shadow in the people who irritate you most. Jung noticed that we tend to project our disowned qualities onto others. That person at work who seems unbearably arrogant might be reflecting your own ambition that you have learned to hide. You hate their obvious striving because it mirrors the ambition you deny in yourself. The friend whose neediness annoys you could be mirroring your own dependency that you refuse to admit. You pride yourself on self-sufficiency, on never asking for help, on handling everything alone. But the need for others does not vanish just because you deny it. It goes into shadow and appears externally as your friend's clingy behaviour that makes you uncomfortable. The room feels slightly cooler now as we approach this uncomfortable territory. Jung did not suggest that you needed to eliminate your shadow. That would be impossible and undesirable. The shadow contains not just negative qualities, but also positive ones you never developed. The artist inside the accountant, the fierce protector hiding in the gentle person, the playful child buried under adult responsibility. Instead of elimination, Jung advocated for integration, acknowledging that you contain the full spectrum of human possibility, including the parts that make you uncomfortable. This is not an invitation to act on every impulse, it is simply recognition. Seeing what is actually there rather than maintaining a polished but partial self-image. Think about times when you surprised yourself by acting out of character, saying something cruel when you normally value kindness, making an impulsive decision when you pride yourself on careful planning, behaving recklessly when you usually practice caution. These moments are often the shadow breaking through. The qualities you tried to lock away are finding expression anyway. The eruptions can be embarrassing or destructive, but they also carry information. What emerges from shadow reveals what you have been denying. That flash of cruelty might indicate anger you have never acknowledged. The impulsive decision could point to spontaneity you have suppressed. The reckless behaviour might reflect a need for freedom that your careful life never allows. Modern culture encourages you to present only positive traits. Social media demands that you perform happiness and success. Everyone posts their highlight reels while hiding their struggles. Job interviews require you to showcase only strengths while minimizing weaknesses. Relationships often involve presenting your best self and hiding your worst. But this constant editing creates a psychological problem. The rejected qualities do not disappear. They accumulate in the shadow, growing stronger through neglect. Like plants growing in darkness, they become pale and twisted. The shadow does not go away when you ignore it. It just becomes more powerful and more distorted. Jung noticed that people at midlife often experience dramatic shadow confrontations. The person who spent decades being responsible and dutiful might suddenly behave recklessly, buying a sports car, having an affair, quitting a stable job. These are not random breakdowns, but the shadow demanding recognition. The parts of yourself that have waited patiently are no longer willing to wait. The career-focused individual discovers long-suppressed creativity. They take up painting or music after decades of pure ambition. The rational skeptic has spiritual experiences that their worldview cannot accommodate. The fierce, independent person falls deeply in love and discovers vulnerability. These are not midlife crises in the conventional sense. They are the shadow asserting its right to exist. You settle deeper as we explore this shadow territory. It sounds threatening, but Jung found it could also be liberating. Your shadow contains enormous energy because you have spent years suppressing it. All that repression requires constant effort. When you stop fighting the shadow and start acknowledging it, that energy becomes available for more productive purposes. The fierce anger you suppressed can become passionate advocacy. The selfishness you rejected can become healthy self-care. The irrationality you denied can become creative insight. The qualities themselves are neutral. They become problematic only when denied and distorted through repression. Picture walking through a dimly lit corridor. Along the walls hang portraits of all the people you have judged or criticized. Jung would invite you to study these portraits carefully. Each one reveals something about your shadow. The qualities that disturb you in others often point to disowned aspects of yourself. This is not absolute. Sometimes a cruel person is just cruel. Sometimes an annoying habit is simply annoying. But strong reactions often indicate projection. When someone pushes your buttons effortlessly, they might be touching shadow material. The intensity of your reaction reveals the energy you're investing in keeping certain qualities at bay. The shadow appears frequently in dreams, the dark figure pursuing you through empty streets, the stranger whose face you cannot quite see, the menacing presence lurking at the edge of awareness. Jung taught that running from these figures in dreams only strengthens them. The more you flee, the more powerful they become. Turning to face them begins the process of integration. In dreams, this might mean stopping mid-chase and confronting your pursuer, asking what they want, looking at their face. Often the threatening figure transforms when directly encountered. The monster becomes a person. The demon becomes a teacher. The enemy becomes an ally. Think about the stories you love most. Often the hero must confront their shadow in some form. Luke Skywalker facing Darth Vader and discovering he could become his father. That lightsaber duel in the cave where he fights himself. Harry Potter learns he shares qualities with Voldemort. The piece of the Dark Lord living inside him. These narratives resonate because they mirror your own necessary journey toward wholeness. The external enemy reflects an internal struggle. The battle against evil out there mirrors the need to integrate shadow material in here. Every hero's journey includes shadow confrontation, because that confrontation is essential for genuine transformation. Modern psychology has validated Jung's shadow concept through research. Studies find that people who acknowledge their full range of traits tend to be psychologically healthier than those who maintain rigidly positive self-images. Accepting your capacity for both kindness and cruelty, strength and weakness, creates psychological flexibility. Rigid self-images create brittle personalities. When you only allow yourself to be kind, the first moment of cruelty shatters your sense of self. When you only permit yourself strength, the first experience of weakness devastates your identity. But when you acknowledge the full range from the start, nothing can shatter you. You already know you contain everything. You might notice your breathing has deepened, your body settling more completely into rest. Meeting the shadow is uncomfortable, but it is also a homecoming. The energy you spent denying parts of yourself becomes available for more productive purposes. The constant vigilance required to maintain a false image can finally relax. Jung warned about the collective shadow as well. Groups and nations project their disowned qualities onto other groups. This creates the dangerous dynamic of us versus them. We are civilized and rational. They are barbaric and emotional. We are peaceful and defensive. They are aggressive and threatening. Each side projects its shadow onto the other. This mechanism drives most conflicts. Nations that pride themselves on freedom fail to see their own authoritarian impulses. Religions that proclaim love demonize outsiders. Political movements that champion tolerance become viciously intolerant toward opponents. The shadow operates at every level from individual to collective. Understanding the shadow might be essential for reducing conflict. When you see the patterns playing out, you can interrupt the projection. That enemy out there might be showing you something about yourself. The qualities you hate in them might exist in you in different forms. This recognition does not excuse genuine wrongdoing, but it complicates the simple narratives that fuel division. The room around you holds this shadow wisdom gently. There is no rush to integrate everything tonight. The shadow has waited this long. It will continue waiting, but now you know it is there. That knowledge itself changes the relationship. The shadow loses some of its power when you simply acknowledge its existence. Picture yourself extending a hand to that dark figure from your dreams. Imagine saying hello to the parts of yourself you have denied. This is not an invitation to act on every impulse. A civilized life requires containing certain drives. But containment is different from denial. You can acknowledge anger without punching someone. Recognize selfishness without becoming narcissistic. See your capacity for cruelty without becoming cruel. The difference is awareness. The shadow that remains unconscious controls you. It erupts at inopportune moments. It sabotages your intentions. It creates compulsions and addictions. But the shadow brought into awareness becomes just another part of yourself to work with. Still challenging, but no longer overwhelming. You rest in this expanded understanding. The shadow is not your enemy. It is your unrealized potential, the parts of yourself that wait patiently for acknowledgement. Jung spent his life learning to dialogue with his own shadow. Not conquering it, but befriending it, making room for the full range of human experience within one personality. His red book contains records of his own shadow encounters, visions and dialogues with figures that represented rejected aspects of his psyche. He drew them, painted them, wrote down their words. This was not mental illness, but deliberate shadow work. He knew that as a therapist helping others integrate their shadows, he needed to do his own work first. The book remained private during his lifetime, published only decades after his death. But it reveals the depth of his commitment to wholeness. He did not just teach these concepts, he lived them. He faced his own darkness and integrated what he found. This personal work gave his professional insights their authenticity and power. Tonight you have glimpsed your own shadow. Tomorrow it will still be there. The work of integration happens gradually, one small acknowledgement at a time, one moment of seeing clearly instead of looking away. One choice is to own the disowned. The journey of a lifetime compressed into nightly recognitions that accumulate into transformation. You find yourself at a crossroads in half-light. Neither dawn nor dusk, but that ambiguous hour when day and night hold equal claim. Behind you stretches the path you have travelled, marked by achievements and roles you have mastered. The dutiful child, the good student, the responsible employee, the reliable friend. Each role well performed but somehow incomplete. Ahead stretches unknown territory, without clear markers or guarantees. This is the landscape of individuation, Jung's term for the lifelong process of becoming who you truly are. Individuation is not about becoming special or unique. Paradoxically, it is about becoming whole. It means integrating all the scattered parts of yourself into a coherent unity. The person you show at work is their competence and professionalism, the self you are with family with all its complications and history, the version that emerges when you're alone without an audience or performance. Jung believed the goal of life was to gather these fragments into something genuine and complete. The room around you feels spacious now. Walls that seemed solid grow permeable. Individuation often begins in midlife when the strategies that worked for the first half of life stop functioning. The career that once satisfied feels empty despite continued success. The relationship that provided security begins to chafe against parts of yourself you have been denying. These are not problems to fix quickly with new strategies. They are invitations to a deeper transformation. Picture yourself as a tree. You spent the first half of life growing upward, reaching for success and achievement, stretching toward light and recognition, building a visible structure that others could see and admire. This upward growth is necessary and good. But at some point healthy trees also grow downward, developing deeper roots. They anchor themselves in earth. They access water and nutrients from layers their saplings' roots never reached. Individuation is this downward growth. It means exploring the depths of your own psyche, rather than just reaching for external goals. It requires excavating layers you barely knew existed, acknowledging parts of yourself that do not fit your polished self-image. This is not regression or navel-gazing. It is the necessary work of developing psychological roots strong enough to support genuine maturity. Jung noticed that people who avoided individuation often faced crises, depressions that seemed to come from nowhere despite favourable life circumstances, anxieties that no amount of success could relieve, relationships that collapsed despite everyone's best efforts, physical symptoms that medical tests could not explain. These difficulties were often the psyche's way of forcing growth when the conscious self resisted change. You might recognise this in your own life, times when everything seemed fine on the surface but something felt fundamentally wrong, when achievements brought no satisfaction, when you looked in the mirror and barely recognised the person staring back, when the scripts you had been following suddenly felt like costumes that no longer fit. These moments signal that individuation is calling. The process is rarely comfortable. It requires letting go of identities you have worked hard to construct. The successful professional might need to acknowledge vulnerability and doubt. The self-sufficient individual might have to learn dependency and ask for help. The rational thinker might have to make room for intuition and emotion. Each release creates space for something more authentic, but the releasing itself feels like loss. Think about the masks you wear in different situations. The competent professional who has all the answers, the caring friend who always knows what to say, the responsible family member who holds everything together. None of these are false exactly, but they are partial. fragments of a larger whole. Individuation means finding the person who exists beneath all these roles, the essential you that remains constant across different contexts. Jung used the term self with a capital S to describe this core identity. Not the ego that navigates daily life with its goals and anxieties, but something deeper and more fundamental. The self is both the centre and the circumference of personality. It organises your psychological life the way a magnet organises iron filings into patterns. The ego is important. You need it to function in the world. But ego is not the whole story. Individuation involves establishing the right relationship between ego and self. The ego stops trying to be in total control. It learns to listen to promptings from deeper levels, to follow guidance that comes from sources beyond its own planning and willing. The room feels perfectly calibrated to your comfort now. The temperature is ideal, light, soft, but adequate. You could stay here indefinitely. Individuation is not a destination you reach. It is an orientation you maintain, a commitment to becoming more conscious and more whole over time. Some days you make progress, other days you backslide. The direction matters more than the speed. Picture yourself gathering pieces of a broken mirror. Each fragment reflects a different aspect of yourself. Some pieces are polished and gleaming, qualities you developed and refined. Others are tarnished with neglect, capacities you never explored. Still others are jagged and sharp, aspects you actively rejected. Individuation is the patient work of assembling these fragments into a more complete reflection. Not perfect. Perfection is not the goal and never was, but more honest, more whole, containing both light and shadow, both strength and weakness, both achievement and failure. All of it was recognised as part of the same person, rather than split into acceptable and unacceptable parts. Modern life often works against individuation. Social media encourages you to perform a curated identity. The carefully selected photos, the witty captions, the life that looks enviable from outside. Consumer culture promises that purchasing the right products will complete you. The perfect car, the ideal vacation, the transformative gadget. These external solutions cannot touch the real work that happens in the depths of your psyche. The transformation that occurs when you stop performing and start being. When you quit trying to be who you should be and investigate who you actually are. This investigation takes courage because you might not like everything you find. But Jung believed that wholeness matters more than perfection. Better to be completely human than partially divine. Individuation often involves reconciling opposites. The thinker is learning to feel. The feeling person is developing thinking. The extrovert discovering introversion. The introvert is learning to engage the world. These are not compromises where you meet in the middle and lose both sides. They are integrations where both poles become available rather than one dominating. Think about an ambidextrous person. They can use either hand with equal skill. This is not the same as being mediocre with both hands. It is mastery of both. Psychological integration works similarly. The thinking person who develops feeling does not become less intelligent. They become more complete. The extrovert who discovers introversion does not lose their social skills. They gain access to inner resources. You might notice that you breathe more easily now. There is relief in giving up the exhausting work of maintaining a false self. Individuation allows you to relax into authenticity. You stop worrying about whether people will accept the real you because you have accepted yourself. This acceptance is not resignation. It is recognition that you are larger and more complex than any single role or identity. Think about older people you admire. Often they possess a quality of integration that younger people lack. They seem comfortable in their own skin, less concerned with performance and more interested in genuine connection. They can laugh at themselves. They acknowledge their limitations without shame. They no longer need to prove anything. This is what successful individuation looks like. Not the absence of problems, not perfect mental health or endless happiness, but a deeper relationship with the full range of human experience. The capacity to meet both joy and sorrow with equanimity. To hold contradictions without demanding instant resolution. To be both strong and vulnerable, confident and uncertain, accomplished and humble. The journey continues as long as you live. New layers always wait to be explored. Shadow material you have not yet acknowledged. Archetypal energies you have not yet expressed. Potentials you have not yet realized. Jung believed that the unconscious is essentially inexhaustible. There is always more to discover, always deeper levels to explore, there are always new integrations to achieve. This might sound exhausting, but Jung found it energizing. The work is difficult but meaningful. Each integration brings increased vitality. Each shadow fragment acknowledged releases energy that was locked in repression. Each new capacity developed expands your range of response. You become more rather than less through individuation. You rest in the quiet satisfaction of this understanding. Individuation is not a luxury for people with too much time. It is the fundamental human project. Learning who you are beneath all the conditioning and expectations. Finding your own voice among the chorus of voices telling you who to be. Discovering your particular path through the common human landscape. This is the journey Jung mapped, with his concepts and insights. Tonight you are walking it. Not in theory, but in the actual territory of your own experience. Each breath takes you deeper into yourself. Each moment of honest recognition is a step toward wholeness. The destination remains distant, but the direction is clear. Jung knew that individuation could not be rushed. Decades of work stretched before him when he first glimpsed the path, but he also knew that the work itself was the point. Not arriving at some final perfected state, but engaging with the ongoing process of becoming more conscious, more integrated, more whole. The journey itself was the reward. You open your eyes to a world Jung never saw. Smartphones and social media, global connectivity and information overload, artificial intelligence and virtual reality, technologies that would seem like magic to someone from his era. Yet the patterns he identified persist beneath the technological surface. In many ways, modern life makes his insights more relevant, not less. Consider how you curate your online identity, the photos you choose for your profile, the thoughts you share on social platforms, the reactions you seek from strangers and friends alike. Jung would recognize this as persona work. The persona is the mask you wear in public, the acceptable face you present to the world. Social media has simply made this process more visible and more demanding. You craft your persona with each post. The witty comment that shows you are clever, the vacation photo that demonstrates you live well, the political opinion that signals your values, the achievement that proves your worth. None of this is necessarily false, but it is partial. Selected aspects of a larger reality edited for public consumption. The room around you holds both past and present. Jung's consulting room in Zurich feels remarkably close to your own lived experience. The fundamental questions remain unchanged despite technological transformation. Who am I really? What do my struggles mean? How do I become whole in a fragmented world? The phones in our pockets have not altered these essential human concerns. Think about the mental health crisis of our time. Anxiety and depression rates are climbing despite material prosperity. People feeling isolated despite constant connection. Burnout epidemics sweeping through workplace after workplace. Jung would point to the neglect of the unconscious. Modern culture demands that you live entirely on the surface, always producing, always performing, never descending into the depths where real transformation happens. You scroll through feeds but starve the deeper hunger. You accumulate followers but feel increasingly alone. You document experiences but forget to have them. The technology facilitates connection while somehow making genuine contact more difficult. Jung would see this as the natural result of privileging persona over substance, of investing everything in the mask while neglecting the face beneath. The collective unconscious manifests everywhere in contemporary life. Superhero movies tap into ancient archetypal patterns with stunning effectiveness. The hero's journey plays out in franchise after franchise. Audiences respond not because these stories are original, but because they speak the old language fluently. They activate recognition patterns buried in the collective psyche. Marvel and DC Comics create billion-dollar industries by dressing archetypes in modern costumes. Thor and Wonder Woman are gods literally, but even human heroes embody archetypal patterns. Batman as the Dark Avenger transforming trauma into purpose, Spider-Man as the innocent thrust into responsibility, Captain America as the pure hero serving something larger than himself. You might notice how certain symbols proliferate across modern culture. The mandala appears in company logos and meditation apps. The circular pattern that Jung associated with wholeness and the self. Starbucks uses it. Target uses it. Countless brands deploy circular symmetry because it resonates with something deep in human psychology. The Ouroboros shows up in environmental messaging. The snake eating its own tail represents endless cycles and sustainability. This ancient alchemical symbol now decorates eco-friendly products. The image works because it speaks directly to the unconscious. No explanation needed. The symbol carries its meaning visually and immediately. Jung anticipated our current struggles with meaning. He lived through 2 world wars and witnessed the collapse of traditional religious frameworks. He saw people losing connection to sources of depth and purpose. Science displaced old certainties without providing new ones. Material progress failed to deliver the psychological satisfaction it promised. Modern society has accelerated this process. We have more information than ever, but less wisdom. More connection, but more loneliness. More entertainment, but less joy. More possessions, but less satisfaction. Jung would say we are succeeding at the wrong things. We are building elaborate structures on the surface while ignoring the foundations crumbling beneath. Picture yourself scrolling through social media late at night. That restless hunger driving you to keep checking, keep refreshing, keep consuming content. Jung would ask what you are really seeking. Often it is connection to the collective, a sense that you are part of something larger than yourself. The collective unconscious provides this connection more reliably than any technology, but accessing it requires turning inward rather than outward. The shadow appears dramatically in modern discourse. Political polarization reflects collective shadow projection on a massive scale. Each side sees the other as embodying everything they refuse to acknowledge in themselves. The left projects their authoritarian impulses onto the right projects their chaos and disorder onto the left. Neither sees their own shadow because they're too busy seeing it in their opponents. Social media amplifies this process by creating echo chambers where shadow projection intensifies without correction. You surround yourself with people who share your views. They reinforce your certainties and validate your projections. The algorithm feeds you content that confirms your biases. You never encounter genuine otherness that might reveal your own shadow material. You rest in the complexity of these observations. Jung did not offer simple solutions. He provided maps for navigating complexity, tools for understanding yourself and others with more nuance. His work suggests that psychological maturity involves holding contradictions rather than resolving them prematurely. Both and thinking rather than either or. Think about the pursuit of self-improvement that dominates modern culture. Productivity hacks, optimization strategies, biohacking, meditation apps, fitness trackers, sleep monitors, every aspect of life quantified and optimized. Jung would see both the value and the danger. The desire to grow is healthy and appropriate, but constantly trying to improve yourself can become another way of avoiding yourself. Another strategy for keeping the unconscious at bay. Another method of staying on the surface where everything can be measured and controlled. The deepest growth often comes through descent, not ascent. Through facing what you would rather avoid. Through embracing limitations rather than transcending them. Modern therapy often incorporates Jungian concepts without naming them explicitly. The focus on meaning rather than just symptom reduction. The attention to dreams and symbols. The recognition that psychological health involves integration rather than elimination. Jung's fingerprints are everywhere, even when his name is not mentioned. Therapists help clients dialogue with different parts of themselves. This is shadow work, though they might use different terminology. The room feels timeless now. Past and present merge into a continuous exploration of what it means to be human. Jung provided language for experiences that modernity tried to dismiss as irrational or unscientific. The sense that life has meaning beyond material success. The intuition that your dreams carry wisdom worth attending to. The feeling that you are connected to something larger than your individual existence. You might notice how Jung's concept of synchronicity helps make sense of meaningful coincidences. You think of someone and they call. You need information, and it appears. You ask a question, and the universe seems to answer. Modern science struggles to explain these experiences. Statistical probability does not capture their felt significance. Jung simply observed them and took them seriously. He trusted that the psyche operates according to principles we do not yet fully understand. That consciousness and matter might interact in ways that bypass normal causality. He remained open to mystery while maintaining scientific rigor. This both-and approach feels increasingly relevant in an age that demands certainty while producing endless complexity. Picture yourself in a therapy session addressing burnout. A Jungian approach would not just treat symptoms with better time management or stress reduction techniques. It would ask what your exhaustion is trying to tell you. What aspects of yourself are you neglecting? Which archetypal energies are demanding expression? What does your psyche need that your current life cannot provide? The body keeps score as modern trauma research confirms, but the psyche writes the ledger. Your burnout might reflect the shadow demanding acknowledgement, the creative part of yourself that your corporate job never uses, the spiritual dimension that endless productivity denies, the relational needs that constant achievement ignores, symptoms as messages from parts of yourself you have been denying. The individuation process Jung described seems especially crucial now. In a world that constantly tells you who to be, finding out who you actually are becomes an act of resistance. In a culture that demands constant productivity, taking time for inner exploration becomes revolutionary. In a society that values surfaces, cultivating depth becomes essential for survival, not just flourishing. Modern neuroscience has discovered that Jung was right about many things, though they express it in different language. The brain does seem to have inherited structures that predispose us to certain patterns. Dreams do perform important psychological functions beyond random neural firing. Symbolism activates brain regions associated with meaning-making that bypass verbal processing. Science is slowly catching up to insights Jung reached through clinical observation and self-exploration. You settle into this moment between history and now, between Jung's world and yours. The specifics have changed, but the patterns persist. Jung's ideas survive because they address something permanent in human experience. Technologies transform, societies reorganize, but the fundamental structure of the psyche remains remarkably consistent. The collective unconscious still speaks in dreams and visions. Archetypes still shape behavior and attraction. The shadow still demands acknowledgement. The self still organizes experience toward wholeness. These realities operated in 1907, and they operate today. They will operate in 2107, assuming humans still exist. The forms change, but the patterns endure. Think about what Jung would say about your life specifically. Not generic advice, but observations based on your particular patterns. The roles you play and how they fit or chafe. The dreams you remember and what they might mean. The people who trigger strong reactions in you and what that reveals. He would invite you to see these not as random events, but as meaningful patterns. Opportunities for deeper understanding. Invitations to greater wholeness. Clues about the work your psyche wants you to do. The modern world bombards you with distractions, but beneath the noise your unconscious continues its patient work, trying to communicate, trying to guide, trying to move you toward integration and wholeness. The challenges we face collectively seem overwhelming. Climate change, political polarization, technological disruption, economic inequality. These problems cannot be solved at the same level of consciousness that created them, as Einstein supposedly said, though Jung would agree. They demand the kind of deep psychological work Jung championed. Individual transformation and social transformation are inseparable in Jung's view. You cannot change the world without changing yourself, and you cannot change yourself without affecting the world. The work of integrating your shadow reduces the shadow projections that fuel conflict. Your engagement with the unconscious adds depth to a surface-obsessed culture. Your journey toward wholeness contributes to collective healing. You rest in the recognition that you are part of this larger story. Your individual struggles matter not just for you, but for everyone. Your willingness to face what you would rather avoid, to acknowledge what you prefer to deny, to integrate what you have rejected. This work ripples outward in ways you cannot measure but Jung knew were real. The psyche is not isolated. Individuals are not separate atoms bumping randomly. We share psychological foundations the way we share biological structures. What happens in one psyche affects others through mechanisms we barely understand. Your growth creates possibilities for others. Your integration opens paths that others can follow. Your wholeness contributes to collective wholeness. You find yourself back in that invisible library we visited earlier, the collective unconscious with its infinite shelves extending in every direction. But now you understand it differently. This is not just a metaphor or interesting concept. It is the actual structure of your psychological inheritance, the foundation upon which your individual consciousness rests. Every human who has ever lived contributed to this library. The first person to kindle a fire, the first to tell a story, the first to paint on cave walls. Their experiences became part of the collective inheritance, and you are adding to it right now through your own experience, your particular combination of joy and suffering, success and failure, insight and confusion. All of it becomes part of the ongoing human story. Jung spent his life exploring this territory. He created maps for journeys he knew he could not complete. The work of individuation continues across generations, each person taking it a little further, understanding themselves a little more deeply, integrating one more shadow fragment, expressing one more archetypal possibility. The work never ends, but that is the point. The room around you has become a sanctuary now, a place where past and present merge into timeless exploration. You carry Jung's insights with you, not as intellectual concepts to remember, but as living tools to use. Ways of understanding the dreams that visit you tonight and every night. Methods for recognizing the archetypes that move through your life in different costumes. Strategies for befriending your shadow rather than fighting it endlessly. Picture yourself closing a book but knowing the story continues. Jung gave you permission to take your inner life seriously, to trust that your dreams mean something, to believe that your struggles serve a purpose in your growth, to know that you are connected to every human through the collective unconscious that we all share. The world outside this room continues its restless motion. Cars pass on streets, messages accumulate on screens, the relentless pace of modern life that Jung never knew but somehow anticipated. But you have found a centre that remains still regardless of external circumstances. This is the self Jung spent his life trying to describe, not your ego with its endless demands and anxieties, not your persona with its careful performance and curation, the deeper organising principle that remains constant through all changes, the part of you that was there when you were 5 and will be there at 90, the essential you beneath all the roles and identities you have tried on. You might wake tomorrow and forget the specifics of this journey, the particular examples or concepts, but something will remain, a slight shift in how you see yourself, a new patience with your own complexity, a recognition that you are both individual and universal, unique in your particulars, but connected through patterns that span human history. Jung believed that the unconscious is wise. It knows things your conscious mind cannot access directly. It sees patterns you miss. It remembers what you forget. It speaks in symbols because symbols carry meanings that transcend language and logic. It sends dreams because dreams bypass your defenses and deliver messages directly to your deeper self. Tonight, as you sleep, this communication continues. Ancient symbols will combine with today's experiences. The collective unconscious will work through your particular life circumstances, processing, integrating, offering wisdom in the symbolic language that your deeper self speaks fluently, even when consciousness struggles to translate. Think about what Jung gave the world beyond his specific concepts. He gave permission for mystery, room for the irrational without abandoning reason, space for the spiritual without requiring religious belief. He validated inner experience in an age increasingly focused on external measurement. He trusted the psyche when science wanted to reduce it to chemistry and conditioning. The room grows softer now as we near the end. The boundaries between conscious and unconscious blur in that productive way that happens as you drift towards sleep. You carry Jung's library with you, all those archetypal patterns waiting to be activated. All the inherited wisdom is ready to be accessed. All the resources your deeper self can draw on when you need them. Picture yourself as both reader and book. You're studying the patterns Jung identified across his decades of work, but you're also writing your own chapter in the ongoing human story. The choices you make, the dreams you explore, the shadow material you integrate, all of this adds to the collective wisdom available to future generations. Modern life will resume tomorrow with its demands and distractions, email and meetings, responsibilities and obligations, the surface concerns that consume so much attention and energy. But tonight you rest in deeper currents, the collective unconscious that connects you to all humanity past and future, the archetypal patterns that give structure to experience, the ongoing individuation process that unfolds across your lifetime. The shadow was waiting patiently for acknowledgement, the self organizing everything into meaningful patterns, the helpful unconscious working through the night while consciousness rests. All of this continues whether you pay attention or not. But attention changes the relationship. Awareness creates partnership. Consciousness and unconsciousness working together rather than at cross purposes. Jung knew that psychological work never ends. There is always another layer to explore, another symbol to decode, another dream to engage, another shadow fragment to integrate. But this is not discouraging when you understand it properly. It is the adventure of being fully human, of using consciousness to illuminate unconscious depths, of becoming whole rather than perfect. You settle into the perfect darkness now, not the darkness of ignorance or fear, but the darkness of potential, the fertile void from which new consciousness emerges. Jung trusted this darkness. He knew it as the source of creativity and transformation, the place where the ego dissolves enough to let something larger emerge. The collective unconscious cradles you now like water, supports a swimmer. Ancient patterns support your individual existence. The same forces that moved through shamans and mystics move through you. The same archetypes that shaped every human story shape your story. You're never truly alone because you carry this vast inheritance, this library, this foundation, this shared psychological bedrock. Think of Jung sitting in his consulting room in Zurich. Snow is falling outside, patients arriving with their dreams and struggles. He listened with such care because he knew each individual story connected to something universal. Your story does the same. The particular details are yours. The underlying patterns belong to everyone. Both things are true simultaneously. The library shelves glow softly in the darkness. Knowledge accumulated over millennia. Not books, but living wisdom. Not theories, but maps of real territory. Jung spent his life exploring this landscape. Tonight you have walked a small portion of it. The journey continues whether you are awake or asleep, whether you pay attention or remain unconscious. But awareness makes all the difference. You can rest now in the understanding that you are larger than you thought, more complex than your self-image, more connected than your isolation suggests. Jung gave you language for experiences you might have dismissed or feared. He validated the inner life in a world that only values external achievement. He trusted that meaning exists even when it cannot be measured. As you drift towards sleep, the distinctions blur and merge, past and present, individual and collective, conscious and unconscious. These are not opposites but partners in an intricate dance. Jung spent his life learning the steps. Tonight you have felt the rhythm pulsing beneath experience. Tomorrow you will dance your own version with your own particular style. The room has become infinite and intimate simultaneously, as vast as the collective unconscious spanning all of human history, as personal as your own breath moving in and out. Jung knew this paradox well. We are each utterly unique expressions of universal patterns, both individual and archetype, both separate and connected, both conscious actors and unconscious processes. Picture Jung himself as an archetype now, the wise guide who maps inner territory, the explorer of psychological depths, the healer who trusted that wholeness is possible even through fragmentation. He joins the countless guides who have helped humans understand themselves more deeply across cultures and centuries. His particular contribution endures because it addresses permanent features of human experience. You rest completely now. The journey inward and outward is complete for tonight. Jung's insights have become part of you. Not memorized, but absorbed. Not learned, but recognized. Tomorrow you will face modern life with ancient wisdom supporting you. The collective unconscious beneath the surface noise. Archetypes beneath the personalities. Meaning beneath the chaos. The possibility of wholeness beneath the fragmentation that tries to define contemporary existence. Sleep well now. Dream deeply. The library never closes its infinite doors. The collective unconscious never sleeps or stops its patient work. Jung showed you where to find it through decades of careful observation and courageous self-exploration. Now you know it was never far away. It was always right here, in your dreams, in your symbols, in your journey toward becoming who you actually are beneath all the roles and personas and protective strategies. The snow falls gently on Zurich in 1907 and on your window tonight. Time collapses. Past and future meet in the eternal present of the psyche. Jung lights his pipe one more time, makes one final note in his journal, then closes the book, knowing the work continues, in his patients, in his readers, in you. Good night. You've probably never gone a full day without eating unless you were sick or trying some trendy fast. But for most of human history, skipping meals wasn't a choice or a health trend. It was just Tuesday. Tonight, we're going to explore why your ancestors didn't eat 3 meals a day and how the simple act of eating whenever you want became one of the strangest luxuries in human existence. Picture yourself standing on a hillside in East Africa about 40,000 years ago. The sun hasn't quite risen yet. The air smells like dust and wild grass and something vaguely floral you can't quite identify. You're hungry, not the kind of hungry where you get a little cranky before lunch. This is the kind of hunger that sits in your belly like a cold stone. You've been hungry for 2 days now, maybe 3. You've honestly lost count. But here's the thing, you're not panicking, you're not even particularly worried. This is normal. This is just how life works. Your band spent yesterday walking about 12 miles looking for a berry patch someone remembered from last season. The patch was there, the berries were not. Something else got to them first. Probably those loud baboons you heard in the distance. So you ate some roots instead. Not the good roots, the ones that taste like dirt and disappointment. Then you chewed on some bark for a while because it was there and your mouth wanted something to do. Today might be better, or it might not. You'll find out when you find out. The modern human brain has trouble wrapping itself around this concept. We've built entire civilizations around the assumption that food will be available when we want it. Your ancestors built their entire existence around the opposite assumption. Food was a maybe. Food was a sometimes. Food was whatever you could find, catch, dig up, or convincingly claim before someone else did. The landscape around you holds food. You know this. The problem is that the landscape is enormous, and the food is small and mobile and often has its own opinions about being eaten. Over there, about a half-mile away, you can see some antelope grazing. Beautiful creatures, probably delicious. Also completely impossible to catch without an elaborate plan involving at least 6 people, several hours of work, and a tremendous amount of luck. You're one person. You have a pointed stick. The math doesn't work out. The grass is still wet with dew. Your feet are already damp and cold. The morning air has that particular quality of being both crisp and heavy at the same time. You can smell the earth, rich and loamy and alive with things growing and decomposing in equal measure. A bird calls somewhere to your left. You recognize the sound. That's the one that nests in the acacia trees and makes a terrible racket when predators are nearby. Right now, it's just complaining about the morning in general. You scan the horizon out of habit, looking for smoke from other bands' fires, looking for movement that might be dangerous, looking for anything unusual that might signal opportunity or threat. Nothing. Just grass and trees and the slow-moving shapes of distant animals who want nothing to do with you. This is most of life. Scanning, walking, looking, occasionally finding something worth the effort of gathering or catching. Your stomach reminds you why you're out here. That hollow feeling has progressed from uncomfortable to actively distracting. Your body is burning the last of yesterday's roots. Soon it will start burning stored fat. This is fine. This is normal. You have plenty of stored fat. The human body is extraordinarily good at running on its own reserves. You can go days without food if necessary. Weeks if you're careful and lucky. Your brain functions on ketones. Your muscles break down and rebuild. Your metabolism slows to conserve energy. None of this feels good. But it all works. The machinery hums along, making the best of whatever fuel is available. So instead, you spend the morning digging up tubers. This is less exciting than hunting antelope, but significantly more reliable. The tubers don't run away. They just sit there in the ground, being tubers, waiting for someone to need them. You find 4. They're about the size of your fist. They taste like potato-flavoured cardboard with hints of mud. You eat 3 of them raw because making fire takes time and energy you don't particularly want to spend right now. You save the 4th one, not because you're planning for tomorrow, because you're still hungry today, and you want to have something to look forward to in a few hours. This is breakfast. Sort of. If breakfast is a concept that exists in a world without clocks or meal times or any agreement whatsoever about when eating is supposed to happen. Your cousin ate breakfast yesterday at what we would call 4 in the afternoon. Your aunt ate hers 3 days ago. Your uncle is eating his right now, which is convenient because he found a bird's nest and he's willing to share the eggs if you help him carry water later. The idea that everyone eats at the same time would strike your entire band as bizarre and vaguely authoritarian. People eat when there's food. There's food when you find it. You find it when you get lucky. Luck happens on its own schedule. The anthropologists who study hunter-gatherer societies have a term for this. They call it immediate return foraging. You go out, you find something, you eat it, then you do it again when you get hungry enough to bother. There's no stockpiling, no preserving, no planning next week's menu. The whole concept of next week is fuzzy at best. Some days you find a lot. Those are wonderful days. You eat until your stomach hurts, and you feel gloriously, magnificently full. You lie on your back and watch clouds and think about absolutely nothing because you don't have to think about where your next meal is coming from. Other days you find very little. Those are less wonderful days. You eat some leaves and a beetle you caught, and a handful of seeds that might be edible. You tell yourself you'll find something better tomorrow. Most days fall somewhere in between. The remarkable thing isn't that your ancestors survived this way. The remarkable thing is that they were healthier than you are. Their teeth were better, their bones were stronger. They didn't get diabetes or heart disease or any of the weird inflammatory conditions that plague modern humans. They also didn't know when their next meal was coming, and somehow this worked fine. Your body is designed for this. Every cell in your body is optimized for a world where food is sporadic and uncertain. Your fat cells exist specifically to store energy for the days when there isn't any food around. Your brain can run on ketones when there's no glucose available. Your muscles can break down their own protein and rebuild it later. Your entire metabolism is a complex machine built to handle feast and famine with equal grace. The problem is that you've never actually used most of these features. You're like someone who bought a Swiss Army knife and only ever uses the regular blade because you've never needed the tiny scissors or the mysterious pointy thing. Your ancestors used every tool in the kit, not because they wanted to, because they had to. Fast forward a few thousand years. You're still hungry a lot of the time, but now you've figured out a few tricks. You've noticed that certain things grow in certain places at certain times. The nut trees produce nuts in the fall, the salmon run upstream in the spring, the berries ripen in summer. This is called seasonal eating now, and people write entire cookbooks about it and charge extra for vegetables that grow at the right time of year. For you, it's not a lifestyle choice. It's the only choice. Right now, it's late autumn. The world smells like wet leaves and wood smoke and the particular kind of cold that hasn't quite turned to frost yet. You're camped near a grove of oak trees because the acorns are falling, and acorns are food if you're willing to work for it. And oh, you have to work for it. First you gather them. This takes days. You fill basket after basket with the small brown nuts. Your back hurts. Your hands are stained. You find acorns in your clothes and your hair, and somehow in your sleeping furs. Then you have to process them. Acorns are full of tannins, which make them taste like you're chewing on a piece of tree, which, to be fair, you are. So you crack them. Then you grind them into a coarse meal. Then you soak the meal in running water for days or weeks until the tannins leach out and what's left is actually edible. The final product tastes vaguely nutty and slightly bland. You can make it into a kind of porridge or mix it with other things or just eat it plain because food is food and you're not in a position to be picky. You'll eat this acorn meal for weeks, maybe months. You'll eat it until you're thoroughly sick of it. Then you'll keep eating it because it's winter and there's not much else. The taste becomes so familiar that you stop really tasting it. Your mouth knows what to expect, your stomach knows what's coming. The whole process becomes automatic. Sometimes you add things to make it more interesting. A handful of dried berries if you saved some from summer. Some wild onions if you can find them. A bit of honey if you're extraordinarily lucky and willing to risk the bee stings. Mostly you just eat the acorn meal and think about spring. Spring means fish returning to the rivers. Salmon fighting their way upstream in numbers so vast you can almost walk across the water on their backs. This is the time of plenty. This is when your band works until their arms ache from processing fish. You'll catch them with nets woven from plant fibres, with spears, with your bare hands if they're running thick enough. You'll eat fish until you're sick of fish. You'll smoke and dry fish until you have enough to last through the next lean period. The smoking process takes days. You build racks, you tend fires, you turn the fish, you keep the smoke going steady. The smell gets into everything. Your clothes, your hair, your skin. For weeks after fish season, you'll smell like smoke and fish oil. This is not glamorous. This is survival. Summer brings berries, blackberries first, then raspberries, then the tiny wild strawberries that grow in sunny clearings. Each type ripens in its time. Each type demands attention when it's ready. You can't save most berries for later. They spoil too quickly, so you eat them while they're available. You eat berries until your tongue is stained and your stomach protests and you swear you never want to see another berry again. Then they're gone and you miss them immediately. In the spring there will be fish. In the summer there will be berries and roots and birds' eggs. In the fall there will be acorns again. The cycle repeats. Year after year. Generation after generation. Your body learns to expect this. In the fall, you eat constantly because food is abundant and your body knows winter is coming. You put on weight, not because you're trying to. Because your hormones and your appetite and your entire endocrine system are screaming at you to store energy while you can. In the winter, you eat less, not because you're dieting, because there's less to eat. Your body burns through those fat stores. Your metabolism slows down, you move less, you sleep more. This isn't lazy. This is survival. By spring, you're lean and hungry and ready to work hard because that's when the salmon run, and you need every ounce of energy to catch and process and smoke, enough fish to carry you through until the berries ripen. Modern nutritionists would have a breakdown looking at this pattern. Where's the balance? Where's the consistency? Where are the recommended daily servings of anything? But your body doesn't care about recommended daily servings. Your body cares about making it to next year, and this pattern makes it to next year just fine. The anthropological record shows something fascinating. Hunter-gatherers who lived in temperate climates with strong seasons had measurably different body compositions depending on the time of year. In the fall they were plump, in the spring they were thin. This wasn't a problem. This was the design working exactly as intended. Your modern body still wants to do this. It's still sitting there waiting for fall to arrive so it can pack on some weight for the coming winter. The problem is that winter never comes. There's just endless summer, endless abundance, endless access to every food from every season all the time. Your body doesn't know what to do with this. It's like showing up for a seasonal job and discovering that the season never ends, so it just keeps storing fat, just in case winter finally arrives. Winter doesn't arrive, you just get confused and uncomfortable and wonder why your pants don't fit. Now we're jumping ahead several thousand more years to somewhere around 8,000 years ago. Someone has invented agriculture, or discovered it, or stumbled into it by accident. The historians argue about the details. What matters is this. Instead of wandering around looking for food, people have started staying in one place and making the food come to them. This seems like a good idea. It is not entirely a good idea. You're a farmer now. You live in a small village, you have a field. In that field you grow wheat. Just wheat. Mostly wheat. Almost entirely wheat. Last year the wheat did great. You had so much wheat you could barely believe it. You ate wheat porridge and wheat bread and wheat cakes. You ground wheat into flour. You traded wheat for things you needed. You stored wheat in big clay jars for later. You were sick of wheat by the end of the season, but you were also not hungry. This felt like progress. This year the wheat did not do great. There was a drought. Then there was too much rain. Then something ate half the crop. You're not sure what. Something small and determined and apparently very hungry. Now you have maybe a quarter of the wheat you had last year. This is a problem. You can't just wander off and find something else to eat like your hunter-gatherer ancestors did. You have a house. You have possessions. You have a field that needs tending. You have neighbours who are depending on you to trade your wheat for their beans. The house is made of mud brick and thatch. It's small, just one room for your whole family, but it's yours. You built it. You maintain it. Leaving it to search for wild food would mean abandoning everything. Your possessions aren't much. Some clay pots, a grinding stone, a few tools, some sleeping mats. But they represent years of work and trade. They're not portable. You can't just pick up and move like the old nomadic bands could. The field is your life now. That patch of dirt where wheat grows when the weather cooperates. You know every inch of it. Where the soil is richest, where it tends to flood, where the weeds are most aggressive. You've invested everything in this field. Your time, your labour, your future. Walking away isn't an option. So you eat less wheat. You ration it carefully. You measure out exact amounts. You have 1 meal a day instead of 2. You water down the porridge. You try to make it last. Each morning you open the storage jar and scoop out the day's portion. The jar's getting emptier. You can see the bottom now. This is concerning but not yet desperate. You do the math in your head. If you're very careful, the wheat will last until the early harvest. The barley should be ready before the wheat runs out completely. Probably. There's no backup plan. There's just careful rationing and hope, and the knowledge that everyone else in the village is doing the same calculation. So you eat less wheat, you ration it carefully, you measure out exact amounts, you have 1 meal a day instead of 2, you water down the porridge, you try to make it last. This is the first time in human history that someone invented the concept of meal times by necessity. Not because it made sense, because it was the only way to make the food last until next harvest. Your body hates this. Your body is very good at handling irregular meals when food availability is actually irregular. Your body is very bad at handling regular meal deprivation when the food is sitting right there in a jar 10 feet away. You're hungry all the time. Not the clean hunger of a hunter who knows they might find something later. The specific aching hunger of someone who knows exactly where the food is and can't have any because it needs to last until August. This is a different kind of stress. Your hunter-gatherer ancestors had the stress of uncertainty. You have the stress of scarcity management. Historians call this the agricultural revolution. They call it a revolution because it changed everything about how humans lived. What they often leave out is that it made humans shorter, sicklier, and more malnourished for several thousand years. Your bones show it. Skeletal remains from early agricultural societies show increased markers of malnutrition, disease, and childhood stunting compared to hunter-gatherers from the same regions. But here's the thing about agriculture. It might make individuals less healthy, but it makes populations larger. Hunter-gatherer bands topped out at around 30 to 50 people. You can't support more than that on wild food sources without depleting them. Agricultural villages could support hundreds of people, then thousands, then eventually millions, so agriculture won. Not because it was better for any individual human, because it could support more humans total. You're still hungry most of the time, but now you're hungry in a more organised way. You have meal times, you have storage strategies, you have somebody whose entire job is to count the grain and calculate the rations and make sure nobody starves before spring. Sometimes people starve anyway. Usually in late winter when the stores are running low and nothing new is growing yet and everyone is just trying to hold on until the first harvest comes in. There's a term for this period, the hungry gap. It happens every single year. Everyone knows it's coming. Everyone prepares for it as best they can. And every year people eat less, work less, move less, and think about food constantly until the danger passes. Let's visit medieval Europe now. You're a peasant farmer living somewhere in England around the year 1200. Your diet consists of bread, pottage, and more bread. Sometimes the pottage has a turnip in it. This is a good day, you eat twice a day. Maybe, if the harvest was good and the Lord didn't take too much and the grain stores are holding up. Breakfast happens around mid-morning after you've already been working for several hours. It's bread. Obviously it's bread. Possibly some ale, because the water is suspect and ale is safer. Dinner happens in the late afternoon. It's pottage, which is a fancy word for boiled grain with whatever else we found. Today the pottage has some onions and some herbs, and possibly a tiny piece of salted pork if you're lucky. That's it. That's the whole day. No lunch. The word lunch doesn't even exist yet. No snacks. No little nibbles between meals. Just 2 periods of eating separated by long stretches of hunger and work. The work is constant. Fields need ploughing. Crops need tending. Animals need feeding. Firewood needs gathering. Water needs hauling. Repairs need making. Your hands are never idle. Your body is never truly at rest. Even when you sit down for a few minutes, you're mending something or spinning thread or sharpening a tool. The physical labour would exhaust a modern person in hours. You've been doing it since childhood. Your body is lean and hard and efficient. Muscles built for endurance rather than strength. Bones dense from constant load bearing. You ache in places modern people don't know can ache. Your lower back from bending over crops all day. Your knees from kneeling in the garden. Your hands from gripping tools and hauling buckets. But you're not complaining. Everyone aches. This is just part of being alive. You'll ache until you die. Then you'll stop aching because you'll be dead. The hunger is similar. Everyone is hungry. Some people are hungrier than others depending on the harvest and their station in life. But nobody is truly comfortable and satisfied all the time. The Lord of the Manor eats better than you do. He has meat more often. His bread is finer. His ale is stronger. But even he doesn't eat whenever he wants. Even he has fast days and lean periods. Being noble means eating better than peasants. It doesn't mean eating like a modern person with a full refrigerator and a grocery store down the street. You're used to this. Everyone is used to this. The idea of eating 3 times a day would seem wasteful and strange and possibly sinful. The church has opinions about eating. Strong opinions. The church has strong opinions about most things, but eating is particularly well covered. Gluttony is a sin. Fasting is a virtue. Denying yourself food is good for your soul. Wanting food too much is evidence of weakness and moral failure. There are fast days and feast days and regular days, and each one has specific rules about what you can eat and when you can eat it. Fridays are fast days, no meat. Fish is acceptable because apparently fish don't count as meat. This makes no logical sense, but theology rarely does. Lent is 40 days of fasting. Well, fasting if you're serious about it. Eating less if you're trying. Eating normally but feeling guilty about it if you're pragmatic. The rules say you should have one meal a day during Lent. The reality is that people interpret this in wildly creative ways. Is it still one meal if you eat it over the course of 6 hours? Is it still fasting if you have a little bread and ale in the morning to sustain you? If you're doing hard physical labour, do the rules relax? The priests argue about these questions endlessly. The peasants just try not to starve. The thing is, fasting isn't particularly hard for you. You're already hungry most of the time. Adding some religious significance to it just makes the hunger feel more meaningful. Your body is extraordinarily good at running on minimal food. You work hard. You plough fields and haul water and chop wood and do 1,000 other physical tasks that would exhaust a modern person in an hour. You do all this on 2 meals of bread and pottage. The secret is that you move slower than modern people think is possible. You don't rush. You conserve energy. You rest when you can. You sleep a lot. 9 or 10 hours a night is normal, sometimes more in winter. Your body needs that recovery time. You also don't have the constant mental stimulation that keeps modern brains buzzing. No screens, no news, no endless stream of information and entertainment and demands on your attention. You work, you eat, you sleep, you go to church on Sunday. This is life. It's a hard life. You're often hungry. Your back hurts. Your hands are rough and cracked. You'll probably die before you're 50. But you're not thinking about any of that. You're thinking about dinner and whether there might be turnips in the pottage tonight. There are turnips. It is a good day. The medieval calendar is divided into 2 types of days, most days and special days. Most days you eat twice and work hard and go to bed hungry. Special days are different. Today is a feast day. Someone important got married or a saint's day arrived or the harvest came in better than expected. The reasons vary. The result is the same. There's food. Actual food. More food than you've seen in months. The tables are set up in the village square. There's bread, obviously, but this bread is made from good wheat flour instead of the mixture of rye and barley and whatever else the miller had available. There's meat. Actual roasted meat. A whole pig, probably. Maybe some chickens. The smell is intoxicating. Rich and fatty and smoky. There's pottage, but today it's thick with vegetables and herbs and pieces of meat. There's cheese. There are pies filled with fruit or meat or both. There's ale. Lots of ale. More ale than is probably wise, but wisdom is not the priority today. You eat until your stomach hurts. Then you rest a bit. Then you eat more. This is acceptable. This is expected. This is what feast days are for. Your body responds to this abundance like a drowning person responds to air. Every cell is screaming, yes, more, store this, we need this. Who knows when the next feast will come? You put on a few pounds in a single day, your metabolism cranks up. Your mood improves dramatically. The world seems brighter and more hopeful. Tomorrow you'll go back to bread and pottage, but today is glorious. The historical record shows that medieval people had wild fluctuations in body weight throughout the year. After harvest season they were plumper, by spring they were gaunt. This pattern repeated annually for centuries. Nobody thought it was weird. This was just how bodies worked. The nobility had a different pattern. They could afford to feast regularly. They ate 3 or even 4 meals a day. They had access to meat and fine bread and imported spices and wine. They were also prone to gout and obesity and all sorts of problems that came from having too much food all the time. The peasants looked at the nobles and saw wealth and power and comfort. They didn't see the downsides because the downsides of having too much food seemed infinitely preferable to the downsides of having too little. Medieval physicians had theories about all this. They believed in balancing the humours and eating foods appropriate to your station in life. Rich people should eat rich foods. Poor people should eat poor foods. This was the natural order. Cabbage and bread were peasant foods. They were heavy and coarse and suitable for people who did physical labour. Refined wheat and roasted meat were noble foods. They were light and pure and suitable for people who thought deep thoughts and made important decisions. Crossing these boundaries was considered unhealthy and possibly dangerous. A peasant who ate like a noble would become ill. A noble who ate like a peasant would lose their refinement. None of this had any basis in reality, but it made sense within the medieval understanding of how bodies and society worked. The actual truth was simpler. Peasants ate what they could afford. Nobles ate what they wanted. Everyone was hungry sometimes. Some people were just hungry more often than others. Monks had a different approach to eating, a very specific, very regulated, very peculiar approach. You're a monk now. You live in a monastery somewhere in France in the 1300s. Your days are structured around prayer and work and strict adherence to the rule. The rule has opinions about food. Many opinions. You eat once a day. Always. No exceptions except for feast days and illness. That single meal happens after none, which is the prayer service that occurs in the afternoon around what we would call 3 p.m. Before that meal, you're fasting. After that meal, you're done eating until tomorrow. In summer, when the days are long, there's a second, smaller meal called supper. It happens at dusk. It consists of whatever was left from the main meal, plus maybe some bread and fruit. In winter, when the days are short, there's only the one meal. You work all morning on an empty stomach. You pray, you study, you do chores. You ignore the gnawing sensation in your belly because acknowledging it would be giving in to physical desire. The meal itself is eaten in silence. One monk reads aloud from scripture while everyone else eats. You're supposed to be contemplating the reading, not the food. The food is simple: bread, vegetables, legumes, sometimes fish, never meat unless you're sick. You get exactly enough to sustain you. Not more, not less. The cellarer, who manages the monastery's supplies, has calculated the portions down to the ounce. You're hungry when you finish. You're supposed to be hungry when you finish. Leaving the table satisfied is a sign of gluttony. This sounds miserable. In some ways it is, but in other ways it's freeing. You never have to think about food. You never have to make decisions about what to eat or when to eat or how much to eat. The rule decides for you. Your mind is clear. Your body adapts. After a few months, the hunger becomes background noise. After a year, you barely notice it. The monastery chronicles from this period are fascinating. Monks wrote extensively about their spiritual experiences, their prayers, their studies, their daily lives. They almost never wrote about food. It was so completely routine and regulated that it barely merited mention. Occasionally someone broke the rules. Someone snuck extra bread from the kitchen. Someone ate outside the permitted times. Someone complained about the portions. These incidents were recorded as serious infractions. The punishments were severe, not because the actual eating was such a terrible crime, because breaking the routine disrupted the entire structure of monastic life. The routine was everything. The routine kept you focused on God instead of your stomach. The routine made you part of something larger than yourself. Modern readers sometimes romanticize monastic life. They imagine peaceful contemplation and spiritual enlightenment and escape from worldly concerns. They usually forget about the constant hunger. The monks themselves didn't forget. They just chose to reframe it. Hunger wasn't suffering. Hunger was discipline. Hunger was a tool for achieving spiritual clarity. Whether this reframing actually worked, or whether the monks were just very good at convincing themselves it worked, is an open question. The letters and journals that survive from this period offer glimpses into the reality. Some monks wrote about transcendent experiences during fasting, moments of clarity, visions, profound spiritual insights that came specifically during periods of hunger. Other monks wrote about their struggles, the constant distraction of an empty stomach, the difficulty concentrating on prayers when all you can think about is bread, the shame of failing to achieve the spiritual heights that fasting was supposed to enable. Most monks probably fell somewhere in between. Some days the fasting felt meaningful, other days it just felt like being hungry. The monastery provided structure that made the hunger bearable. You were never alone in it. Everyone was fasting together. Everyone was struggling together. There was comfort in the shared experience. The work also helped. Physical labour gave you something to focus on besides your empty stomach. The monastery gardens needed tending. The brewery needed managing. The scriptorium needed scribes. The church needed cleaning. Your hands stayed busy. Your mind stayed occupied. The hours between none and the next day's meal passed in a rhythm of work and prayer and sleep. The sleep was deep, dreamless. Your body conserving every bit of energy for the next day's labour. 9 or 10 hours of darkness and rest, waking at dawn to start the cycle again. The monastery bell marked the hours: prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, compline. Each prayer service a marker in the day, a reminder that time was passing and the next meal would eventually arrive. This structure was everything. Without it, the hunger might have been unbearable. With it, the hunger became just another part of the routine, uncomfortable but manageable, difficult but familiar. What's certain is that thousands of men lived this way for hundreds of years. They survived, they worked, they prayed, they copied manuscripts and brewed beer and maintained elaborate gardens. They did all of this on one meal a day. Your modern body could do this too. It wouldn't enjoy it, but it could do it. The machinery is all still there. The ability to function on minimal food, the capacity to ignore hunger signals, the metabolic flexibility to burn fat when carbohydrates aren't available. You just never use these abilities anymore because you've never had to. Let's jump forward to Tudor England. It's the early 1500s. You're a merchant's wife living in London. Something interesting is starting to happen. People are eating more often. Not everyone. Not regularly. But the pattern is shifting. The very wealthy have started eating 3 times a day. Breakfast in the morning, dinner at midday, supper in the evening. Breakfast is still considered slightly scandalous. It suggests weakness. It implies that you couldn't make it from last night's supper to today's dinner without needing sustenance. But it's becoming more common, especially among people who work with their minds instead of their hands. Scholars, merchants, government officials. The logic is that mental work requires fuel just like physical work does. An empty stomach makes for an unclear mind. This is a radical idea. For thousands of years, humans have operated on the assumption that less food makes you more spiritual, more disciplined, more virtuous. Now suddenly people are suggesting that more food might make you more productive. The religious authorities are not thrilled about this development. Gluttony is still a sin. Fasting is still a virtue. This newfangled breakfast habit seems like moral decline disguised as practicality. But economics is a powerful force. If eating breakfast makes merchants richer, then merchants will eat breakfast. The priests can complain all they want. You personally have breakfast most days. Not a large breakfast, just some bread and ale and maybe a bit of cheese. You break your fast. You break the fast that started when you finished supper last night and continued through the night and into the morning. This is where the word breakfast comes from, breaking the fast. The morning meal that ends the period of not eating. For most of history, that period of not eating was much longer. 16 hours, 18 hours, sometimes more. Your body spent all that time burning through its glycogen stores and then switching to fat burning. By morning you were running on ketones and feeling sharp and clear-headed. Then you ate a small meal and got to work. Now in the 1500s the pattern is starting to shift. The not eating period is getting shorter. The eating periods are getting longer. This will continue. Over the next few centuries meals will multiply. Meal times will standardize. The gaps between eating will shrink. But we're not there yet. Right now, you're standing at the beginning of a major transition. Most people still eat twice a day. Some people eat 3 times. A few radical individuals are even suggesting 4 meals might be beneficial. Your body doesn't care much either way. It's designed to handle a wide range of eating patterns. 2 meals, 3 meals, 1 meal, no meals. The machinery adapts. What matters more is the total amount of food and the quality of that food. And in Tudor England, if you're a merchant's wife, you have access to both. There's meat several times a week. Good bread, fresh vegetables in season, preserved vegetables in winter, honey, butter, cheese. You're not hungry all the time anymore. This is a new experience. This is wealth made edible. Your grandmother was hungry most days. Your great-grandmother was hungry most of her life. You have enough. This doesn't mean you eat constantly. It means that when you eat, you actually feel satisfied. Your stomach fills. Your energy levels stabilize. You can focus on things other than your next meal. This is what abundance feels like. Not excess. Just enough. Now we're in England again, but it's the 1800s. The Industrial Revolution has arrived and everything is chaos. You work in a textile mill. You've been working in this mill since you were 8 years old. Now you're 23, and you've spent more than half your life among the looms and the noise and the lint-filled air. The mill operates on a strict schedule. Work starts at 6 in the morning. There's a break at 8 for breakfast. Work resumes at 8:30. There's a break at noon for dinner. Work resumes at 1. Work ends at 8 in the evening if you're lucky. Later if you're not. This is the first time in human history that your eating schedule is dictated by factory bells instead of by hunger, or tradition, or religious observance. You eat when the factory allows you to eat. You work when the factory requires you to work. Your body's natural rhythms are irrelevant. The breakfast break is 30 minutes. You eat whatever you brought from home, usually bread. Sometimes bread with a bit of dripping if things are good. Sometimes just bread if things are not. You eat standing up because sitting down would waste precious time. You eat quickly because the bell will ring and you need to be back at your loom. This is not a leisurely breaking of the fast. This is fuel consumption. This is cramming calories into your body so you can keep working. The dinner break is 1 hour. This should be enough time to eat properly. It's not. By the time you fight your way out of the mill, find somewhere to sit, eat your food and fight your way back in, you have maybe 30 minutes of actual rest. You eat bread again, maybe some cheese, sometimes a meat pie if it's payday. You wash it down with tea or beer or water depending on what's available. Then you go back to work. Your stomach is full but you're not satisfied. You're never satisfied. You're just less hungry than you were. By evening you're starving again. The food from dinner has long since burned off. Your body is running on fumes and determination. When you finally get home, you eat whatever is available, more bread, some potatoes, a bit of bacon if you're fortunate, then you sleep. The walk home takes 20 minutes. Your feet hurt. Your legs are heavy. The noise from the looms still echoes in your ears even though you've been outside for several minutes now. Home is a rented room in a boarding house. You share it with your sister and her 2 children. The room is small and crowded and smells like damp and cabbage and too many people living too close together. But it's home. It's where you sleep. It's where you keep the few things you own. It's where you eat your evening meal when you have one. Tonight there are potatoes. Boiled potatoes with a tiny bit of butter if you're lucky. No butter today. Just potatoes and salt and some questionable looking cabbage that your sister got cheap at the market. You eat sitting on your bed because there aren't enough chairs. The food is bland and heavy but it fills your stomach. That's all that matters. Your niece watches you eat with hungry eyes. She already had her portion. It wasn't enough. It's never enough. Children are always hungry. You give her one of your potatoes. You shouldn't. You need the calories for tomorrow's work. But she's 7 and skinny and looking at you with those eyes. She eats the potato like it's the best thing she's ever tasted. Maybe it is. The bar is pretty low. This pattern repeats 6 days a week. 52 weeks a year. Year after year until your body gives out or you're replaced by a younger worker or you die in an industrial accident. The human cost of industrialization is measured in many ways. Hours worked, wages paid, accidents reported, lives lost. Nobody measures it in meals skipped or hunger endured or the slow grinding down of bodies that were never meant to run on so little fuel for so long. This pattern repeats 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year, year after year until your body gives out or you're replaced by a younger worker or you die in an industrial accident. The factory owners have opinions about worker nutrition. They've noticed that well-fed workers are more productive than starving workers. This is progress, sort of. Some factories start providing meal services, hot soup at dinner time, tea and bread at breakfast. The food is basic, but it's reliable and it's available. This costs money, of course. The factory deducts the cost from your wages. You're paying for the food. But at least you don't have to bring it from home. The entire system is designed around maximum efficiency, maximum production, maximum profit. Your body and its needs are just variables in the equation. If feeding you improves output, you get fed. If feeding you doesn't improve output enough to justify the cost, you don't get fed. The market decides. Your ancestors ate when they were hungry and stopped when they were full. You eat when the factory bell rings and stop when the factory bell rings. Your ancestors' eating patterns were chaotic but natural. Your eating pattern is organized but artificial. Neither system is perfect, but at least your ancestors' bodies got to have a say in the matter. Let's move to America now. It's the early 1900s. Something remarkable has happened. Somewhere along the way, people decided that 3 meals a day was the correct and proper way to eat. Not 2 meals. Not 1 meal. Definitely not 4 or 5 meals. 3 meals, breakfast, lunch and dinner. This pattern has become so standard that deviating from it seems unhealthy, or strange, or possibly irresponsible. You're a middle-class housewife. You have a kitchen with a stove and an icebox and running water. You have cookbooks that tell you exactly what to prepare and when to prepare it. Breakfast is at 7 in the morning. You make eggs and toast and bacon for your husband. You make oatmeal for the children, you have coffee and maybe a piece of toast for yourself. Lunch is at noon, sandwiches for the children, a light meal of soup or salad for yourself. Your husband eats lunch at his office. Dinner is at 6 in the evening. This is the main meal. Roast beef or chicken, potatoes, vegetables, bread, dessert if you have time to make it. This schedule is not natural. It's not based on hunger or seasonal availability or any biological need. It's based on industrial work schedules and school schedules and the availability of cheap, reliable food. The morning meal makes sense if you're going to work or school and need energy to start the day. The midday meal makes sense as a break in the workday. The evening meal makes sense as a way to bring the family together. But the timing and the regularity are completely arbitrary. Humans are perfectly capable of thriving on all sorts of different eating patterns. Your body doesn't actually care if you eat at 7 and 12 and 6. It cares that you eat enough total food and that the food has the nutrients you need. But culture cares very much. Skipping breakfast is irresponsible. Not having a proper dinner is uncivilized. Eating at odd hours suggests disorder and lack of discipline. Nutritionists in this era have strong opinions about proper eating. They've decided that 3 meals a day is scientifically optimal. They have diagrams and charts and recommendations about exactly what to eat at each meal. These recommendations are based on the best science available at the time, which is to say, they're partially correct and partially nonsense. They recommend eating lots of meat for protein, lots of bread for energy, lots of milk for calcium, lots of vegetables for vitamins, although they're not entirely sure what vitamins are yet. They recommend against snacking. Snacking between meals is bad for digestion and bad for character. It shows a lack of self-control. The reasoning goes something like this. The digestive system needs rest between meals to function properly. Constant eating keeps the stomach in a perpetual state of activity. This leads to poor digestion and various undefined ailments. The science behind this is questionable. The certainty with which it's presented is not. Home economics classes teach young women exactly how to plan and prepare 3 proper meals, what time each meal should be served, what foods are appropriate for breakfast versus dinner, how to set a table correctly. This is presented as science and efficiency and modernity. In reality, it's cultural conditioning masquerading as nutritional wisdom. But it works. Within a generation or two, the 3-meal pattern becomes so ingrained that deviating from it seems unhealthy or irresponsible. People start to believe that skipping breakfast will harm their health, that eating at irregular times will damage their digestion, that snacking between meals will ruin their appetite. None of this is true, but belief is powerful. If you think skipping breakfast is harmful, you'll feel worse when you skip breakfast. Your brain will interpret any discomfort as proof that you made a mistake. The placebo effect works in both directions, positive and negative, helpful and harmful. Your body doesn't actually care if you eat at 7 and 12 and 6. It cares that you eat enough total food and that the food has the nutrients you need. But your mind cares very much. Your mind has been taught that there's a right way to eat and a wrong way to eat. And the right way involves 3 meals at specific times with no deviation. This rigidity would have seemed bizarre to your ancestors. They ate when circumstances allowed. Sometimes that meant 3 times a day. Sometimes it meant once. Sometimes it meant not at all. Their bodies adapted. Your body could adapt too. But you've been trained to believe that adaptation is unnecessary because the schedule will never change. You follow these rules because everyone follows these rules. This is how respectable people eat. Meanwhile, your body's quietly confused. For the first time in human history, food is available essentially all the time. Your pantry is full. Your icebox is stocked. If you wanted to, you could eat any time, day or night. But you don't. You stick to the schedule, 3 meals. No snacking. This is proper. Your great-grandmother would be baffled by this rigidity. She ate when food was available and stopped when it wasn't. The whole concept of scheduled meal times would seem pointless to her. Your great-great-grandmother wouldn't even understand the question. Meal times? What are meal times? You eat when you're hungry, you stop when you're full, or when the food runs out. This is obvious. But you live in the modern world. The modern world has schedules and structure and expectations. You eat breakfast at 7 because that's when breakfast happens. Not because you're particularly hungry. Not because your body is demanding fuel. Because it's 7 o'clock and breakfast is at 7 o'clock. This is progress, supposedly. Regular meals, reliable nutrition, no more uncertainty about where the next meal is coming from. And it is progress in many ways. You're healthier than your ancestors. You live longer. Your children are taller and stronger. But somewhere in the process of scheduling and organising and optimising, you've lost touch with the basic biological signals that tell you when to eat. Hunger is no longer the trigger. The clock is the trigger. Your body has learned to expect food at certain times. Your stomach starts growling at 7 and 12 and 6, even if you ate a huge meal an hour ago. This is conditioning, not biology. But it feels like biology. It feels like your body needs food right now because it's mealtime. You're not actually hungry. You're habituated. Now we're in the 1950s. Television exists. Advertising exists. Food companies have noticed that people have money, and they would like some of that money. The solution is obvious. Invent new eating occasions. You're watching television after dinner. A commercial comes on. Beautiful people are eating a candy bar. They look happy and energetic and fulfilled. You're not hungry. You just ate dinner 90 minutes ago. But the commercial has planted an idea in your head. What if you had a snack? Snacking used to be something only children did. Adults ate meals. Proper meals at proper times. Eating between meals suggested lack of discipline. But now the food companies are suggesting that snacking is actually good for you. It keeps your energy up. It prevents you from getting too hungry. It's convenient. They have products specifically designed for snacking. Cookies, chips, candy bars, crackers. Each one packaged perfectly for eating while doing something else. You can snack while watching television, while reading, while driving, while working, while doing anything. The idea of eating while doing other things would have seemed insane to your ancestors. Eating was an activity. You sat down, you focused on the food, you ate until you were done, then you moved on to other activities. Now you can eat continuously throughout the day without ever actually sitting down for a meal. This is marketed as freedom. You're not restricted to meal times, you can eat whenever you want, you're in control. In reality, you're eating more often than any human in history. You're consuming more total calories than you need. You're never quite hungry and never quite full. Your body's hunger and satiety signals are thoroughly confused. They evolved to handle feast and famine. They have no idea what to do with constant low-level food availability, so they just keep telling you to eat. Just in case. Just in case the food runs out, just in case winter comes. Just in case you need that energy later. Winter doesn't come. The energy isn't needed. The fat accumulates. By the 1980s, snacking has become completely normal. The average American eats 5 or 6 times a day. 3 meals plus multiple snacks. The convenience stores are full of snack foods. Entire aisles devoted to chips and cookies and candy and crackers. Foods engineered to be eaten quickly while doing something else. The packaging is designed for portability. Single-serving bags. Resealable containers. Foods that don't require plates or utensils or any preparation. You can eat while driving, while working, while watching television, while walking down the street. Eating has become something that happens in the background of other activities. Your ancestors would find this profoundly strange. For them, eating was an event. You stopped what you were doing, you sat down, you focused on the food, you ate until you were done, then you moved on to other things. Now eating is continuous, a constant low-level activity that happens alongside everything else. The food companies love this. Every new eating occasion is an opportunity to sell more product. Morning snack, afternoon snack, evening snack, late night snack. They invent problems you didn't know you had. The mid-afternoon energy slump, the need for a protein boost after working out. The importance of refueling between meals. Then they sell you solutions. Energy bars, protein shakes, nutrition-enhanced snacks that promise to make you healthier while you eat more often. The marketing is sophisticated. It targets your insecurities, your desire to be healthy, your fear of being hungry, your need for convenience. It works. You find yourself buying snacks you don't need because the advertising convinced you that you do need them. The snacks themselves are engineered for maximum appeal. The perfect combination of salt, sugar and fat. The ideal texture. The exact level of crunchiness or chewiness that makes you want more. Food scientists spend years perfecting these formulations. They test them in labs, they measure brain responses, they optimize for addictiveness. This isn't food. This is food-flavored entertainment. Products designed to light up your reward centers and keep you coming back for more. Your body's satiety signals don't know what to do with this. These signals evolved to respond to whole foods with fiber and protein and nutrients. Foods that actually fill you up. Processed snacks bypass these signals. You can eat and never feel satisfied because there's nothing in the food to trigger satisfaction. Nutritionists start recommending this pattern. Eating smaller amounts more frequently is supposed to keep your metabolism active, keep your blood sugar stable, keep you from getting too hungry. Some of this is based on actual science. Some of this is based on food industry marketing disguised as science. Your body doesn't actually need to eat every few hours. Your metabolism doesn't slow down if you go 4 hours without food. Your blood sugar is perfectly capable of staying stable between meals. But the message is everywhere. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You need a mid-morning snack. Don't skip lunch. Have an afternoon snack. Eat dinner. Maybe have a little something before bed. You're eating all the time. You're thinking about food all the time. Your entire day is organised around eating and planning to eat and recovering from eating. Your hunter-gatherer ancestors spent maybe 2 or 3 hours a day thinking about food and acquiring food and eating food. The rest of the time they thought about other things. You spend more time thinking about food than they did. You have infinitely more access to food than they did. And yet somehow, managing your relationship with food has become vastly more complicated. Here we are, the present day. You live in a world where food is everywhere all the time. You can get food delivered to your door at 3 in the morning. You can buy groceries online and never enter a store. You can access any cuisine from any culture at any time with minimal effort. This is historically unprecedented. For 99% of human history, getting food required significant time and effort. Now it requires pressing buttons on a screen. Your body is still running software designed for that old world. The world of uncertainty and scarcity and seasonal variation. It doesn't know what to do with abundance. It never learned. So it defaults to the old strategies. Eat when food is available. Store energy for later. Crave high-calorie foods because they were rare and valuable. These strategies worked perfectly in the old world. In the new world, they lead to obesity and diabetes and all the weird metabolic disorders that plague modern humans. The health and wellness industry has noticed this problem. They have solutions, many solutions, probably too many solutions. Eat 6 small meals a day. No, eat 3 meals a day. No, eat 2 meals a day. No, eat 1 meal a day. Try intermittent fasting. Try keto. Try paleo. Try carnivore. Try vegan. Try low carb. Try low fat. Skip breakfast. No, never skip breakfast. Breakfast is essential. Breakfast is unnecessary. All of these approaches work for someone. None of them work for everyone. The human body is adaptable enough to thrive on an enormous range of eating patterns. The problem isn't finding the one true way to eat. The problem is that you've lost touch with your body's actual signals. You don't know if you're hungry or just bored. You don't know if you're full or just uncomfortable. You've been ignoring your body's feedback for so long that the communication system has degraded. Your body is trying to tell you things. When to eat, when to stop, what kinds of food it needs, when to rest. But the signals are buried under layers of habit and schedule and cultural expectation and marketing and stress and convenience. You eat breakfast because it's breakfast time. You eat lunch because it's lunch time. You eat dinner because it's dinner time. You snack because the snacks are there. Somewhere in your distant past, one of your ancestors woke up hungry and went looking for food. They found some berries. They ate the berries. They stopped when they were full. This was a simple, clear transaction between body and world. You've replaced that simplicity with complexity. Rules and schedules and tracking apps and meal plans and macronutrient ratios. Some of this complexity is useful. Some of it is necessary in a world where food is engineered to be hyper-palatable and available everywhere. But some of it is just noise, static that obscures the basic biological reality underneath. Your body knows how to handle irregular eating. It's been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. What it doesn't know how to handle is the expectation that eating should be regular. Let's end where we began, with hunger. Not the desperate hunger of starvation, not the uncomfortable hunger of deprivation, just the clean, simple hunger that tells you it's time to eat. Your ancestors knew this hunger intimately. It was their constant companion. Sometimes it was mild, sometimes it was severe, but it was always there, providing feedback. Hungry means find food. Full means stop eating. The system worked. You've spent most of your life trying to avoid ever feeling hungry. Hunger is uncomfortable. Hunger is inconvenient. Hunger means something has gone wrong with your schedule. But hunger isn't a problem to be solved. It's information to be received. Your body is telling you something. It's saying that your blood sugar is dropping and your glycogen stores are depleted, and it's time to access some stored energy. This is normal. This is healthy. This is exactly what's supposed to happen. When you eat constantly, you never give your body a chance to burn stored fat. You never give your digestive system a break. You never give your cells the signal to start their repair and cleanup processes. Your ancestors went 12 or 16 or 20 hours between eating all the time, not because they were trying to, because that's how long it took to find the next meal. During those hours, their bodies did maintenance, cleaned out damaged proteins, recycled old cellular components, burned stored energy, then they ate. Then the process started over. You can do this too. You can skip a meal and nothing bad will happen. You can go to bed slightly hungry and wake up feeling fine. Your body remembers how to do this. The programming is still there. You just have to stop overriding it with constant food availability. This doesn't mean you should starve yourself. It doesn't mean you should ignore genuine hunger or restrict food in unhealthy ways. It just means you might not need to eat as often as you think you do. Maybe breakfast can wait until you're actually hungry instead of happening at 7, because that's when breakfast happens. Maybe you don't need a snack at 3 in the afternoon just because the break room has cookies. Maybe dinner can be smaller and earlier, and then you can let your body fast through the evening and night. This is how humans ate for most of history, not because it was a diet plan, because it was life. The rhythm was natural. Hunger arrived. Food was found or not found. If found, it was eaten. If not found, the hunger continued until the next opportunity. There was no guilt attached to eating, no shame attached to hunger. These were just states of being, like being warm or cold, wet or dry, tired or rested. You moved through these states without judgment. Hungry meant your body needed fuel. Full meant your body had fuel. Simple information, simple responses. The modern relationship with food is complicated by layers of meaning that have nothing to do with actual hunger. Food as reward, food as comfort, food as entertainment, food as social obligation. You eat because it's time to eat. Because food is there. Because everyone else is eating. Because you're bored or stressed or happy or sad. Actual hunger is just one reason among many. Sometimes it's not even the primary reason. Your great-great-great-grandmother didn't eat 3 meals a day plus snacks. She ate when there was food. Some days that was once. Some days that was 3 times. Most days it was somewhere in between. The variation was normal. The irregularity was expected. Her body handled it because that's what bodies do. They adapt to the available resources and make the best of whatever comes. Your great-great-great-grandmother didn't eat 3 meals a day plus snacks. She ate when there was food. Some days that was once. Some days that was 3 times. Most days it was somewhere in between. She was fine. Her body was fine. She did hard physical work and raised children and lived a full life on an eating pattern that would seem bizarre and possibly dangerous to modern nutritionists. The point isn't that her way was better. The point is that there is no one right way. Your body is designed to handle enormous variation in eating patterns, feast and famine, regular meals and irregular meals, 1 meal or 5 meals. What it's not designed to handle is the complete disconnect between eating and actual hunger. You have the luxury of eating whenever you want. This is an incredible privilege. Humans have dreamed of this luxury for thousands of years, but luxuries come with complications. The complication of abundance is that you have to figure out when enough is enough. You have to reimpose limits that used to be imposed by reality. Your ancestors didn't have to think about this. They ate what was available. When it ran out, they stopped. You have to think about it all the time. When to eat, what to eat, how much to eat, whether you should eat at all. This is the burden of living in a world where food is everywhere all the time. The irony is that in solving the problem of scarcity, we've created entirely new problems of abundance. Your ancestors were hungry a lot, but they weren't confused about eating. The relationship was simple: find food, eat food, done. You're rarely hungry in the desperate way they were hungry, but you're constantly confused about the entire process. Maybe the solution isn't finding the perfect eating schedule. Maybe it's learning to listen again, to notice when you're actually hungry instead of when you're supposed to be hungry, to stop when you're full instead of when the plate is empty. This is harder than it sounds. Decades of scheduled eating have trained your body to expect food at certain times. Decades of hyperpalatable food have confused your satiety signals. But the machinery is still there. The ability to read your own hunger, the ability to feel satisfied, the ability to go hours without eating and be perfectly fine. You just have to remember how to use it. Your ancient ancestor standing on that hillside in East Africa didn't know when their next meal was coming. They were hungry, they were also fine. You know exactly when your next meal is coming. It's whenever you want it to be. You have that power. The question is whether you can learn to use that power wisely. Whether you can relearn the art of eating when you're hungry and stopping when you're full. Whether you can make peace with the occasional gentle hunger that reminds you that you're human and alive and connected to millions of years of human experience. Your body knows how to do this. It's been doing it since before there were such things as meal times or schedules or nutritional guidelines. Trust it. Listen to it. Feed it when it asks. Rest it when it doesn't. This is not a diet. This is not a plan. This is just remembering what your body has always known. That food is fuel and pleasure and connection and ritual. But it's not meant to be constant. It's meant to come and go like waves on a shore. Sometimes there's plenty, sometimes there's less. Both states are natural, both states are temporary. You can handle both. You always could. You just forgot. Sleep well. Dream of the simple hunger that comes from a long walk in the sun. Dream of the satisfaction of a meal shared after honest work. Dream of your ancestors who ate when they could and survived and thrived and passed their genes to you. You carry their strength, their resilience, their ability to adapt to whatever comes. Even if what comes is a world where food is everywhere and you have to figure out how to live in that abundance without losing yourself. You can do this. They would believe in you if they could. The story ends here, but the eating goes on, as it always has, as it always will. Good night. Welcome back, my tired friends. Settle in, get comfy. Tonight we're going to spend some time with one of the strangest and most human stories in the history of art, which is the story of a boy who arrived in the world already knowing what he was going to do with it, and spent the rest of his life doing it with an intensity that never once let up. His first word was pencil, not mama, not the Spanish equivalent of whatever a Malaga infant in 1881 typically produced first. According to his mum, what the infant Pablo reached for with his new mouth was the word for the thing he most wanted, a shortening of the Spanish lapis, pencil, pids peas, a demand dressed up as a word. He was born on the 25th of October, 1881, in a house on the Plaza de la Merced in Malaga, on the southern coast of Spain, and he arrived into a family that was already organised around art in a way that would have made his trajectory probable even if he had turned out to be merely talented, which he did not. His father was José Ruiz Blasco. José was a painter and a teacher of painting, a methodical and technically accomplished man who had spent his career painting the kinds of things that the academic tradition expected of him. Still lifes, pigeons, birds in general, the occasional landscape, the human figure rendered with careful fidelity. He was not a radical. He was not chasing anything new. He taught at the School of Fine Arts in Malaga, and he curated the city's municipal museum, and he painted his pigeons with the patient devotion of a man who had found his subject and intended to stay with it. He also recognised what he had produced. By the time Pablo was 7, José had begun teaching him formally, in the way José understood teaching, which was the way the academic tradition understood it. Copy the masters, draw from plaster casts, draw from live models, build the foundation before attempting the structure. The foundation went in very fast. The boy's hand moved with a sureness that José, who understood what sureness in a painter's hand looked like, recognised as something outside the normal range. He began bringing his son into his own work, asking the boy to help finish paintings, to add the legs to a pigeon composition, to complete a section of background. The boy was better at it than he was. At some point when Pablo was around 13, José looked at what his son had painted on a canvas he had started and understood that the thing had happened, that the child had arrived at a place he himself had never reached and was not going to reach. The story that has been passed down, possibly apocryphal but consistent with the accounts of people who knew the family, is that José gave his palette and his brushes to his son and stopped painting. Whether the gesture was as clean and final as the story suggests, or whether it happened more gradually and the legend tidied it into a single moment, the underlying fact is documented in what José produced after that point, which was very little. He had been surpassed by a 13-year-old. The 13-year-old in question had by this point already spent several years compulsively filling every surface available to him. In school, which he hated with the thoroughness of someone who finds the pace of institutional learning genuinely painful, he drew instead of listening. His teacher allowed him to keep a pigeon in the classroom, a live one, because Pablo would not stop drawing pigeons, and the teacher had concluded that the easiest path was to provide the subject. He drew on the margins of his school books. He drew on the walls. He drew the way other children breathe, which is to say without thinking about it, as a continuous baseline activity that ran underneath everything else. The family moved several times during his childhood. Malaga first, until Pablo was 10, and then La Coruña on the northwestern coast of Spain, where José had taken a professorship. La Coruña was cooler and greyer and less beautiful than Malaga, and Pablo missed the south the way children miss the specific textures of the first place they knew. He kept working. The move to La Coruña produced a small formal sketchbook in which he recorded the city around him, the streets and the faces and the harbour, with the observational precision of someone who uses drawing the way other people use language, as their primary method of understanding what they are looking at. In La Coruña, his sister Conchita fell ill with diphtheria. She was 7 years old. Pablo made a private bargain with himself during her illness, the kind of bargain that a 13-year-old makes with the universe, when the universe has not yet demonstrated its terms clearly. He told himself he would stop drawing if she recovered. Drawing was the thing he valued most absolutely, the only currency he had that felt proportionate to what he was asking for. She did not recover. She died in January of 1895, and Pablo did not stop drawing, because the bargain had not been honoured on the other side, and because he was 13, and the need to draw was deeper than any bargain he could make against it. The family moved again that year to Barcelona. Barcelona in 1895 was not what Malaga had been or what La Coruña had been. It was a city in the middle of something, the modernist movement that was reshaping Catalan architecture and art and intellectual life simultaneously. Antoni Gaudí building his impossible organic structures across the city, the cafes full of people who were arguing about what art was allowed to be and what it was not. José had taken a post at the city's School of Fine Arts, the Llotja, and he arranged for his son to take the entrance examination for the advanced course in classical art and still life. The examination normally took students a month. Pablo completed it in a week. The jury admitted him at 13, looked at what he'd produced, and admitted him to the advanced class rather than the standard one. The examiners were astonished, according to the accounts that survive, in the particular way that professionals are astonished when someone young does the thing they have spent their careers building toward, and does it without apparent effort, and is 13. Picasso said later, looking back at these years, that he had never drawn like a child. When he was 12, he said he drew like Raphael. It was a statement about what childhood had actually been for him, which was not a period of gradual development toward competence, but a period of refining something that had arrived essentially complete. He did not yet know he was going to break it. He was 13 years old and living in Barcelona and drawing like Raphael, and the century he was going to reshape was still 17 years away from ending. Barcelona in 1899 was a city with Paris on its mind. The modernist movement that had been reshaping its architecture and intellectual life for the better part of a decade was explicitly oriented toward what was happening in France, toward the painters and poets and musicians of Montmartre, toward the particular electricity of a city that had decided it was at the centre of everything and was conducting itself accordingly. The artists in Barcelona's bohemian circles spoke Catalan rather than Spanish, and called themselves nationalists, but their hearts, as one contemporary observer noted, were set on Paris. They were watching from a distance and preparing to close it. Picasso arrived in this city at 15 and understood it immediately. He began spending his evenings at Els Quatre Gats, the Four Cats, a tavern in a neo-Gothic building in the Gothic Quarter that had opened in 1897 and advertised itself as an inn for the disillusioned. The name referred both to the four founders who had established it and to Le Chat Noir, the famous bohemian cabaret in Montmartre that had been the model and the aspiration. The walls of the Four Cats were hung with paintings by Ramon Casas and Santiago Rusinol, two of the founding painters, and on any given evening the room contained writers and architects and musicians and young painters who were arguing about what art was and was not supposed to be doing, which was the argument that Picasso had been waiting his whole short life to be part of. He made himself useful immediately. Pere Romeu, who ran the tavern, commissioned him to design the menu. Picasso produced a cover that showed a group of clients seated in front of the building's facade, a work that was immediately compared to the style of Ramon Casas, who was the most admired painter in the room and whom Picasso had identified as the person worth studying. Picasso studied him. He also began producing charcoal portraits of the regulars, between 50 and 150 of them, hung in the main room in February of 1900 for what was effectively his first public exhibition. The portraits were pen and ink and watercolour, quick and observational, caricature edging toward genuine likeness, and they showed what the next decade of his work would confirm, that Picasso saw people the way other people see surfaces, all the way in on the first look. He was 17 years old. He met Carl Casagmas at Els Quatre Gais in the spring of 1899. Casagmas was a painter and poet, the son of the American consul in Barcelona, 1 year older than Picasso, and drawn to the same bohemian experimentation that drew everyone in that room. They recognized something in each other immediately, the particular recognition that happens between two people who are both in the early stages of becoming something and can sense the same quality of becoming in the other person. They set up a shared studio at Riera de Sant Joan 17, decorated the walls with murals, and spent their days working side by side in the way that young artists work when they have found someone who keeps pace with them. Casagemas was funny and brilliant, and already in some difficulty with himself that his friends managed as best they could. In September of 1900, the two of them left Barcelona for Paris together. This was the thing they had been building toward. Everyone in that room at the Four Cats had been building toward it, and now they were going. The Universal Exposition was open in Paris, and Picasso had a painting accepted for exhibition there, the first time his work had been shown outside Spain. They arrived in Montmartre and moved into a studio that had been vacated by the Catalan painter Isidre Nonel, a cramped and productive space in which they worked and argued and went out into Paris and tried to absorb as much of it as possible in the time available. In Paris, Casagemas fell in love. Her name was Germaine Gargallo, a model who had become part of their circle, and the love was not returned in the way Casagemas needed it to be. He had always been volatile, mood swings and depression that the people who knew him had learned to manage, and Germaine's refusal opened something in him that did not close. Picasso, watching his friend deteriorate, suggested they leave Paris for the holidays, come back to Spain, get some distance from the situation. They went to Barcelona and then to Malaga, where Casagemas's behaviour became erratic enough that Picasso, in an act he would later struggle with, put him on a boat back to Barcelona alone and went to Madrid to work. They never saw each other again. On the evening of the 17th of February, 1901, Casagemas organised a farewell dinner at the Café de l'Hippodrome in Paris. After many rounds of wine and absinthe, he asked Germaine one final time if she would marry him. When she refused, he drew a pistol and fired at her. The bullet grazed her. Believing he had killed her, Casagemas turned the gun on himself and shot himself in the right temple. He died in the hospital that night. He was 20 years old. Picasso was in Madrid when he heard. He returned to Paris in May of that year and moved back into the studio they had shared, lived in the room where his friend had slept and eaten and worked, and descended into the grief that had ended at the Hippodrome. He visited the site of the shooting. He began painting Casagemas, his face, his body in the coffin, the scene of his death and burial, a series of works that were simultaneously portraits and an attempt to understand what had happened and what Picasso's own share of responsibility for it might be. In the preliminary sketches for the most significant painting of this period, a large allegorical work called La Vie, the face of the central male figure was Picasso's own. In the finished painting, he changed it to Casagemas. The grief did not resolve into something discreet and manageable. It went into the work, changed the colour of the work, changed what the work was about and who it was about and what Picasso thought painting was supposed to be doing in relation to the people it depicted. The blue period had not yet been named. It was not yet a period. It was simply a painter sitting in a room in Paris in 1901, surrounded by the absence of his friend, reaching for the blue end of the palette. The summer of 1901 started well. Picasso had an exhibition at the gallery of Ambroise Vollard in Paris, a dealer with an eye for the genuinely new, and the show was noticed. The critic Félicien Fagues reviewed it in La Revue Blanche and understood what he was looking at. The paintings Picasso produced for that show were bright, energetic, full of colour, depicting the life of Paris with the hungry attention of a 20-year-old who had just arrived in the city he had been dreaming about since the Four Cats. He was young, and his friend had just died, and the paintings he was making that summer showed almost none of it. The second half of the year was different. Picasso's psychological state deteriorated as 1901 wore on, the grief for Casahamas moving from fresh shock into something deeper and more settled, and as it did, the palette changed. Not all at once, not as a decision. The blues came in the way that grief itself comes in, gradually and then all at once, and then simply present, the new baseline condition of things. By late 1901, Picasso had painted a self-portrait in which he showed himself at 20 as a man with hollowed features and a patched coat, the face gaunt, the eyes inward, no trace of the energy of the Vlad paintings. He looked like someone much older and much colder. He was also genuinely poor. This is the detail that the retrospective fame of the blue period tends to obscure. The paintings from this period are now among the most reproduced and most beloved in the history of Western art, hanging in major museums, reproduced on everything imaginable, sold at auction for figures that would have constituted several lifetimes of income for the 20-year-old who made them. At the time, he could not sell them. The critics who had praised the Vlad show retreated when the blue paintings arrived. The market did not want elongated beggars and blind old men and emaciated mums and the quiet misery of people on the margins of a city. Picasso went without food during stretches of 1902. He burned drawings to stay warm. He knew what poverty looked like from the inside because he was inside it. This shaped what he painted. He began visiting the women's prison of Saint-Lazare in Paris, where nuns served as guards and women were housed with their nursing infants. He went repeatedly, drawing the women there, the mums with their children, the particular combination of confinement and tenderness that the prison produced. The visits gave him models and material and something else harder to name, a contact with human suffering at its most unadorned, with people who'd been removed from ordinary life and placed somewhere that stripped away everything except the essential fact of their existence. The paintings that came out of these visits, the soup among them, have the quality of documents, not of suffering dramatized, but of suffering observed with complete and sober attention. The subjects of the blue period are consistent enough to constitute a world. Beggars, the blind, prostitutes, old men alone at bare tables, mums hunched over children, figures stretched tall and thin against empty backgrounds, elongated in the way that El Greco had elongated his figures 4 centuries earlier, a technique Picasso had studied in the Prado and was now applying to the people he saw on the streets of Barcelona and Paris. The elongation is not distortion in the pejorative sense. It is a formal choice that gives the figures a kind of ghostly grace, a presence that is both entirely human and slightly beyond it. The National Gallery of Art, writing about these works, described the effect as Picasso metaphorically allowing his subjects to escape their fate, to occupy something like a utopian state of grace. Blindness recurs throughout the period with an almost obsessive frequency. The Blind Man's Meal, painted in 1903, shows a single figure at a bare table, one hand reaching toward a wine jug, the face turned slightly away in the unseeing orientation of the permanently blind. The Old Guitarist, also 1903, is the most famous of these works, a hunched old man cradling an enormous instrument, the body angular and compressed, the guitar taking up most of the space around him, the man himself reduced to the bare minimum of presence required to hold the thing and play it. The guitar is brown, the single warm note in a painting otherwise built entirely from blue-grey cold. X-ray examination of the canvas has revealed that other figures are painted beneath the surface, the guitarist laid over them, Picasso working through several compositions before arriving at this one. The blindness in these paintings was not merely descriptive. Picasso was aware of the symbolist movement's interest in blindness as a condition that opened toward inner vision rather than closing it. The idea that those without sight might see something others could not. Whether he subscribed to this idea fully or used it as a formal resource is a question the paintings do not answer cleanly. What they establish, painting after painting, is a sustained attention to the people who exist at the edge of the social world, the people who are present in cities and invisible in them simultaneously, and a consistent refusal to sentimentalize what he found there. La Vie, completed in May of 1903, is the blue period's most ambitious and complicated work. It is large, nearly 2 meters tall, and shows 2 groups of figures facing each other, a naked couple on the left and a cloaked woman holding a child on the right, with two smaller paintings within the painting visible in the background, one showing a crouched figure of grief and one a couple embracing. The central male figure has the face of Casaemus. In the preliminary sketches, that face was Picasso's own. What the painting means has been argued over ever since. Birth and death, love and its consequences, the passage between youth and age, the weight of what is owed to the living and the dead. What it refuses to do is resolve. It holds all of these readings simultaneously and will not choose among them, which is either a weakness or the most honest thing the painting could do, depending on how you look at it. The blue period ended as gradually as it began, the cold colours warming slowly in late 1904 as Picasso's circumstances changed. He settled permanently in Paris, moving into the Bateau Lavoir in Montmartre, a ramshackle building where a community of artists lived in overlapping poverty and mutual support. He met Fernand Olivier, who became his companion. The depression that had organised the previous 3 years began, not to lift exactly, but to shift, the way weather shifts, the same sky but a different quality of light. The paintings changed colour. The blue period has a strange relationship to its own fame. Picasso struggled to sell these works for years. They were not what the market wanted. They were not what critics had learned to praise. They came out of grief and poverty, and a sustained attention to the people that prosperity tends not to look at directly. Now they are worth fortunes and hang in the world's best museums and are printed on coffee mugs. Picasso himself, who lived to see all of this, said almost nothing about what the period had meant to him. He had said what he needed to say in the paintings. The paintings are still saying it. The rose period arrived the way the blue period had arrived, gradually and without announcement, the palette warming as Picasso's circumstances changed, and the depression that had organised the previous 3 years began to shift. By 1904 he had settled permanently in the Bateau Lavoir, a ramshackle building in Montmartre, that housed a community of artists in overlapping poverty and mutual company. Fernand Olivier arrived in his life and became his companion, and the subjects of his paintings changed with her presence, the emaciated beggars giving way to acrobats and circus performers, the cold blue replaced by earth tones and rose and the particular warm grey of a Paris afternoon. He was painting the world as a place worth inhabiting, rather than a place worth documenting at its margins. He was also looking at things very carefully. Cézanne died in October of 1906 and was honoured the following year with a major retrospective at the Salon d'Automne. Picasso studied it with the attention he brought to everything he wanted to understand, which was total and patient and ultimately transformative. What Cézanne had been doing with form, the way he had broken apart the convention that a painting should show you an object from a single fixed point of view, the way he had allowed multiple angles and multiple moments to coexist in a single image, was something Picasso recognised as a door and walked through. He was also looking at the ancient Iberian sculptures on display in the Louvre, recently excavated from Osuna in Spain, their faces simplified and archaic, the features reduced to essential forms with an authority that had nothing to do with the academic tradition he had been trained in. He started incorporating what he saw in these faces into his own figures. The 3 central women in the painting that was building in his studio across the first half of 1907 owe their faces to these sculptures. The other 2 women are something else entirely. In the spring or early summer of 1907, Picasso visited the Ethnographic Museum at the Palais du Trocadero in Paris. He described the experience himself, years later, to the writer André Malraux. The smell reached him first, he said. Mould and rot and the flea market quality of a place that housed objects brought from very far away by people who did not understand what they were handling. He wanted to leave. He stayed. The masks, he said, were not like any other pieces of sculpture. Not at all. They were magic things. They were against everything, he said, against unknown threatening spirits. He understood what they were for, what they were doing. He understood, standing there alone in that awful museum, why he was a painter. He went back to his studio and changed 2 of the faces in the painting he had been working on for months. The painting was called, at that point, Le Bordel d'Avignon, the brothel of Avignon, a reference to the Carré d'Avingo in Barcelona where Picasso had spent time as a young man. Later it would be given a more polite name. It shows 5 nude women, confrontational, staring directly out of the canvas at whoever is looking at them, the conventional passivity of the female nude entirely abandoned. The 3 on the left have faces derived from Iberian sculpture, simplified and flat. The two on the right have faces that were changed after the Trocadero visit, angular and fractured, wearing something very close to African masks. The planes of the face broken apart and reassembled in a way that is simultaneously familiar and wrong, or rather wrong by the standards of what Western painting had been doing with faces for several centuries, and right by some other standard that the painting was in the process of establishing. X-ray analysis of the canvas has confirmed what this looked like before the changes. Originally, all 5 figures shared similar facial features, the same almond eyes and simplified profile that characterized the Iberian influence. The Trocadero visit produced the rupture that split the painting in two, the left side and the right side operating by different visual logics. The whole canvas held together by the confrontational directness of the women's gaze rather than by any conventional compositional unity. Picasso had created hundreds of preparatory sketches and studies across the previous 9 months. The early versions of the composition included a male figure on the left, a medical student entering the brothel holding a skull, a narrative element he eventually removed because the story it implied would have contained the image rather than releasing it. He also removed a sailor on the right. What remained when both men were gone was pure confrontation, 5 women and whoever was looking at them, nothing between the image and the viewer to absorb or mediate the encounter. The painting's immediate reception was damaging. Picasso showed it to his circle at the Bateau Lavoir, and they did not know what to do with it. Georges Braque, who had become his closest collaborator within a year, said at first viewing that it was like eating rope or drinking petroleum. Henri Matisse, his great rival, was appalled. The poet Guillaume Apollinaire, who was among Picasso's most devoted supporters, was shaken. The dealer Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, who visited the studio in July of 1907 and saw the canvas, was at a loss. The painting did not go on public display until 1916. In the years between its completion and its first public exhibition, Picasso kept it rolled up in his studio. What the painting had done to him, and what it would eventually do to the history of painting, was not immediately legible to anyone standing in front of it in 1907, including Picasso himself. He had produced something that did not fit any existing category, that had broken the expectation of what a painting was supposed to do when it depicted a human figure, that had made the question of how to show a body in space into an open problem rather than a settled convention. The problem, once opened, could not be closed. The collaboration with Braque that began almost immediately after Les Demoiselles, the 2 men working in such proximity that they sometimes could not tell which paintings were whose, would push that open problem into what became Cubism, and Cubism would change what painting was allowed to attempt for the rest of the century. But that is the next chapter. At this moment, in 1907, there is only the canvas, still damp, too large to hang easily in the studio, showing 5 women who will not look away from you, their faces assembled from Iberian stone and African wood, and Picasso's own particular way of refusing to show you things the way you expect them to look. He understood, he said later, that it was his first exorcism painting. He had given form to the spirits. He had become independent of them. The question that Les Demoiselles had opened was this: if a painting does not have to show you what a thing looks like from a fixed point of view, then what is it allowed to do instead? Picasso did not have the answer when he finished the painting in 1907. He had the question, which is a different thing and in some respects a more valuable one. The question needed another person to help develop it, and that person arrived in November of 1907, when the poet Guillaume Apollinaire arranged a meeting between Picasso and a young French painter named Georges Braque. Braque had already seen Les Demoiselles, and his initial response had been the rope and petroleum remark, the opinion that the painting was as unwelcome to him as eating rough fibre or drinking kerosene. But it haunted him through the winter of 1907 and into 1908, in the way that genuinely new things haunt the people who are capable of understanding them, not pleasantly and not easily, and not with any immediate sense of what to do about it. He went south to L'Estaque, where Cézanne had worked, and spent the summer shedding the colours of Fauvism and working through the structural problems that the older painter had left unresolved and that Picasso had now ripped wide open. When he came back to Paris, he came back with paintings that were doing something Picasso recognised. The collaboration began almost immediately after. Almost every evening, Picasso said later. Either he went to Braque's studio or Braque came to his. Each of us had to see what the other had done during the day. The statement, which Picasso made in a late interview, sounds almost domestic in its rhythm. The 2 painters checking in with each other daily like colleagues running a project together, which is precisely what they were. The project was the reinvention of what a painting could be, conducted in the studios of two men who were temperamentally almost opposite. Picasso intuitive and bold and restless, Braque methodical and reserved and committed to structural precision, and whose differences turned out to be exactly what the project required. Braque's own description of the collaboration was that they were like two mountaineers roped together. What they were building, across the years from 1908 to 1914, came to be called Cubism. The name was coined accidentally by a French art critic named Louis Vaucel, who described Braque's landscape paintings of L'Estaque as reducing everything to little cubes. Bizarreries cubiques, he wrote, geometrical peculiarities. He meant it as a dismissal. The artist used the word as a handle, and the handle stuck, which is how many of the most important movements in art history acquired their names from someone who thought they were insulting the work. The word does not quite describe what the work was doing, but it points at it. What Cubism actually did was refuse the convention that a painting occupies a single moment in time from a single fixed point in space. The academic tradition and the entire history of Western painting from the Renaissance forward had built itself on single-point perspective, the mathematical system that produces the illusion of depth on a flat surface by arranging everything in relation to a single vanishing point. It is a powerful system, and it produces beautiful work. It also requires a lie, the lie that the viewer is stationary, that the world is frozen, that the object being depicted exists in one moment from one angle. Cézanne had begun to question this without quite abandoning it. Picasso and Braque abandoned it. In the paintings of what came to be called analytic cubism, which developed from roughly 1909 through 1912, a figure or an object is shown from multiple angles simultaneously, the front and the side and sometimes the back all present in the same image, assembled into a composition that is recognizable without being illusionistic. A guitar becomes a collection of planes and curves that represent the guitar from every angle at once rather than from one. A woman's face shows you the profile and the frontal view in the same head, both truths present simultaneously rather than forced to choose. The palette during this phase narrows to greys and browns and ochres, the colour deliberately reduced so that the structural question stays central. The investigation of form kept clear of the distraction of chromatic beauty. The subject matter of analytic cubism is modest almost to the point of comedy. Guitars, bottles, newspapers, a pipe, a glass, musical instruments of various kinds, the things that sit on tables in studios and cafes, the furniture of a working artist's daily life, chosen not for symbolic weight but because they were present, and because their forms were complex enough to be interesting, and simple enough not to overwhelm the formal investigation. Braque, whose father had been a house painter and who had grown up understanding the relationship between pattern and surface, introduced techniques from that tradition into the fine art context, stenciled letters, faux wood grain, the deliberate flattening of illusion that house painting requires. Picasso, who had always been interested in everything that could be done with a flat surface, incorporated these techniques and pushed them further. In 1912 they invented collage. Picasso pasted a piece of oilcloth printed with a chair caning pattern onto a canvas and drew around it, producing a work called Still Life with Chair Caning that incorporated an actual non-art material into the painting, a piece of the real world used as representation rather than representation standing in for the real world. Braque, working in parallel, introduced papier-colle, pasted paper, gluing fragments of newspaper and wallpaper into compositions alongside drawn and painted elements. The result was synthetic cubism, which ran from roughly 1912 to 1914, and which reversed the logic of analytic cubism. Where analytic cubism had broken objects into their component planes, synthetic cubism assembled those planes into new constructions, building a guitar or a figure from geometric fragments rather than analysing an existing one down to its geometry. The collaboration during these years was so close that even experts, looking at the unsigned paintings from the period, sometimes cannot determine which of the two men made which work. Picasso and Braque occasionally signed their paintings only with initials, or not at all, treating the work as genuinely joint rather than individually attributed. This was unusual to the point of being unprecedented in the history of art. Two painters of comparable ambition voluntarily merging their output to the degree that authorship became uncertain. Art historians have spent decades trying to establish precise chronologies, debating which idea came from whom and when, and have acknowledged that the conversation was so continuous and so reciprocal that the question may be unanswerable. Outside their immediate circle, Cubism was initially confusing and then influential in approximately the way that all genuinely new things are confusing and then influential, with the confusing part lasting longer and the influential part being larger than anyone involved anticipated. Other painters came to it and developed their own versions. Juan Gris, Fernand Léger, Jean Metzinger, Francis Picabia, all working in Paris in the years before the war, each took the formal discoveries of Picasso and Braque and applied them to their own concerns and sensibilities. Unlike Picasso and Braque, who refused to exhibit their Cubist works publicly, through most of the collaboration, these painters showed their work at the major Paris salons, and it was through them that Cubism became visible to the broader public and to critics and to artists in other countries who had not been in the studios of the Bateau Lavoir. Then, August of 1914 arrived. Picasso saw Braque and their friend André Derain off at the train station in Avignon as they left for military service. Braque later recalled the moment. Picasso recalled it too, saying that after seeing Braque off that day he never saw him again, meaning that the Braque of the collaboration, the Braque who had been his other half in the most intense creative partnership in the history of modern art, was gone even if the man himself survived the war. Braque was wounded at the front and did not paint again until 1917. The partnership that had produced Cubism was over. Picasso, Spanish and therefore not conscripted, stayed in Paris. He continued to work. He always continued to work. But the particular quality of those 6 years, the daily studio visits, the constant conversation conducted through canvas, the two mountaineers roped together on a face that no one had climbed before, was finished. It had lasted long enough to change what painting was. In January of 1937, the Spanish Republican government approached Picasso with a commission. They were building a pavilion for the Paris World's Fair that summer, and they wanted a mural, something large and significant, something that would assert the legitimacy of the Republic at an international event in the city, where Picasso had lived for most of his adult life. Picasso accepted. Spain had been in civil war since July of 1936, when the nationalist general Francisco Franco had launched a military coup against the elected Republican government, and Picasso, who had not been back to his birthplace in years, and who rarely mixed politics in his art, understood that this was not a moment to stay out of it. For 3 months he stared at a blank canvas and produced nothing. The commission had not given him his subject. He had several preliminary ideas, none of them convincing, none of them finding the particular quality of necessity that Picasso required, before he could commit himself to a canvas of this scale. His personal life was in turmoil. The civil war was intensifying. He was working dispassionately on something he did not yet believe in, which was for Picasso the worst possible working condition. Then, on the 26th of April, 1937, the German Condor Legion bombed Guernica. The town sat 10 kilometres from the front lines in the Basque country in northern Spain, a quiet agricultural community that was also the ancient symbolic capital of the Basque people, the place where the traditional rights and liberties of the Basques were historically centred. It was a market day, Monday, which meant the town centre was full of people. The German aircraft arrived in the afternoon and bombed for approximately 2 hours. They dropped high explosives first to break the buildings open, then incendiaries to burn what was exposed. The nearest military target, a factory on the town's outskirts, went through the attack untouched. What burned was the town. The journalist George Steer, a correspondent for the Times of London, was nearby and reached Guernica shortly after the bombing. His account appeared 2 days later on the front pages of the Times and the New York Times, and then in the French paper L'Humanité. It described the deliberate destruction of an open civilian town with no significant military value, the bodies in the streets, the animals running through the rubble, the particular completeness of the destruction, tile roofs and wooden porches burning long after the planes had left. Picasso read the account in the newspaper in Paris. He made his first sketch the next day, the 1st of May. He had found his subject. What followed across the next 35 days is one of the most documented creative processes in the history of art, because Picasso's companion and fellow artist Dora Maar photographed the canvas at multiple stages of its development, preserving a record of the painting's evolution from initial composition through successive revisions. There are over 40 preparatory sketches and studies in addition to Maar's photographs. The documentation shows a painting that changed substantially as it was made, not in its core emotional content, which was fixed from the first day, but in its compositional organisation, the arrangement of the bodies and the symbols and the spaces between them. The canvas Picasso was working on was enormous, 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, painted in his studio on the Rue des Grands Augustins. It required scaffolding to reach the upper sections. He chose to work in grey and black and white, stripping out all colour, a decision that gives the painting the quality of a news photograph, the documentary authority of something that is reporting rather than interpreting. He also ordered house paint rather than artist's paint, specifying a matte finish, the minimum amount of gloss, so that the surface would have no beauty of material to distract from what it was saying. The painting that emerged shows a collection of figures in extremis. A wounded horse occupies the centre, its mouth open in a scream, stumbling over a fallen soldier below it. A bull stands on the left, facing away from the chaos, intact where everything else is breaking. A woman with a dead infant holds the child up in a gesture that is simultaneously a cradling and a presentation, her face torn open in grief. Another woman drags a wounded leg across the bottom of the canvas. Another leans from a window holding an oil lamp into the scene. A dismembered soldier lies on the ground, a broken sword in his hand beside a flower. Flames rise on the right side. A light bulb shaped like an eye hangs at the top of the composition, its spiked rays a mechanical parody of illumination. The symbols have been argued over ever since. The horse, Picasso said, represented the people. The bull represented brutality and darkness. The lamp held by the woman in the window was the lamp of truth, or the lamp of the Republic. The broken sword was resistance that had not surrendered despite being broken. The baby in the mum's arms did not need explaining to anyone who looked at it. Picasso also added, at various points, that the painting meant exactly what it showed, no more and no less, which is the kind of statement artists make when they have been asked one too many times to reduce their work to a caption. The photographs Dorimar took during the 35 days show a painting trying out different answers to the same question, which is how to contain this level of suffering in an organised image without reducing it, without making it bearable to look at, without allowing the viewer the comfort of aesthetic distance. The early stages show the bull and the horse in different positions, different proportions, different relationships to each other. A raised fist appears in early sketches and disappears in the final version. Colour appears in some studies and is stripped away again. The compositional logic shifts and settles and shifts again. On the 4th of June 1937, Picasso declared it finished. It was exhibited at the Spanish Pavilion at the Paris World's Fair beginning in July, placed near the entrance so that it was among the first things visitors saw. The initial reception was mixed. The painting was difficult, the composition dense and fractured, the imagery not easily decoded by viewers who had not been given a key. It did not win the public immediately. It was not designed to be immediate. What it was designed to be became clearer as the painting travelled. After the World's Fair, it toured Scandinavia and England to raise awareness and funds for the Spanish Republic. In 1939, when the Republic fell to Franco's forces, Picasso refused to allow the painting to go to Spain. He had said before the war was lost that the painting would be given to the Spanish government the day the Republic was restored, and he held to this position with absolute consistency for the rest of his life. He loaned it instead to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, where it would remain for 42 years. During World War II, when Paris was under German occupation, a German officer visited Picasso's apartment. Seeing a photograph of Guernica, the officer asked whether Picasso had done that. Picasso answered that he had not. "You did," he said. The painting returned to Spain in 1981, 6 years after Franco's death and 8 years after Picasso's, in a Spain that had become a constitutional monarchy rather than the republic Picasso had insisted upon. It was displayed initially behind bulletproof glass at the Prado Museum, and then, in 1992, it was moved to the Museo Reina Sofia in Madrid, where it now hangs. Approximately 11,000 people visit it every day. Guernica is 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, and it was painted in 35 days by a 55-year-old man who had spent 3 months unable to start it and found his subject in a newspaper on the 1st of May 1937. It does not resolve. It does not conclude. The horse is still screaming, and the mum is still holding the child, and the soldier's sword is still broken, and the light is still the cold mechanical light of the bulb, rather than the warm light of any sun. It is the most visited painting in Madrid. It has been reproduced on protest banners in conflicts on every inhabited continent. It has been quoted, referenced, and adapted by artists working in every medium for nearly 90 years. It has become the thing that Picasso most consistently resisted, which is a caption, a single image that stands for a single idea. He would have been annoyed by this. He also would have recognised it. A painting that people reach for when they are trying to show what war does to the bodies of civilians is a painting that has done its work. On the evening of the 7th of April 1973, Pablo Picasso had friends to dinner at his villa in Mougins, a small town in the hills above Cannes in the south of France. He was 91 years old. After dinner he went to his studio and painted until 3 in the morning. Then he went to bed. He woke at 11:30 the next morning and could not get up. He died before a doctor arrived, of heart failure, on the 8th of April 1973. He had painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. This is, in some ways, the most Picasso fact about Picasso. He had said, more than once, and in more than one way, that he believed work would keep him alive, that the act of making things was the thing that held him to the world. He was superstitious about stopping. He had painted through grief and poverty and 2 world wars and the death of friends and the collapse of relationships and stomach operations and respiratory problems and the ordinary deteriorations of an extraordinary old age. He painted in the last year of his life with what his biographers describe as frenzy, a word that appears in multiple accounts of his final period, the same word that appears in accounts of the very beginning, the 7-year-old at his father's side, the boy who drew instead of listening in school because the drawing could not be stopped. Between 1968 and 1972, Picasso produced more than 100 paintings and hundreds of engravings. He was 87 years old at the start of that period. The work of these final years is not what most people picture when they think of Picasso. It is late work in the fullest sense, the work of a man looking at mortality from inside it, figurative and often erotic and sometimes crude and sometimes visionary, the style stripped of almost everything except the urgency. In 1972, a year before his death, he produced a series of drawn self-portraits in which the face is shown as something close to a skull, the eyes enormous and dark, the features reduced to their essential structure. He was looking at himself and seeing what was coming and drawing it anyway. He's buried at the Chateau of Vauvenargues near Aix-en-Provence, a property he had acquired in 1958. The chateau sits overlooking the Mont Sainte-Victoire, the mountain that Paul Cézanne painted dozens of times and that Picasso had studied in the Salon d'Automne retrospective of 1907, the same retrospective that had pushed him toward what became Cubism. He's buried, in other words, in the sightline of the mountain that belonged to the man he said was the father of them all. This may have been intentional. It was certainly not accidental. He left behind somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 works, depending on how the counting is done and which categories are included. Paintings, drawings, sculptures, ceramics, prints, engravings, stage designs, illustrated books, tapestry cartoons, and things that do not fit cleanly into any of these categories. The range of medium is itself a statement. He worked in whatever was available, whatever was interesting, whatever he had not yet exhausted. He learned ceramics in his 60s and produced more than 3,000 ceramic works. He made sculptures from bicycle handlebars and saddles, from cardboard and wire and string and wood, from whatever was in the studio and could be made to hold a form. Scarcity of conventional material was never an obstacle because he did not define material conventionally. His career spanned more than 76 years. When he was born, the Impressionists were still the radical edge of painting. When he died, abstract expressionism and pop art and minimalism had all come and gone. He had outlived most of the movements that had positioned themselves against him or alongside him, and had outlived several that he had helped create. He had watched Cubism become a historical period while he was still alive to discuss it. He had done things in painting that no one had done, then moved on from them, then watched them become the curriculum of art schools across the world, then moved on further still. The legacy of what he did to painting is difficult to overstate, because it is so thoroughly embedded in what painting has been allowed to do since 1907, that the specifics are hard to see clearly. Cubism changed the understanding of how a flat surface could represent space and time. It changed the understanding of how multiple truths about an object could coexist in a single image. It opened the question of what relationship a painting was required to have with the visible world. and the answer that Cubism proposed, which was that the relationship was negotiable, was so fundamental that it made almost everything that came afterward possible. Abstract expressionism, which rejected figuration entirely, is a response to the question Cubism opened. Pop art's engagement with flat planes and commercial imagery borrows from the Cubist vocabulary. The conceptual art movements of the second half of the 20th century, which pushed the question of what art is allowed to be into entirely new territories, all passed through the door that Picasso and Braque opened in a Montmartre studio between 1908 and 1914. He was aware of this and said very little about it. He made statements about art that were oracular and often contradictory and sometimes deliberately unhelpful, as though he preferred that the work speak for itself and found the conversation around the work slightly beside the point. He said painting was a form of magic. He said it was a lie that told the truth. He said it took a long time to become Jung. These are not the statements of someone who wanted to explain himself. His face became one of the most photographed faces of the 20th century. He was the first living artist to have a retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1939. He joined the French Communist Party after the Second World War and was awarded the Lenin Peace Prize in 1962, and these affiliations generated controversy that followed him for the rest of his life, as did his treatment of the women he was involved with, which by the accounts of several of those women ranged from complicated to harmful. The biography is not simple, and has not been made simpler by the passage of time or the scale of the reputation. What remains when all of it is accounted for is the work itself. The Blue Period paintings, still in the museums where they have lived for decades, still doing what they were doing in 1902 when nobody wanted to buy them, which is looking at suffering without sentimentality and without distance. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon at the Museum of Modern Art, still stopping people in the gallery the way it stopped everyone who saw it in Picasso's studio in 1907, still refusing to show you what you expect to be shown. Guernica in Madrid, where 11,000 people a day come to stand in front of it and feel what it feels like to be in a room with a painting that will not let war be abstract. The Old Guitarist, in Chicago, a bent old man cradling an enormous instrument in a room full of cold blue, the guitar the only warm thing, playing music for no audience in a painting that was made in a period when Picasso could not sell paintings and was burning drawings to stay warm and had just lost his closest friend. He was a boy in Malaga who could draw before he could speak. His first word was the word for pencil. He drew pigeons for his father and then painted over his father's unfinished pigeon, and his father understood what he was looking at and gave him his brushes. He went to Barcelona at 14 and passed an entrance examination in a week that was supposed to take a month. He went to Paris at 20 and moved into a leaking building in Montmartre and began to work. He worked for the next 71 years without stopping, except when grief stopped him briefly and exhaustion slowed him for a year, and his body failed him in small ways that he ignored. He painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. The work is still here, all of it, the pigeons and the beggars and the broken guitars and the fractured faces and the screaming horse and the skull-like self-portrait of a 90-year-old man looking at what was coming and drawing it anyway. If you are still awake, my tired dumplings, that is Pablo Picasso. If you fell asleep somewhere around the Blue Period or the Shed in Montmartre or the Blue Guitar in Chicago, which would be a very good place to fall asleep, that is exactly what this was for. If you have a hand free from wherever it is, a like and a subscribe cost you nothing and helps the channel more than you would think. It is the least baroque thing you can do with a finger, and Picasso would have approved of economy. Good night. Imagine yourself relaxing in your preferred chair on a cool October evening, perhaps with a toasty beverage in hand. Tonight, we will revisit a period in which America believed it had successfully mastered the legal printing of money, when your neighbour's barber was providing stock recommendations and when the question what could go wrong was on the brink of receiving the most costly response in history. The time period is the 1920s, and you are currently experiencing the Roaring Twenties, as it is also known. In the background, Calvin Coolidge is so silent as president that people jest about having to check his pulse. While flappers are dancing, the Charleston and jazz music is spilling out of speakeasies. However, the genuine excitement is not located in the illicit gin joints or the dance halls. It is on Wall Street, where an entire nation has persuaded itself that purchasing stocks is as dependable as the sunrise. After the end of World War I, the United States found itself in a unique situation. America's factories were operating at full capacity, manufacturing a wide range of products, including refrigerators, radios, and automobiles, while Europe was still in the process of assembling the parts and calculating the cost. Henry Ford had discovered a method to make cars affordable for the general public, and as a result, everyone became interested in purchasing one. Please note that the car in question is not a single vehicle. Rather, it is a modern, more gleaming model that is replaced every few years. The stock market, which was previously the domain of affluent industrialists and their well-connected acquaintances, appeared to be accessible to all. Between deliveries, newspaper boys were exchanging stock recommendations. Your neighbourhood grocer may casually mention that he earned more money last week by playing the market than he did selling vegetables throughout the month. It was as if Wall Street had discovered a mystical money tree and all you had to do was move its branches. In retrospect, the amusement of this episode was primarily due to the fact that everyone believed it was a straightforward matter. You were not required to comprehend the actual operations of a company, its profitability, or its existence in any meaningful sense. It was enough to tell you that its stock price rose yesterday and will likely rise again tomorrow. The logic was unwavering. Stocks consistently increase, everyone was becoming wealthy, and anyone who advocated for a different outcome was evidently too traditional to comprehend contemporary economics. Investment clubs emerged in communities similar to book clubs. However, rather than engaging in discussions about the most recent novel, members would convene to compare the amount of money they had earned that week. Women who had never visited a bank were pooling their grocery money to purchase shares in companies they were unfamiliar with. College students were ditching classes to observe the ticker tape at brokerage offices, treating it as the most thrilling entertainment in town. The newspapers contributed to this hysteria by publishing breathless accounts of ordinary individuals who achieved financial success. The taxi driver retired at 35, the secretary purchased a small apartment building with her stock profits, and the homemaker funded her daughter's wedding with a single, well-timed purchase of Radio Corporation stock. These narratives spread swiftly, much like gossip at a church gathering, inspiring everyone to aspire to become the next successful individual. Banks began lending money to individuals who desired to purchase equities to capitalize on the current prosperity. The reasoning appeared to be sound. If stocks consistently increased, lending money to individuals to purchase equities would be virtually risk-free. They called it buying on margin, a fancier term than borrowing money to gamble, but that's what it was. You could acquire $1,000 worth of securities with only $100 of your funds, and the bank would provide the remaining funds. You would sell the securities, repay the loan, and retain the profit when they appreciated. What could possibly go wrong? As you prepare to retire for the evening, envision a world in which all individuals were financial geniuses. The future appeared as predictable as a well-oiled timepiece, and the sole concern was not whether or not one would become wealthy, but rather how wealthy an individual would become. Although crash is still several months away, the following morning in our narrative, you awaken in an America that is persuaded it has outsmarted economic history. The year is 1928, and if you had suggested to anyone that the party might be ending shortly, they would have looked at you as if you had announced that the sun was planning to stop rising. The foundation of all this confidence was not wholly unreasonable, which is why it was so perilous. The American industry was performing exceptionally well. General Electric and General Motors were not merely manufacturing products, they were also developing products that were significantly altering the way people lived. The world was brought into people's living rooms for the first time, replaced gas lamps, automobiles replaced horses, and radios were introduced. However, this is the point at which the situation becomes intriguing, much like the moment a kettle of water reaches boiling point. The stock prices of these companies were not merely reflecting their success, they were also reflecting the success of the companies, the wildest dreams of everyone about their future success, a generous helping of pure speculation and whatever the barbershop employee heard from his cousin who worked on Wall Street. Consider Radio Corporation of America, or RCA as it was commonly known. The corporation was at the epicenter of the radio boom, and the radios were truly revolutionary. For the first time in human history, it was possible to listen to a concert in New York from the comfort of your living room in Kansas. It was akin to alchemy, but it was both profitable and genuine. This enthusiasm was evident in the stock price of RCA. RCA's stock price increased from $85 per share to $420 per share in 1928. It is not a typo, it nearly quadrupled in a single year. It is reasonable to assume that the five-fold increase in a company's stock price over the course of a year would induce some degree of anxiety among investors. You would be mistaken. In contrast, it heightened individuals' enthusiasm. The reasoning was elegantly circular. RCA's stock was increasing due to its exceptional performance, which was evident in the company's stock price. It was evident that the individual who suggested that a stock price increase of 400% in a single year might be premature was unaware of the fundamental principles of contemporary investing. The truly cunning aspect, and this is the point at which the creativity is almost admirable, was the manner in which individuals convinced themselves that this time was different. Speculation and foolishness were the causes of previous stock market bubbles, which ultimately exploded. However, the foundation of this prosperity was the robust productivity and innovation of the United States. Radios, automobiles, electricity powers these appliances, see exploration corporations or tulip bulbs. They were genuine businesses that manufactured genuine products for genuine customers. What individuals failed to comprehend was that it is possible to have a legitimate organization that produces genuine goods and yet pay an exorbitant amount for its inventory. It is comparable to paying $50 for an exceptionally high-quality fruit. $50 is not a reasonable price, although the apple is, and everything you wished for. In the interim, the institutions were experiencing their own variation of this logic problem. They observed that all individuals who had borrowed money to purchase equities had made a profit. Consequently, it was a secure decision to lend money to purchase equities. The fact that everyone had made money precisely because they were lending money to buy stocks, creating the very demand that drove prices up, somehow eluded notice. It was akin to a dog pursuing its tail, except that the dog was sits that it was making progress. Beginning in 1929, the financial system was borrowing approximately $8.5 billion. To provide context, this was approximately equivalent to the entire federal budget at the time. It was as though the entire financial system had decided to place all of its be decided and was exceedingly confident in its decision. You are beginning to comprehend the issue, are you not? People were not being irrational. Rather, they were reacting logically to the stimuli they observed. The economy appeared robust, stocks were increasing, and individuals were earning money. However, they were all reacting to the same information in the same manner, resulting in a situation in which everyone was correct until, all of a sudden, everyone was proved incorrect. Consider the confident investors of 1929 as you prepare for bed. They were completely unaware that they were living through the economic equivalent of a cartoon character who runs off a cliff but doesn't fall until he looks down. They would examine their portfolios each morning and examine their paper profits. The red flags were up everywhere by the summer of 1929 if you knew where to look. But when there are warning signs at a party, no one wants to be the one to bring them up. As if you were the designated driver who keeps telling everyone to slow down while your friends are having the time of their lives. A few jerks tried to crash the party. A famous and respectable banker named Paul Warburg warned that the stock market had become too risky for investors. The reaction was about what you'd expect. The next day, the stock price of his bank dropped, and newspapers called him negative for no reason. It was a typical case of shooting the messenger, but this time the messenger was trying to keep people from crossing the street. A famous economist named Roger Babson said in September that, sooner or later a crash is coming. Babson was known for being right about financial trends. That day the market fell sharply. Some people even called it the Babson break. But it quickly rose again. People thought Babson was an old-fashioned cynic who didn't know how the new economy worked and wrote him off. Everyone was happy that the ruler seemed to have a lot of money, so no one wanted to hear that he didn't have any clothes. At the same time, the smart money, that is, the people who knew what was going on, was quietly leaving the market. John F. Kennedy's father, Joseph, reportedly said that he knew it was time to get out of the stock market when his shoeshine boy started giving him stock tips. It made perfect sense. If everyone thinks stocks are a good way to make money, then stocks probably aren't so good after all. However, for every Joseph Kennedy who quietly sold his interests, there were thousands of regular Americans who doubled down. It made sense. If stocks were a solid investment last year, they were probably an even better investment this year. You might have thought you could drive even faster since you hadn't gotten a speeding ticket yet. All the excitement on Wall Street masked some really bad economic news in the summer of 1929. The production of goods in factories was beginning to slow down. Car sales were going down, less building was being done, but who cared about dull things like industrial production when RCA was still going up and everyone knew someone who had made a lot of money in the market? This part of the story is almost like a dream. The real economy, which includes factories, farms and other businesses that do real work, was getting tired. However, the stock market, a symbol of the real economy's performance, consistently reached unprecedented heights. It felt like a movie where the music is happy and upbeat, but the ship is slowly sinking on the screen. Despite its role as the responsible adult in these scenarios, the Federal Reserve found itself in a challenging situation. Every time the Federal Reserve attempted to curb the out-of-control stock trading, they faced accusations of harming the US economy. It is challenging to be the authority that must bring an end to a gathering when all participants are enjoying themselves. This is especially true if ending the party means disrupting the fun. The Federal Reserve did raise interest rates in August 1929, thinking that the action would stop some people from borrowing money on speculation. After stumbling for a few days, the market just shrugged it off and kept going up. You tapped someone on the shoulder, but they just turned and danced faster. By September, it was clear that the prices of the most famous stocks did not make sense by any standard measure. People put a lot of value on companies, as if they would keep growing at impossible rates forever. Someone must have known that you would be 15 feet tall by age 30, since you had grown 6 inches taller between the ages of 12 and 14. What was really sad was how many regular people had put their life savings into this market. Individuals who had diligently saved money, led frugal lifestyles, and meticulously planned for their retirement for decades suddenly began to question the wisdom of their cautious approach. They sold their bonds, took out mortgages on their homes, and put all of their money on the further rise in stock prices. Imagine that people in the United States in September 1929 were pleased with their investments and planning to retire early. As they went to sleep that night, they had no idea that they were about to learn one of the most expensive lessons in the history of the economy. The first few days of October 1929 were the same as any other month during the boom. People got up, looked at their stock prices, smiled at their gains on paper, and went about their days feeling like they were great at money. But if you looked really closely, and not many people did, you might have seen that the base was beginning to crack. On October 3rd, the market had what traders called a technical correction. This was the first real sign of trouble. In Wall Street talk, that means, don't worry about it. Prices dropped for no reason. It may not seem like a big deal, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down by about 6 points. This is because people were used to it going up every day. But everyone knew that markets have bad days every so often. It was important not to freak out. Fear was for people who didn't know that America had entered a new age of permanent wealth. The deal was a chance for the smart money, or at least the money that thought it was smart to buy. Stocks for sale. How could you say no to that? The market exhibited the typical behaviour of fluctuating unpredictably when it is uncertain about its direction for the next 2 weeks. The market fluctuates daily, yet it largely remains steady, akin to an inebriated individual attempting to maintain a straight path. Not many people were worried. The market was just taking a break before the next step up. On October 18th, however, the music began to slow down. This date would become famous over time. The market dropped considerably, but this time it felt different. It wasn't the slow decline in early October. Instead, it seemed like the market remembered something important but didn't like it. As of this point, many people had borrowed money to buy stocks, leaving them open to something called a margin call. To explain, let's say you borrowed $900 to buy stock worth $1,000. It's possible that you'd owe more money than the stock was worth if it dropped to $800. The bank would call and ask you to either add cash or sell stock to repay the loan. Many people got those calls on October 18th. You aren't concerned about getting a good price when you have to sell stock to pay back a loan. You just need to get rid of it quickly. Prices drop even faster when many people need to sell quickly at the same time. This leads to more margin calls, which cause even more people to sell. It's like a cascade of money, where each rock that falls sets off more rocks. The weekend of October 19th and 20th likely marked the last time most Americans believed they were living in an era of never-ending wealth. Newspapers, always willing to help, wrote stories that made people feel better by saying that this was only a short-term setback. Smart buyers took advantage of this chance to identify deals. By Monday, everything would be fine. On Tuesday, October 21st, everything was fine. The market opened, trade went on, and the world didn't end. However, the situation remained largely unchanged. Throughout the day, prices steadily declined, akin to water gradually draining from a bathtub. Tuesday was worse, Wednesday was even worse. Friday, October 24th, which would become famously known as Black Thursday, something very important had changed. It wasn't a fix, an update, or any other polite business term for the same thing. It was just pure fear. Imagine waking up on October 24th to find that your nest egg has shrunk. Not just a little, but by a large enough amount that you feel like you need to do some math in your head. When you attempt to contact your dealer, the phone lines experience congestion. Nobody appears to understand the status of their investments, despite everyone's efforts to learn. An all-time high of over 12 million shares were traded that day, which is about 3 times the normal amount. The stock prices were meant to be shown on ticker tape machines all day, but they couldn't keep up. They were hours behind schedule by the afternoon, so no one knew what anything was worth. People bought and sold stocks without knowing what the prices were, and sellers didn't know what they were getting charged. As you go to sleep tonight, picture what Wall Street looked like that Thursday night. Many people gathered around the stock exchange. Ticker tape was strewn across the streets like confetti after a parade that no one wanted to go to, and the sound of a party ending for the evening could be heard somewhere in the darkness. The party finished on October 24th. On October 29th, also known as Black Tuesday, the police were called, all the lights were turned on, and everyone saw the mess they had made. It's already very different from the world you went to sleep in when you wake up that Tuesday morning. Over the weekend, it became clear that this wasn't just a short-term setback, even though banks and well-known financiers were working hard to restore trust. It really happened. There was a full-on banking panic. It was challenging for the morning newspapers to stay positive, but you could read the fear in the words. The headlines talked about temporary market adjustments and buying opportunities for smart investors, but the numbers indicated that things were not what they seemed to be. Stocks were going down quickly after slowly going up for months. When the stock market opened at 10 a.m, millions of shares were already available for sale. Prices don't just drop during a panic. They crash because everyone wants to sell, but no one wants to buy. It's like musical chairs, but someone took away all the chairs at once and everyone saw it at the same time. Over 16 million shares were traded that day, which was a record that wouldn't be broken for almost 40 years. Black Thursday was already too busy for the ticker tape machines to keep up. By noon, they were reporting prices from 10 a.m. They were hours behind by the afternoon. People made financial decisions based on data that was almost immediately outdated. Imagine the scene inside the brokerage offices. Phones were ringing non-stop, workers were rushing to handle sell orders, and customers were squeezing together to find out what was going on with their investments. Everyone was talking at the same time and trying to shout over the others. The ticker tape machines clattered, and people began to realize something terrible was happening. The most distressing aspect was witnessing ordinary individuals discover they had lost their entire life savings. The secretary had used the money she earned from selling stocks to purchase that apartment building. The value of her stocks had dropped since she bought them. The car driver who quit when he was 35, his search for work had begun again. Who was the mother who paid for her daughter's wedding? There was no way for her to tell her family that the money was still there. But it wasn't just small buyers who lost all their money. The banks that gave all that money to buy stocks were also in a lot of trouble. People couldn't pay back their margin loans because the value of their stocks dropped below what they borrowed. These circumstances meant that the banks were left with useless paper. There was a chance that some banks, especially smaller ones that had done a lot of dealing in the stock market, would fail. What a strange irony. The system that had made all those paper riches was now destroying them just as quickly. Calls on margin, which at first seemed like a smart way to boost gains, were now making losses worse. People who bought stocks in several different companies thought they were lowering their risk, but they soon learned that when there is a panic, all stocks go down at the same time. There were stories going around all day that would become part of Wall Street folklore. There was the story that stockbrokers jumped out of office windows, which was mostly made up, but a few people did kill themselves in the weeks that followed. The stories of millionaires who went from being rich to being middle class in one day, and middle-class families who went from being rich to being poor, were more true. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had declined by 12% by the time the market closed at 3 p.m. At that point, it was the second worst single-day percentage drop in its history. But the percentage doesn't show how sad it was for the millions of Americans who went to bed that night, knowing that their financial plans, their hopes of retiring early or sending their kids to college had been turned into useless paper certificates. Evening newspaper headlines, which attempted to maintain a positive outlook, proclaimed phrases like "market hits bottom" and "worst is over." They were mistaken. The stock market crash didn't end on Black Tuesday. It was just the worst day of what would be a much longer and worse slide. There was a huge financial hangover in the United States in the days after Black Tuesday. You know how it feels to stay up too late at a party and then question every choice you made the night before? That's how you feel in the morning. In November 1929, that was the whole country. The first thing that happened was denial, which is probably the most normal thing that can happen. This had to be temporary, right? Once prices dropped enough, smart money would come back into the market. Someone, like the government or the banks, would figure out how to fix this. The newspapers thought so too, because they kept writing upbeat stories about bargain hunters and buying opportunities all the way through November. As it turned out, President Herbert Hoover was in office when the music stopped. He initially made an effort to project confidence. He made reassuring statements about the basic strength of the American economy, which were accurate but not very helpful. It is akin to informing someone that their house is structurally sound, while it is engulfed in flames all around them. It was true that the economy was strong, but that didn't help the millions of people who had just seen their funds disappear. The weeks following the crash revealed the interconnectedness of everything. The stock market was no longer just a place for rich investors to have fun. It was an important part of American business. Banks had given out loans based on stock prices that were too high. A lot of businesses planned to grow because they thought the good times would last. Regular families had made big financial choices based on gains that were only on paper and were now gone. It was almost as bad for people's mental health as it was for their finances. For nearly a decade, Americans were told that wealth was normal and that anyone could get rich by trading in the market. Individuals who believed they were financially savvy had to quickly confront the possibility that they had been part of a widespread illusion. The most terrible thing about the crash was that it showed the lies that had kept the boom going. Could you please share those stories again about secretaries and cab drivers achieving financial success? Those people were now broke, and their stories were meant to warn instead of inspire. Investment clubs that had sprung up in neighbourhoods across the country quietly broke up because their members were too ashamed to talk about their losses. It was clear by December 1929 that the result wasn't going to be a quick comeback. Stock prices kept going down, but not in big drops all at once. Instead, they went down slowly and steadily, in a way that was almost worse than the initial fear. Panic is at least interesting. Slow decline is just sad. It's like every day seeing someone you care about get sick and not being able to do anything about it. Banks that were eager to give money to buy stocks were now desperately trying to get those loans paid back. But a stone doesn't have blood, and people can't give you money they don't have. The first banks to fail were the smaller ones that had been most involved in stock market speculation. As the crashes spread, they moved up to the bigger banks. Not many people knew the truth yet, but the stock market crash was only the beginning. Those who thought the crash wouldn't affect the real economy, factories, farms and shops, were about to be proven wrong. Losing their life savings discourages people from making purchases. When people don't buy things, businesses stop making them. People lose their jobs when companies stop making things. People tend to stop buying things when they lose their jobs. Once it starts, it's very difficult to break out of this vicious circle. Unemployment began to rise at the end of 1929, but people didn't fully understand how dire things were going to get for a few more months. Not only did the stock market crash wipe out wealth, but it also destroyed trust. It turns out that confidence is one of the most important parts of a healthy economy. The sad irony was that the things that made the boom so amazing, hope, willingness to take risks, and the belief that anything was possible, were now backfiring. At first, everyone thought stocks could only go up. Now, everyone thought they could only go down. Prices were going down too low because of the same herd attitude that had pushed them up too high. Now that the story is over, you may be thinking about what happened next and, more importantly, what we learned from this costly lesson in being humble with money. The first question is about the Great Depression, which happened for 10 years and had a giant impact on American society. The second question has a more difficult answer, because the lessons people learned from the crash of 1929 weren't always the ones that history was meant to teach them. At the time, it looked like the most important lesson was that trading in the stock market was risky and not something regular people should do. For a generation of Americans, investing in stocks lost all charm. It felt akin to dealing with explosives. This may have been an overreaction, but it was to be expected from people who just saw their neighbours lose everything. It took a while, but the government also learned some things. A lot of the worst things that happened in the 1920s were stopped by new rules. To keep an eye on the stock market, they established the Securities and Exchange Commission to monitor the stock market. Customers' money to bet on stocks. Deposit insurance was made so that people wouldn't lose their savings if their bank went out of business. While these changes were wise, they arrived too late to assist those who had already lost their lives. But here's the thing about people. We're very adept at forgetting the exact lessons we learned from the last disaster, while still being open to the next one. People who lived through 1929 were very wary of speculating in the stock market. Their children and grandkids, who didn't live through the crash, were not as careful. America experienced another speculative frenzy in the 1990s. This time, the speculation frenzy focused on internet stocks, which often lost money and sometimes made no profit at all. People quit their jobs to become day traders. New technology seemed to change everything, and stock prices that had nothing to do with how businesses actually worked made the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s eerily resemble 1929. Experts were quick to point out why this time is different. People were shocked when that boom burst in 2000, even though anyone who knew what happened in 1929 could have seen it coming. The 2000s housing bubble had easy credit, gambling, and the belief that prices could only rise. People were once again shocked when that boom burst in 2008, causing another financial crisis. Every generation must acquire these lessons independently, often through painful experiences. It's challenging to remember the most important lesson from 1929 when the market is booming. Markets are driven by feelings as much as they are by economic facts. When everyone is happy, prices go up way past what makes sense. Prices drop below what makes sense when everyone is negative. It makes sense to be careful when everyone else is happy and brave when everyone else is sad, but that means going against your feelings in the crowd, which is never easy. Another thing I learned is that adding more complexity doesn't always get rid of the risk. It just hides it. In the 1920s, the system of margin loans seemed like a smart way to let more people participate in the growth of the market. In fact, it made the crash worse by amplifying gains and losses. It seems like every time there is a financial crisis, something new comes out that is meant to make investing safer, but ends up making it riskier. The 1929 crash may have taught us more than anything else that there is no such thing as cheap money. The people who got rich in the 1920s stock market weren't smarter than everyone else. They were just lucky enough to own stocks when everyone else wanted to buy them. When that changed, their paper gains went away just as quickly as they came. As you drift off to sleep, contemplate those lessons and how strong the people who lived through that time were. They rebounded, absorbed their mistakes, and bolstered and stabilized the economy. Despite the devastating impact of the 1929 crash, it was not a catastrophic event. Not just what can go wrong, but also how people fix things is sometimes the most important thing to learn from the past. The stock market did perform better in the end, but it took 25 years for it to hit its high points again in 1929. People became more careful and less trusting of plans to get rich quickly. They also learned to value steady, long-term growth more than big gains. They also learned that people are creative and strong, even in uncertain markets. Good night, and remember that the oldest piece of investment advice is probably still the best. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.